Chapter 1 Rebirth plus hanging up. I didn't die. Xiao Jun suddenly woke up from his bed. Everything was so familiar yet so distant. He had seen it many times in his dreams. He pinched his thigh hard. It hurt, it really hurt. This was all real. He had been reborn? He quickly took out his mobile phone. 9 a.m. on November 10, 2040. Xiao Jun couldn't quite remember this date, but the next day, Singles Day, would be one he would never forget. A disaster had suddenly struck. November 11th was originally just an ordinary day, but at some point, thanks to the capitalist operation, it became a shopping spree. On this night, countless people were unable to sleep, but they never imagined that just over 10 hours later, at 11:11 p.m. on November 11th, the world would change beyond recognition. The end was near. It was as if the sky had been ripped open by a giant hand, and an unprecedented storm rained down. In just 1 hour, the provincial capital of Star City was turned into a sea. And the rain didn't stop. The rain lasted for 3 days and nights, and when the entire city was almost completely flooded, the rain finally stopped. At this time, only humans above the 20th floor could survive. But this was just the beginning. After the heavy rain, it turned into rain of fire. Red raindrops fell, quickly evaporating the rainwater that had accumulated in the city, while bringing a high temperature of 60 degrees Celsius. In such an extreme environment, there was no way for humans to go out and find food, and countless people starved to death or died of heat. The time was also 3 days. After 3 days, the temperature returned to normal and the rain in the city evaporated, and the city seemed to have returned to its original appearance. Those who had survived by chance went out to seek help, but what awaited them was an uncountable army of zombies. In his previous life, Xiao Jun was one of those who had survived by chance. And because he was cautious, he didn't go out right after the rain of fire ended, and he survived safely. In the end times, Xiao Jun survived for 6 years, but he was still bitten by a corpse while on an errand, and because he didn't want to become a corpse, he ultimately chose to commit suicide. I can't think about that anymore. There are still 30-odd hours until the end of the world, and I have to do something about it. Xiao Jun forced himself to stop remembering. It was already this late, and time was of the essence. There was no time to think about all this nonsense. He grabbed some clothes and his phone, and quickly ran out of the rental house. As for the key, it was useless. His rental house was only on the 3rd floor, and if he hadn't been smart in his previous life, he would have drowned within the first hour. Mid-November was already the start of winter, but today was surprisingly warm. The sun was shining, and the breeze was not dry. Everything indicated that today was a good day. It was indeed a good day, because after tomorrow, there would be no more opportunities for such leisure. In no time at all, Xiao Jun arrived at an upscale hotel by taxi. After tomorrow, money will be useless, so if I'm going to choose a place to stay, I'll of course want the best. Book me a presidential suite. When he said this, many people looked over. Hello, the presidential suite is $39,888 per night. The receptionist was no doubt a person who had seen the world. Waitresses in upscale hotels like this one don't look down on people based on their age or clothing, at least not on the surface. Shit, is it that expensive? Xiao Jun was also asking for the first time. He thought that 10,000 to 20,000 yuan would be about right, but he didn't expect it to be nearly 41,000 yuan per night. The receptionist saw Xiao Jun's hesitant expression. What a bumpkin, thinking he can act like a big shot without knowing the price. A voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Jun's head. Who? Xiao Jun looked left and right, but no one seemed to have spoken just now. Oh, is he starting to act? Acting all surprised. If you don't have the money, just leave, you're wasting my time. The voice sounded again in Xiao Jun's head, and he realized that it sounded a little like the voice of the waitress in front of him. His eyes fixed on the waitress in front of him, and a murderous aura was released involuntarily. Sir, what's wrong? Stared at like this by Xiao Jun, the young lady at the front desk stuttered a little when she spoke. Xiao Jun remained silent, just staring at her. After a few seconds, the voice in his head resurfaced. What are you looking at, so fierce? This is a society ruled by law. If you can't afford the room, are you going to start a fight? Xiao Jun smiled at the corner of his mouth. He understood the situation. He could actually hear the thoughts of the receptionist. Thinking about this, he turned to look at the other receptionist. 3 seconds later, a different voice resurfaced in his head. This man is so strange, he must be crazy. Should I call the police? As Xiao Jun had expected, as long as he concentrated on a person, he could hear the other person's thoughts. Ha ha ha, then book me a presidential suite. In a good mood, Xiao Jun didn't care about the tens of thousands of dollars in room fees. Before the end of the world, Xiao Jun was a veteran soldier. He joined the army at the age of 16 and served for 6 years. He had just returned from the army a few months ago. With the money he saved over the past 6 years and his military discharge pay, he now had more than 200,000 yuan in his hands, so he could afford to stay in the presidential suite for a few days. Ha! The receptionist was shocked. He actually wants to book it? For 2 days, don't get it wrong. You have to check out of the room at 1 p.m. tomorrow, even if the end of the world hasn't come yet. Sir, would you like to swipe your card or? By card. It wasn't until the sound of a successful transaction rang out that the receptionist confirmed that the young man in front of her wasn't joking. She quickly processed his check-in, and only after Xiao Jun's strong refusal did she refrain from escorting him upstairs. Waiting for the elevator on the first floor, Xiao Jun's mood improved even more. Rebirth plus cheats, so it seems that he is being treated like the protagonist. The presidential suite is on the 21st floor, the highest floor of this building. His personal butler was already waiting for him at the door. I don't need anything, the only request is that no one disturbs me for the next 2 days, got it? Directly dismissing the exclusive butler, Xiao Jun entered the place where he would be living for a long time. The presidential suite was very good, such a large place, enough for him to store a large amount of supplies. As for the decorations in the room and so on, Xiao Jun was not the least bit interested. Right now, all he could think about was how to comfortably survive the next end of the world. Chapter 2 Purchasing. Pure water, which is the most important thing, and salt, which the human body needs most. At this time, Xiao Jun had already arrived at the largest wholesale market in Xincheng. Although the natural disaster only lasted for 6 days, due to the rain, the vast majority of supplies were completely destroyed. By then, even if they could defeat the zombies, finding food would become a major problem. Apart from the money for the room, Xiao Jun still had about 100,000 yuan on him, and he planned to spend the whole next day turning it into supplies. After purchasing enough water and salt as a priority, he gave them an address and told the merchant to deliver it, while he continued shopping. Canned meat? This is a good thing, in the end of the world, a box of this can be exchanged for a pretty girl. Instant noodles? This is also a good thing, although it is not as good as canned meat, it is still good for one night. In the end times, women are always on the weaker side. Holy shit, chili sauce, so much chili sauce. He walked to another counter, densely packed with all kinds of chili sauce. Xiao Jun's mouth had already started to secrete a lot of saliva. You can never imagine how exciting it is to suddenly see this kind of thing in an environment where you can't eat even a few grams of salt a month. If it weren't for the only remaining shred of sanity, Xiao Jun might have pounced on it and started eating. Damn, I'm rich. In the end times, a can of this stuff can get you a school beauty queen. Never mind, I'll take it all. Next, Xiao Jun bought a lot of other supplies and asked the seller to deliver them to the hotel, where he had already made the arrangements. He needed bright flashlights, and bought 1,000 of them. After a day of heavy rain, all the electrical systems in the city had collapsed, and flashlights had become a hot commodity. You can't forget candles when you have flashlights. In normal times, it's impossible to afford to keep the flashlights on, so candles become the substitute. They are cheap, durable, and don't take up much space. The candles at the wholesale market are only 10 cents each, so Xiao Jun didn't even think twice and bought 10,000. Damn, it's a pity that there is no space equipment, otherwise I would stuff all these in myself. A month after the end of the world, some advanced technological products will suddenly appear in the world, including space equipment. In his previous life, Xiao Jun had only heard of it, but never owned it. Space equipment, if you have that, you can live in the future city for the rest of your life, worry-free, and marry 8 or 10 wives. Now is not the time to lament, as long as you are fully prepared now. With 6 years of experience in the end of the world, he is confident that he can reach that level. Rice? Xiao Jun hesitated. Rice takes up a lot of space, is not easy to store, and most importantly, it needs to be cooked before it can be eaten. The power system will collapse tomorrow night, and all electrical appliances will become useless. Buying rice won't be very useful in the short term. Thinking about this, Xiao Jun remembered something very important: gas. Natural gas is definitely not available, so we'll have to use gas instead. There are really very few places in Star City that still use gas, but Xiao Jun happens to know a place where you can refill your gas tank. But he definitely needed to eat rice, and Xiao Jun had already thought of a solution: self-heating rice. Although self-heating rice was a bit more expensive, it was convenient and could be prepared with just a little water. In addition to self-heating rice, he could also buy some self-heating hot pot to improve his diet. After spending the whole afternoon at the wholesale market and spending almost all his money, he only had more than 10,000 yuan left to spend tomorrow. At this time, Xiao Jun was also a little hungry. After being reborn, he had been too excited and hadn't eaten anything all day. In the end times, he had gone hungry for 3 or 4 days, and had even had to maintain a high level of mental concentration. But this was not the end times, so of course he could not let himself go hungry. When Xiao Jun emerged from the sea, full and satisfied, it had completely darkened. Winter nights came early. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Jun decided to go back to the hotel first. He took the exclusive passage to the presidential suite and went up to the 21st floor. The butler was already waiting for him at the door, and his face immediately beamed with a smile when he saw Xiao Jun coming. "Mr. Xiao, you're back. I've arranged everything you asked for. I've put everything in the living room for you. Do you need anything else?" "Fuck you, what kind of shit is this? You're treating the presidential suite like a convenience store? Are you going to open a supermarket here?" Xiao Jun gave the supervisor a look that was part smile, part sneer, and didn't bother arguing. Whether he would survive after tomorrow was another matter entirely, and there was no point arguing with a dead man. "It's fine. You've worked hard. I hope I won't be disturbed for the next 2 days. You told me the same thing in the morning, and then you let me help you carry all this miscellaneous stuff in. I'll definitely be watching when you check out the day after tomorrow." The supervisor's face was smiling, but inside he was fuming. Xiao Jun didn't bother with him and simply closed the door. Lying on the comfortable bed, Xiao Jun still felt a little unreal. The inhumane life of the past 6 years was almost like a dream. Perhaps, this was just a dream. For the first time in 6 years, Xiao Jun fell asleep with such a relaxed mind. During the night, he had a dream. In the dream, he became the lord of the city of the future, with 3,000 mutant warriors under his command, and even the 7th-level mutants were his subordinates. There were thousands of beautiful women in the city, all of whom wanted to climb into his bed. When Xiao Jun opened his eyes again, his mind was still a little fuzzy. After adjusting to the light, he realized that he was still lying on the big bed in the presidential suite. It seemed that this really wasn't a dream. From his experience as a reborn person, combined with the external device that could hear people's thoughts, the dream from last night could also become a reality. Gathering his emotions, today was the last day before the end of the world. At 11:11 p.m., the heavy rain would fall on time. An hour later, mankind would fall into endless panic. After eating the hotel's high-end buffet breakfast, Xiao Jun took a taxi directly to a place he remembered. If he remembered correctly, there was gas for sale here. He didn't need much gas, 2 cans would be enough for a long time. After taking care of the gas, he went to the market. He bought a little bit of vegetables and fruits, but there was no need to buy much, as they couldn't be stored for long. He also bought a little bit of fresh meat, but there was no way to preserve these things after the fire rain fell in 3 days. Next, he went to a supermarket chain, which was also his last stop. Here, he bought a complete set of kitchenware, a pressure cooker, a wok, and 2 boning knives. That is, in the country, otherwise he would have to find a way to get 2 guns. How can he be so sloppy? Chapter 3 The End of the World. At 11 p.m., Xiao Jun stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in his room. At this time of year, most people have already gone home, but not today. It's Singles' Day shopping festival, and the major shopping malls and plazas are still packed with people. You didn't expect it, did you? In your previous life, you escaped disaster because you were single. No wonder people always say that showing off your love for each other will get you killed. Well, retribution is coming soon. He glanced at the new mechanical watch in his hand. It wasn't a brand-name watch, but it still cost Xiao Jun his last 5,000 yuan. As the second hand completed a full rotation, the minute hand also jumped to the 11-minute position. Suddenly, it started raining heavily outside the window, and the end of the world had begun. People nowadays don't think there's a problem with it. It's just raining, it's normal. Xiao Jun's face revealed a hint of mockery as he watched the people downstairs looking for a shopping mall to take shelter from the rain. The shopping mall is only 5 or 6 floors high at most, and it should have already flooded by tomorrow morning. The rain continued to fall, and it was getting heavier and heavier. Xiao Jun's face did not show the slightest expression, and it was impossible to tell his emotions. An hour passed quickly, and the water level rose at a rate that could be seen with the naked eye. At first, there were still a few cars on the road, but now they were completely invisible. After watching for a while, Xiao Jun, who already knew the ending, felt bored and yawned as he returned to the comfortable big bed. When he woke up tomorrow, the world would have changed. He didn't know how long he had slept for, but when he got up, it was still dark outside, and the rain showed no sign of letting up. Looking out of the window, the city had become a sea. From Xiao Jun's perspective, he could just see the shopping mall across the street. Yesterday, it was packed with people and bustling with activity, but today, all that could be seen was the roof. Just here, at least 10,000 people drowned last night. Xiao Jun's heart did not waver. In the real end times, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people died every day, and it was not until humanity rebuilt the city of the future that things got a little better. Suddenly there was a loud knock on the door, accompanied by a few heart-wrenching cries. The sound could be heard in the presidential suite, which had excellent soundproofing, and it was enough to prove how desperately people were crying outside. Looking through the peephole, Xiao Jun could see that the 21st floor corridor was already packed with people, many of them just in their pajamas with their phones in hand. It looked like people who had escaped from the lower floors by chance. This was just the beginning, and walking towards the top floor was just their survival instinct. Right now, they still wouldn't understand the horror of the end of the world. The presidential suite is fully equipped with all kinds of tools. Xiao Jun went to the kitchen and started cooking. At night, electricity, water, and gas would all be shut down, so while they were still available, he could fry the vegetables and meat. It was better to eat cold food than to have nothing to eat. After a morning of busy work, Xiao Jun fried some of the vegetables and meat he bought yesterday and arranged them on a plate, and then opened another self-heating rice. Dinner is ready. It smells delicious, so good. The cries outside the door only lasted for a moment before they faded away. It takes energy to keep shouting. After eating, Xiao Jun opened a bottle of Fatty House Happy Water and took a sip. It felt so good. He couldn't believe that he could still live such a life at the end of the world. With nothing to do, Xiao Jun turned on his phone. He hadn't used it for a few years, so he was a bit rusty with the functions. The internet was now full of news about the floods, but the vast majority of people still firmly believed that someone would come to save them. Don't be afraid, the rain will stop eventually. Just wait for help with peace of mind. My whole family is on the roof right now. It's so cold outside. I really hope this damn rain will stop soon. That's why you should buy a house as soon as possible. Chunjiang Lijing is your top choice. This person is truly a business genius. He's still thinking about business at a time like this. Basically, only high-level residents can still navigate the internet at this time, so they have the time to chat nonsense here. But in a day at most, they should understand. At 11 p.m., Xiao Jun had just finished a hot shower and changed into a new set of clothes when the lights in the room suddenly went out. The electrical system had completely collapsed. Cries and shouts could be heard in the hallway again. This time, they were not coming from just one person. The hallway lights had given them a sense of security, but now they were gone. Blackness always made people panic more easily. Not only was there no electricity and therefore no internet, but some people with cell phones also discovered with horror that there was no signal. In the dark, hungry, and increasingly panicked crowd, no one knows how long the rain will continue. Some people have already begun knocking on doors, hoping that someone inside will open the door. It is better to be in a room than to sleep in the corridor. Xiao Jun's door was inevitably knocked on. Xiao Jun, who was looking out the window at the rain, didn't even turn his head. After a while, probably because they were too noisy, Xiao Jun returned to his room. Shutting the door, the barrier of the two doors finally blocked out the noise. Sleep, sleep, it's only the first day, it's still early. The next morning. The rain still showed no sign of stopping, and the noise outside the door had also decreased significantly. No one had the strength to yell anymore after not eating for a day and a night. Even if someone had brought snacks with them, they must have eaten them all yesterday. Knock, knock, knock. The loud knocking sound started again, but Xiao Jun still ignored it. Mr. Xiao, I know you're in there. I'm the one who checked you into the room, and I've been here for 2 days. We're all Chinese, can you let us in? The presidential suite is so big, we can even sleep in the living room. This time, there was not only knocking, but also the voice of a woman. It was the receptionist who had checked him in. He didn't realize that she had also escaped to the top floor. The person inside opened the door quickly. "I'm the owner of Jiancheng Company. If you let me in, I'll give you 1 million once the rain stops." "No, 5 million. A middle-aged male voice came from inside, but Xiao Jun still just smiled contemptuously and didn't respond. The person inside, "If you don't open the door, don't blame us for being rude." The sound of banging on the door increased a little, and it looked like they were using a tool. Sure enough, if the soft approach doesn't work, they'll try the hard way. This is human nature. Xiao Jun wasn't afraid at all. After all, this was a presidential suite, and the quality couldn't be that bad. Plus, these people hadn't eaten anything for a day and a night, and they didn't have any powerful tools in their hands, so they couldn't force their way in. Sure enough, the knocking stopped after 5 or 6 minutes. Xiao Jun leisurely turned on the gas and prepared to cook himself a bowl of instant noodles. Oh, it smells so good. After 6 years of living through a famine, whatever he ate was a treat for Xiao Jun. He opened another bottle of drink, not cola this time, but Assam milk tea. Cola is bad for you, it kills sperm. Chapter 4 The rain stopped. And another day passed. Xiao Jun's door was knocked on several times, but Xiao Jun still didn't bother to answer. If they had the time to knock on other doors, they could at least delay their starvation for a couple of days. Humanity had not yet been completely extinguished at this stage, and there were definitely people who would be willing to let them in. It was just that in a few days, they might have to pay for this act. Without electricity, there is no way to entertain oneself. Xiao Jun had been foreseeing this for a long time and had already got 20 power banks, all fully charged, and had downloaded more than 10 TV series onto his phone, so he would have enough to watch for a while. The day passed quickly, and when he got hungry, he turned on the gas and heated up some food. There were also quite a few canned fish and meat, so he could change the taste. Compared to the people outside, he was now living the life of a god. On the last day of the rainstorm, the water had reached the 18th floor by this time. Xiao Jun looked down from the window, and the water was very close to him. Compared to the previous 2 days, the rain had also slightly subsided. By around 10 p.m., the water should have just reached the 20th floor. At that time, the rain would also gradually subside until it stopped. Then came the red rain at 11:11 p.m. If there are still people alive in the hallway now, they definitely won't survive until tomorrow if they don't hide in their rooms. As usual, he ate something, then took out his phone and continued watching the drama, which was from a decade ago and about a group of people with swords. It was quite interesting. Today is also the last day he can be so carefree. When the red rain comes, even if the house is insulated, he will have to live in the bathtub. Before the water supply was cut off, he filled the bathtub and all the containers that could hold water, so he should be able to survive for 3 days. At 9 p.m., Xiao Jun had been busy for more than an hour, preparing a large amount of food and placing it by the bathroom door. At 10 p.m., the rain stopped. The entire Star City had become a sea, and the hallway outside the door had begun to come alive again. Since 5 p.m., new survivors have been arriving on the 21st floor, and if the building were any taller, they would surely continue to climb higher. Luckily, this is a 5-star hotel, and the ground floor has a large enough floor area to accommodate so many people. No one knows who was the first to notice that the rain had stopped, but then everyone started shouting. It finally stopped, we're saved. Woohoo, that's great. Most of the people are already starving to death, but thankfully they are still alive. They just needed to hold out a little longer until the rescue team arrived, and they would be able to survive. But they didn't know that this was only the beginning. At 11:11, it had been over an hour since the rain stopped, and the cheers outside had also stopped. After the initial excitement, all that was left was hunger. Xiao Jun was still standing in front of the French windows, and before entering the bathroom, he first wanted to make sure that the house could withstand the erosion of the rain of fire. Although it seems that in his previous life, he had never heard of someone being burned to death while hiding in a house. Tick-tock, ZH. The first drop of red rain fell, dripped onto the water, made a boiling sound, and immediately disappeared. Compared to an ocean, a single drop of fire rain was nothing. But then, dense fire rain fell, and the surrounding air also heated up rapidly. It was clearly a winter night, but in an instant, it turned into summer, and the temperature was still rising. After watching for more than 10 minutes and making sure that the red rain would not harm the house, Xiao Jun decisively ran into the bathroom. Ah! It feels so good to soak my whole body in the cold bathtub. At this time, the temperature outside had already reached 40 C, and this temperature would reach a terrifying 60 C by tomorrow morning. In this high-temperature environment, it is estimated that more than half of the people in the crowded hallway outside will die before the end of the day. I really don't know how I survived in my past life. He let out a sigh, and Xiao Jun continued with his TV binge. 2 days had passed. He had been in the water for more than 18 hours a day, and even so, he still felt unbearably hot. The water in the bathroom had almost evaporated, and what was left had turned lukewarm. Xiao Jun was satisfied that he had survived the past 2 days on this water. There was no movement outside the corridor anymore. For 5 whole days and nights, it was possible to survive without food, but the lack of water was the biggest problem. However, there will always be some tough people with strong adaptability. With so much ready-made meat and red drinks outside, as long as they are ruthless, they can still survive. This has nothing to do with Xiao Jun, who is now completely naked, holding a bottle of Coke in one hand and gulping it down every now and then. Tonight, the red rain will stop, and through the window, he can vaguely see the road as it once was. He still has enough supplies to feed himself for a long time, but it is far from enough. According to the memories of his previous life, at 9 o'clock the morning after the red rain stopped, strange boxes would suddenly fall from the sky. The boxes were full of high-tech things that Xiao Jun had never seen before, including the space equipment he had always wanted. The airdrop boxes were also divided into different grades, but there was no way to tell from the outside. Most airdrop boxes contain just 1 or 2 things, the most common being weapons and food. A high-tech combat knife, this is one of the things Xiao Jun must get. Food is not as urgent. However, the food in the airdrop box is not ordinary. Not only does it taste excellent, but it can last for several days, and will gradually become the mainstream food for humans in the future. In addition to this type of airdrop box, there are also more advanced ones, which will contain 3 to 5 different items, and space equipment may also appear in them. The most top-level airdrop box contains 10 items, and space equipment is guaranteed to appear. More than that, Xiao Jun himself didn't know. In his previous life, for 6 years, he had only lived at the bottom of the social ladder, and in his entire life, he had only seen a lowest-level airdrop box. But he knew that a top-level airdrop box would appear at the University of Finance and Economics, which was not far from here. In his previous life, Demonis, one of the top 10 masters of Future City, was said to have been a student at the University of Finance and Economics when the end of the world was approaching. She accidentally opened this top-level airdrop box, and eventually became one of the top 10 masters. This incident also became the biggest news in Future City for a while. During that period, countless people went out to look for the top-level airdrop box, and the craze only subsided when they were defeated by the cold reality. In this life, Xiao Jun has a unique experience. He can go there and wait before everyone else, and he is really looking forward to the top-level airdrop box. Chapter 5 Killing. There is still some way to go from the hotel to the University of Finance and Economics, and the journey will not be too peaceful. First, there are the zombies. In his previous life, the zombies suddenly appeared after 12 o'clock, which meant that there was a 50-minute gap in the middle for him to act. This time, it was definitely enough to reach the approximate location of the airdrop box, but how to deal with the zombies for the rest of the night was a big problem. Thankfully, the zombies at this stage are still weak. A normal human with a sharp weapon and no fear can still easily kill a zombie. Unlike the previous life, after 6 years, the zombies have become incredibly powerful, and even more terrifying monsters have appeared. However, the danger is still considerable. Xiao Jun is not familiar with the situation at the School of Finance and Economics, and he only knows that the airdrop box will appear at the university gymnasium. Fortune favors the bold. If he can't seize this opportunity, relying solely on the food he has collected will only allow him to get by in the early stages. Xiao Jun has thought this through thoroughly. He might as well take a chance, since he is going to live his life in vain anyway. He took 2 flashlights, a cleaver and a boning knife, then 2 large bottles of water, a box of chocolates and 2 self-heating rice packs. He wrapped all this in a small package so that it would be easy to carry. Once everything was ready, he just had to wait for the rain to stop. At 11:11 p.m., the red rain stopped exactly on time, as if everything had returned to normal. Xiao Jun opened the door for the first time in 6 days. There weren't many bodies in the hallway. There weren't as many bodies as he had expected. There were obvious dragging marks in many places, and it seemed that many people were not yet used to being with the bodies. Xiao Jun didn't have time to pay attention to the bodies. He had to hurry to the School of Finance and Economics. After walking for a few steps, a naked woman suddenly opened her eyes. "Water, I want water." The woman seemed to have seen a straw to clutch, and she didn't know where she got the strength from. She suddenly threw herself next to Xiao Jun's legs. "Save me, you can have anything you want." Although she had been hungry for several days and was dehydrated, it was still obvious that she was an absolute beauty. After all, it was normal for a beauty to be able to stay in such a high-class hotel. Xiao Jun frowned and lifted his foot to step over her. "Please, save me." Seeing that Xiao Jun was about to leave, the woman desperately grabbed his pant leg. Bang! A merciless kick sent the already weak woman straight into the corner. Xiao Jun didn't even look back as he quickly walked downstairs. The descent went smoothly, although there were quite a few corpses on each floor. But this didn't affect Xiao Jun in the slightest. He had seen far worse. It was still early, so even if there were any survivors, they wouldn't have noticed that the red rain had stopped in time. The streets were deserted, with only the corpses scattered about. Perhaps it was because they had been in the water for a long time, they all had some swelling. Xiao Jun nimbly navigated the familiar streets, quickly heading towards the School of Finance and Economics. It was said that the distance was not far, but it really took at least half an hour to walk. As time passed, survivors kept discovering what was going on outside, and many had already run out of the surviving points. The first thing that everyone who came out did was to run towards the nearby supermarkets and shops. 6 days was not a long time, but it was also not a short time, and it was enough for a person to lose their will to live from hunger. From time to time, people would fight over food, but Xiao Jun had no interest in any of it. He just wanted to get to the School of Finance and find a suitable hiding spot. However, he didn't provoke others, but others didn't let him go. 2 tattooed men blocked Xiao Jun's retreat. "Little brother, I can see that you have quite a bit of food," said the man with a tattoo on his left arm. Most of the people who showed up were emaciated, and it was obvious that they had been starving for many days. Some people had more food at home, but they were also scrambling to find food. Xiao Jun, on the other hand, seemed uninterested in food. What's more, he was carrying a bag behind his back. The shops had already been flooded, and a lot of the food was inedible, only some sealed snacks were still okay. But there was too little food in too many people. It was better to rob Xiao Jun than to fight. Get lost. Xiao Jun definitely didn't look kindly on people trying to rob him. Damn, this kid doesn't know how to appreciate things. I have 2 people, and he only has one, but he has a knife. I'll pretend to let him pass, then sneak up on him. This kid must have a lot of food in his backpack. The man who spoke turned his eyes and quickly came up with a plan. "Little brother, don't be so impatient. The disaster is over now, and the government will come to help us soon. There will be plenty of food then." Xiao Jun just sneered and didn't say anything. "Forget it, since my little brother doesn't want to, the 2 of us will find it ourselves and won't disturb you anymore." With that, he gave the person next to him a wink, and the 2 of them tacitly separated to the left and right, as if making way for Xiao Jun. 1 step, 2 steps, as Xiao Jun got closer and closer, the 2 of them became a little nervous. Usually they were the kind of small-time thugs who did a lot of snatching, but this time the situation was different. The other guy had a knife, and they were both starving. Luckily, this kid was a fool. "Just a few more steps, hurry up." Xiao Jun had already walked in front of the 2 men. Both men had clenched their fists, and as soon as Xiao Jun passed, they were going to strike. But unexpectedly, it wasn't Xiao Jun who came over, but his knife. It was a knife designed for chopping bones, and it was very sharp. Without warning, the man on the left had half his head chopped off. The thug on the right hadn't even reacted, and Xiao Jun swung his right hand again, slashing heavily at his chest. The 2 men fell straight down, not even grunting. There were some people around who hadn't grabbed any food and were just watching the fun, and when they saw this situation, they yelled murder, while scattering and running away. Xiao Jun wiped the blood splattered on his face, took the knife and continued on his way. No one dared to stop him anymore. Due to the delay caused by these 2 people, they would have arrived at their destination in half an hour, but now they could only see the gate of the School of Finance and Economics. It had been so long since the red rain stopped that most of the survivors had already come out and started looking for food everywhere. There were plenty of canteens in various restaurants in the university, and the canteen was also their first choice. Xiao Jun casually stopped a classmate and raised his bloody knife. The other person cooperated and told him where the gymnasium was. Comparatively speaking, it was a little strange that it was quiet here in the gymnasium. No students were heading this way, and he didn't know how this airdrop box was discovered in the previous life. At 11:51 p.m., Xiao Jun arrived at his destination, the entrance to the gymnasium. The zombies would arrive at the battlefield in 9 minutes. Chapter 6 The Zombie Army. After surveying the surrounding terrain, there was nothing to hide in, so he had no choice but to enter the stadium. The stadium was quite large, and it was empty, not a single person or even a corpse in sight, which was good. The appearance of the zombies was something that Xiao Jun had not experienced in his previous life, so he had no idea what form they would take, but he knew one thing: these zombies would not suddenly appear in the house. Therefore, Xiao Jun went directly to the second floor of the gymnasium and locked all the doors to the stairs. Even if zombies appeared all around, they should not be able to get up. There were also many competition venues on the second floor of the gymnasium, as well as several restrooms. Xiao Jun found a restroom near the edge and locked the door after entering. From here, he could see the front of the gymnasium through the window, which was very convenient. It was exactly 12 o'clock. Suddenly, some strange white lights appeared in the originally dark sky, as if opening up cracks in the sky. Immediately afterwards, something that looked humanoid smashed down. Was that a zombie? Xiao Jun's pupils shrank, and he never imagined that this was how the original zombies came about. The whole process lasted 10 minutes, and he didn't know how many zombies were dropped into Star City. In front of the stadium, there were also many zombies that had already landed on the ground. Xiao Jun noticed that before they landed, they were surrounded by a transparent bubble, so that they would not die from the direct fall. What's more, these bubbles also came with navigation functions, perfectly avoiding buildings and trees, and all landing in open spaces. When I have the strength in the future, I must find out the truth, how this doomsday came about. Xiao Jun thought to himself. For now, it's more important to survive. The zombies that landed were still a little dazed. They suddenly changed environments and perhaps weren't quite used to it, and after being dazed for a few minutes, they slowly began to crawl up. Zombies are creatures with low intelligence that act entirely on instinct. After they have adapted, they start wandering around aimlessly. Zombies have extremely low vision and can even be considered blind. They generally rely on their hearing and sense of smell to find food and distinguish between their own kind. After the zombies appeared, Xiao Jun lowered his breathing to a minimum. He lay on his side on the sofa in the lounge, not daring to move at all, while his eyes observed the situation outside through the windowsill. Now there were already 30 to 40 zombies gathered at the entrance to the gymnasium, and there were also some scattered zombies on the road further away. Under these circumstances, Xiao Jun could not possibly charge out alone, so he could only wait and see what would happen. Ah! Suddenly there were screams coming from the quiet campus, and there were more and more of them, which sounded particularly piercing in the silence of the night. Judging from the sound, the zombies at the entrance to the gymnasium should not be close, but they were like on steroids, all running towards the direction of the sound. At night, the speed of the zombies is at least twice as fast as during the day. Seeing with his own eyes that all the zombies below were attracted away, Xiao Jun felt relieved. No wonder someone in the previous life could discover this ultimate airdrop so early. It turned out that all the zombies here were attracted away. Screams continued to come from the campus, but after a while, it fell back into silence. Even those who were still alive must have understood by now that they could not make a sound. Even if they haven't seen a zombie before, haven't they seen a zombie movie? As time passed, some more zombies who were just wandering around came over, but there weren't many, just 5 or 6. If it was just this number, Xiao Jun could handle it, but he was afraid that there would be other zombies coming. Xiao Jun didn't sleep all night. He needed to keep an eye on the situation below and formulate the perfect plan to escape the moment the airdrop box came down in the morning. The sun shone down on the earth once again. Unlike yesterday, today's Star City was already in a state of desolation. Zombies of all kinds wandered the streets, both those that had been dropped from the sky and those that had been newly infected last night. The remaining survivors shut their doors and hid inside their homes, shivering in fear. At 9 a.m., the sky once again underwent a strange transformation. The crack opened for the second time, but this time, instead of zombies, it let down the hope of mankind, the airdrop boxes. This time, the airdrop lasted only 5 minutes, which was half the duration of the previous airdrop, and the frequency was also much lower. These airdrops were scattered to all corners of Star City under the guidance of an inexplicable force. And after last night's zombie chaos, this scene was only discovered by very few people. The female dormitory of the University of Finance and Economics. Wan Qianya sat alone in the empty dormitory. There were originally 4 people in a dormitory, but after experiencing 2 disasters, only she and another girl were left. When the natural disaster struck, the 2 of them happened to be eating a late-night snack in front of the school gate, and then they went to a nearby hotel together to escape the rain. Since the rain never stopped, the two of them took a room together, on the 19th floor. The two of them were just having a late-night snack, and they had just ordered a lot of things, which they also packed up and took home, which allowed the two of them to survive this disaster. Last night, the two of them dragged their weak bodies out to find food together, but the two girls couldn't outcompete the others. Wan Qianya suddenly remembered that there were also a lot of things in the dormitory. On weekdays, the dormitory of the four foodies was never short of all kinds of food and drinks. It was better to go back to the dormitory than to be unable to get any here. Along the way, the two of them did not walk peacefully. Because they were both from the dance department, they both had very good figures. In particular, Wan Qianya was one of the school flowers of the School of Finance and Economics, attracting the attention of countless people. During the second natural disaster, they were not wearing much. Perhaps it was because they were so hungry, or because the disaster was over and they would soon return to the world of law, so no one did anything to them, but the stairs were hotter than ever. Facing such a pack of hungry wolves, the two women could only walk quickly towards the dormitory with their heads down. Just as they could already see the dormitory door, a rain of zombies suddenly fell from the sky, and one zombie, without any bias, fell right between them and the dormitory door. In a time of danger, the zombie pounced on her roommate. Wan Qianya was so scared that she instinctively let go of her hand. Her roommate let out a scream, and Wan Qianya hesitated for a moment before running back to the dormitory. It was now past midnight, and Wan Qianya was still sitting shivering in front of the window. Her roommate had been eaten by the zombies right in front of her eyes, and she had run away. In the middle of the night, there were screams coming from time to time, which meant that many people had also been killed by the zombies, which made Wan Qianya's heart calm down a little. As the first ray of sunshine pierced the sky, the zombie army seemed to have changed a little, and their movements seemed to have become more rigid. Wan Qianya also completely calmed down. Chapter 7 The Ultimate Airdrop Box. As the airdrop boxes fell randomly, a box that was no different from the others also landed at the entrance to the gymnasium. Finally, it's here. Xiao Jun suppressed his excitement and began to carefully plan his route. The airdrop box fell about 150 meters in front of the gymnasium. There were a total of 8 zombies along the way, and a few more were scattered farther away. Xiao Jun had long known that not only were the zombies slower during the day, but their hearing was also much reduced. If he was careful and moved quickly, he would only have to face 2 zombies at most. With his 6 years of combat experience, although his physical strength was not high at the moment, it was still enough to deal with the situation. In fact, a normal man could fight several zombies of this strength during the day, provided that he could overcome his fear. Time waits for no man, and Xiao Jun was afraid that someone else might find their way here, so he had to hurry. He strapped on his backpack, which didn't weigh much and would help him move around more easily, and also provide some protection from the zombies behind him. The door to the gym opened a crack, and Xiao Jun walked out, cleaver in one hand and bone saw in the other. If it had been nighttime, the sound of the door opening would have probably attracted all the zombies in the area, but now, it had only attracted the 2 closest ones. Good. As the 2 zombies pounced, Xiao Jun easily dodged, then raised his knife and chopped off its head. The other one had also come up to Xiao Jun, extending its creepy fingers. Xiao Jun didn't give it a chance, using his other hand to block the attack with the cleaver, then backhanded it, smashing its head. When killing zombies, you must be careful to hit the head, otherwise even if you cut it in half, it can still bite you. After successfully killing the 2 zombies, Xiao Jun did not rush to leave, but rather felt around the zombies' heads for a while and pulled out a white crystal. A first-level mutant crystal, this thing is a good thing, it can change a person's genes and become even stronger. In his previous life, the top expert in Future City, and also the Lord of the City, had already mutated to the 7th level of mastery. Not only was his body incredibly strong, he also had special supernatural flames, making him a human killing machine. There was only 1 mutant crystal in the 2 zombies, so Xiao Jun was not surprised. The production rate of mutant crystals was not high. Some people had calculated that the production rate of first-level mutant crystals was about 10%. I just don't know if this 10% is Xiao Jun's idea of 10% or the penguin version of 10%. If it's the latter, then the probability is also non-existent. After killing the 2 zombies, Xiao Jun continued to move forward, attracting the zombies by sound while keeping his distance, killing 1 or 2 at a time, and then easily solving the problem. In this way, Xiao Jun quickly approached the airdrop box, and at this time, he actually saw another person, a very beautiful woman. Wan Qianya had found something to eat in the dormitory to regain her strength. Although she hadn't slept all night, she was in pretty good spirits. It was 9 a.m. Wan Qianya was still sitting by the window, lost in thought, but her body was no longer trembling. At this time, she also noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. What is this? It looks so much like an airdrop in the game. Wan Qianya watched this in awe, and then she saw one of the airdrop boxes fall towards the school, probably near the gymnasium. After hesitating for a few minutes, Wan Qianya felt that she had to try. Waiting for rescue was just a psychological comfort, and there wasn't much edible food left in the dormitory. Even if she ate sparingly, she would only last 2 or 3 days, and then she would still have to wait to die. Since this kind of box would appear in the sky, it must be useful. Maybe there are weapons or food inside. And the zombies downstairs were like under a spell, with all their attributes having dropped a lot. This might be an opportunity. It can be seen that this young girl is not only heartless, but also bold. She was a dance major and had excellent flexibility, so she walked without making a sound. So she hid all the way here and didn't even alert a single zombie. When she arrived near the crate, she saw a young man with a knapsack on his back and a cleaver in each hand, easily eliminating 2 zombies. And it seemed that the man was not satisfied after eliminating the zombies, he actually stabbed the zombie's brains with the cleaver and stirred it. Wan Qianya felt a surge of nausea in her stomach, and it seemed like she wanted to vomit all the food she had just eaten. At that moment, the man had already looked up and saw her. When their eyes met, Xiao Jun was also a little surprised. In his previous life, Xiao Jun was just a human at the bottom of the social hierarchy, and he simply didn't have time to care about who the top 10 experts were, so he didn't know that the student who found the airdrop box and became one of the top 10 experts in the future city was actually a girl, and she was so pretty. But none of that matters. Xiao Jun is now within arm's reach of the airdrop box. If the girl doesn't come and grab it, that's fine, but if she dares to come and grab it, Xiao Jun doesn't mind nipping her in the bud. Recovering his gaze, Xiao Jun fixed his eyes on the airdrop box in front of him. An ultimate airdrop box. In his previous life, he had only heard about it once, but now it was so real, right in front of him. Although he had experienced 6 years of post-apocalyptic life, Xiao Jun was still a little excited at this moment. He glanced at the girl again, and she was just looking at him from afar, so Xiao Jun ignored her. The airdrop box was not very big, just half a person tall. There was a small lock on each airdrop box, which could be easily picked. The airdrop box was opened, and a white light shone inside, making it difficult to see what was inside, so he had to feel with his hands. At this moment, Xiao Jun felt a little uneasy. So far, everything had been as he expected, and if this was not the ultimate airdrop box, then he would truly be disappointed. The first thing taken out was a high-tech steel knife, which was the item produced in the vast majority of airdrop boxes and gave mankind hope for survival. It was an ordinary knife, but it could cut through iron like mud. The moment it was taken out, an introduction appeared in his head. Xiao Jun had long since known this, and it was no surprise. The white light was still there, which meant there was a second item. After another moment of fumbling, Xiao Jun took out a small box. It was a jewelry box containing a ring, and it was likely that a high-tech space ring had been placed inside. He had found the treasure, and there was no doubt that this was the ultimate airdrop box. The ultimate airdrop box would definitely drop space equipment, and although other airdrop boxes also had a chance of doing so, Xiao Jun did not think that he would be so lucky. Without hesitation, he opened the box, and sure enough, a simply made ring lay inside. This high-tech ring didn't even need to be worn. Xiao Jun simply pressed his middle finger against it, and the ring instantly disappeared, while a pattern appeared on his finger, exactly like the ring. The space equipment, made into the shape of a ring, had a capacity of 500 kilograms. Note that space equipment cannot hold objects with life. Note that after the owner of the space equipment dies, it will revert back to its original appearance. Chapter 8 Take in. Xiao Jun gave himself 2 hard slaps to force himself to calm down. In the ultimate airdrop box, space equipment is also a must, and there must be something even better. The third item, a high-tech combat suit. A combat suit that can only be owned by generals can withstand a lot of damage. This thing is much rarer than weapons. In the last life, a combat suit like this could sell for a sky-high price, enough to make the Lord of Future City give you 2 wives. Damn, is this what a dream start feels like? Xiao Jun couldn't help but glance at the girl not far away. If it weren't for himself, all of this would have been hers. The fourth item, a small lunchbox. A portable lunchbox commonly used by soldiers, with rice balls of various flavors inside. Don't underestimate this lunchbox. There are a total of 20 rice balls inside, and just 1 rice ball is enough to fill you up for the whole day. Moreover, the rice balls taste excellent, with various flavors, comparable to a 5-star hotel meal, and will become the main food in the future. The fifth item is a military canteen. A portable water bottle commonly used by soldiers, it can store 50 liters of drinking water. This way, the food and water for the next month is taken care of, and after a month, he will definitely be able to find more resources on his own. The sixth item is an antidote. It can neutralize the corpse poison of zombies below level 3. At this stage, the zombies are only level 1, and level 2 zombies will probably not appear until a month later. This antidote can be considered a miracle drug at this stage, so even if you are unfortunately scratched by a zombie, you don't have to be afraid. The seventh item is another high-tech steel knife. The eighth item is a small blue pill. Xiao Jun was a little confused when he took it out. He had never seen this kind of thing in the apocalypse before, but he had heard his wretched roommate describe it when they were at school. However, the next introduction made him almost jump up. Advanced mutagenic compound. After taking it, it can alter genes and greatly improve the body's basic qualities. Holy shit, mutagenic compound. Xiao Jun had never heard of this stuff before, which meant that it was a rare existence even 6 years later, and ordinary people simply didn't have the chance to know about it. Greatly improving the body's basic qualities, this alone was enough to show how awesome it was just a matter of knowing the specific effects. While thinking about this, Xiao Jun casually stuffed the small blue pill into his mouth. Whether it works or not, you'll just have to take it and find out, right? The pill melted in his mouth, eliminating the need to swallow with water. Within a few seconds, his body felt a warm sensation, as if his energy was bursting out of him and he could hardly contain it. The whole process didn't last long, and Xiao Jun returned to normal after 2 minutes. He picked up the high-tech steel knife he had just obtained, and his heart leaped with joy. Although this kind of steel knife is very useful, it is a bit heavy for ordinary people and is difficult to wield, but now he can hold it in one hand without feeling any gravity. It has at least tripled in weight, Xiao Jun concluded. If strength has tripled, does that mean speed, explosive power, and so on will also triple? After all, the description said that the basic physical qualities will be greatly improved, which means it is comprehensive. He can't experiment with the others for now, there will be plenty of opportunities later. For now, he needs to finish unpacking the rest. Continuing to unpack the box, perhaps all the luck has run out. The 9th and 10th items are just ordinary food, a rice ball and a water bottle. When all 10 items had been taken out, the light in the box slowly faded away, and it became just an ordinary box. As he watched the light in the box fade away, Xiao Jun looked at it again unwillingly, determined to make sure that there really was nothing left in it before giving up, but he still felt a little unsatisfied. Since the nearby zombies had all been cleared away by him, and no new zombies were coming for a while, Xiao Jun began to organize his things. First, he put everything into his space ring, including his backpack, lunchbox, and water bottle. The rest were 2 steel knives and a set of high-tech combat clothing. He put on the combat clothing directly. With this thing, he was not afraid of anyone sneaking up from behind, unless they got a headshot. Xiao Jun could not use the 2 steel knives either, so he returned one of them. Wan Qianya, who was not far away, watched as Xiao Jun opened the box, then pulled out a lot of things like a magician, and then all those things disappeared again. At this moment, Wan Qianya only had one thought: as long as she followed him, she would definitely survive. Once this thought came up, it simply could not be stopped. When the zombie army appeared, Wan Qianya already thought that there might not be a rescue team at all, and that she could only rely on herself if she wanted to survive. That's why she had the courage to go out alone to look for the airdrop box. But now, there is a better way in front of her. As long as she clings to this man in front of her, she can also survive well. When the end of the world comes, most men will muster the courage to fight, while the vast majority of women will rely more on men. This is the gender difference. Seeing that Xiao Jun had not left, Wan Qianya finally mustered the courage and walked towards him. She was confident in her figure and appearance. Previously, she had been one of the top 10 most beautiful women in the School of Finance and Economics, and she majored in dance. This was her capital, the capital to survive. Seeing Wan Qianya walking over, Xiao Jun reflexively picked up the steel knife. This woman was likely one of the top 10 masters of the future city in the previous life. But he quickly relaxed again. He was extremely powerful now, while the other party was just an ordinary girl, and she could do nothing to him. When Wan Qianya approached, Xiao Jun more intuitively felt the beauty of the other party. With a height of about 165, delicate features, and a hint of pitiable, she was enough to make all men want to protect her. The clothes, which were not many and close-fitting, even more outlined her perfect figure incisively and vividly. With a devilish figure and an angelic face, this kind of temptation, who can withstand it? I want to follow you. Before Xiao Jun could speak, Wan Qianya directly unleashed her trump card as soon as she came up. As long as I can follow him, I can promise whatever he wants, as long as I can stay alive. Xiao Jun narrowed his eyes. Wan Qianya only had a strong desire to survive in her heart. No wonder this woman could become one of the top 10 masters. This decisiveness is not something ordinary people can achieve. Please, I will never be a burden to you. Seeing that Xiao Jun did not say anything, Wan Qianya became anxious. This was her only chance. If Xiao Jun refused, she really didn't know what to do. She had seen several drop boxes, but this one was the closest. However, Xiao Jun had already looted it, so it would be difficult for her to find another. Xiao Jun was swayed by her strong desire to survive and her courage to walk alone in the zombie-infested campus. If she added her status as one of the top 10 experts in the future, this investment should be worthwhile. Then just take her with you. If she doesn't perform well, just abandon her. You can hear her thoughts anyway, so you're not afraid of her suddenly betraying you. Then you stay close to me, and if you get lost, I won't care. Chapter 9, Resolving the Knot in His Heart. With a qualitative breakthrough, Xiao Jun is now full of confidence. Facing this first-order zombie, Xiao Jun's current strength combined with his equipment can easily defeat it 1-N. So he didn't look for another way, and simply strutted back the way he came. With such a big advantage, he had to make good use of it. Although Xiao Jun's physical strength had greatly improved, he was essentially still an ordinary person. In order to become a mutant, he had to absorb 10 first-order mutant crystals. Xiao Jun only had 2 in his hands now, and that was because he was lucky. To gather the remaining 8, he would need to kill an estimated 60 to 70 zombies, and if he was unlucky, he might have to kill hundreds. But that's not a problem, it's just a good chance to get used to his new body. Seeing Xiao Jun walking along the road, with the intention of charging into the zombie horde and fighting, Wan Qianya hesitated for a moment. But she quickly steeled herself, this was her only chance, if she didn't follow him, she wouldn't last long on her own. Moreover, judging from the decisive way he just killed the zombies, it was obvious that he wasn't someone who would seek death. Gritting her teeth, Wan Qianya followed closely behind. During the day, the combat effectiveness of first-stage zombies decreased significantly, which was also the chance for humans to survive. After a month, second-stage zombies appeared, which were not afraid of sunlight. They were fierce both day and night. Xiao Jun, clad in combat fatigues and armed with a steel knife, looked like a brave warrior, and those zombies were like chickens to be slaughtered in his hands. Wan Qianya followed behind him, her eyes shining. This time she had really bet on the right horse. As long as she followed him, she would definitely survive. If this was really the end of the world, she might even be able to live a life that ordinary people could never imagine. Moreover, this man was so young and kind of handsome, so she wasn't doing badly by following him. Wan Qianya's thoughts came from behind her, and Xiao Jun couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. He chopped up the zombies with even more energy. He had killed his way from the gym to the front of the girls' dormitory. Xiao Jun roughly estimated that he had killed at least 40 or 50 zombies, and he had also obtained 6 first-order mutant crystals. With 4 more, he would become a first-order mutant, and his strength would take a qualitative leap. In front of the girls' dormitory, Xiao Jun had just killed the last zombie in the circle and was preparing to take a short break. At this time, the closest zombie to him was more than 20 meters away, which was very safe. Seeing Xiao Jun stop, Wan Qianya felt that she should do something. So she gathered her courage, walked up to him, and then stood next to him, giving him a massage on his arm. She waved her hands so many times, she must be tired. Xiao Jun just looked quietly, without any expression on his face. At such a close distance, Wan Qianya wasn't wearing much clothing, and when Xiao Jun looked down, he could see her magnificent breasts clearly. Well, it feels very good. And the woman didn't have any other thoughts either, she was just seriously massaging Xiao Jun, which was very good. In the end times, humans will inevitably huddle together to keep warm. Even in the future city in the back, major legions are very popular. In addition to the city lord's mansion, there are also 3 top legions and 4 major forces in the future city that work together to maintain its development. As the future city lord, Xiao Jun didn't want to be, but it was necessary to build a force of his own. Since Wan Qianya was able to become one of the top 10 masters in her previous life, it is enough to show her talent and ability. Even if she was robbed of her greatest opportunity, she is still worth cultivating, provided that she will not betray herself. Use a little strength, haven't you eaten? Wan Qianya was shocked. She really hadn't eaten. In the past few days, she had only eaten a little snack and drunk a few sips of water today. She was still very weak. But she didn't dare to voice the slightest opinion, and quickly increased the strength a little, putting on a beautiful smile on her face as best she could. At this moment, something unexpected happened. One of the zombies, which were clearly some distance away, suddenly pounced towards them. Xiao Jun frowned. It shouldn't be like this, unless it was a mutated zombie. But judging from its walking posture, it was no different from the other zombies, and it looked a little stiff in the sunlight. However, this zombie had a clear goal in mind, and it was obviously coming straight for Xiao Jun and Wan Qianya. Why her? Xiao Yu, it has nothing to do with me. It's not that I don't want to save you, I can't help it. Interesting. Xiao Jun understood that this zombie was actually Wan Qianya's roommate. From the situation, it seems that she was originally with Wan Qianya, but she was attacked by the zombie. Wan Qianya saw her die and didn't help her, but took the opportunity to escape, so she resented her. What Xiao Jun didn't know was that in the previous life, Wan Qianya, Xiao Yu was killed in front of her eyes, and became her shadow. Later, after she finished licking the airdrop, she was once again attacked by Xiao Yu. After several pursuits, there was no way out, so Wan Qianya finally completely blackened and beheaded the zombie that Xiao Yu had turned into. This is how Wan Qianya, one of the top 10 masters of the future city, came to be. Xiao Jun didn't know any of this, but he knew that this female zombie seemed to have become Wan Qianya's knot. If she didn't solve this problem, she would never become a true master. In the end times, if she is only good looking, she can at most be a valuable commodity, but Xiao Jun doesn't want to keep such a vase, especially at this early stage of development. Every day countless people are killed by zombies. If she can't overcome this hurdle in her heart, she is destined not to live long. Go, kill this zombie, and you can follow me in the future. Xiao Jun took out the bone saw from his space ring and handed it to Wan Qianya. Go with confidence, I'll cover for you. Zombies are extremely weak during the day, and this is only a female zombie, you can definitely do it. With the words already said, Wan Qianya knew that Xiao Jun had already made up his mind. She had even said at the beginning that she would never hold him back, and now was indeed the time to prove her strength. But why was it this time, and why was it her? Wan Qianya would hesitate, but Xiao Yu, who had already turned into a zombie, would not. Xiao Yu ignored Xiao Jun as he dodged lightly, and pounced straight at Wan Qianya, full of resentment. No! Wan Qianya shouted, her hand holding the bone saw trembling slightly, and she ultimately chose to dodge. Xiao Yu was naturally unwilling to let go, and turned around to pounce at Wan Qianya again. After repeating this a few times, Xiao Jun became impatient and turned to leave. The bone chopper is hers for the taking. She has robbed her of her chance, and whether she can survive depends on her. Wan Qianya also saw Xiao Jun turn around, and despair instantly arose in her heart. Xiao Yu. Another miserable cry, the female zombie's head was severed by the bone-chopping knife, and in an instant, most of her head was chopped off. Xiao Jun stopped in his tracks, and Wan Qianya could no longer hold the bone-chopping knife in her hand. She squatted on the ground, next to the corpse of Xiao Yu. This girl, who had been strong since the beginning of the apocalypse, cried completely. Chapter 10 Campus Disturbance. Once again, Xiao Jun was in the front killing zombies, while Wan Qianya followed behind without saying a word. However, this time, she had an extra bone-chiseling knife in her hand. In the end times, people can have a conscience and a bottom line, but they cannot be overly kind. If Wan Qianya can't get over this hurdle, Xiao Jun will still give up on her without hesitation. Xiao Yu just now also generously gave Xiao Jun a first-order mutant crystal. Now Xiao Jun has a total of 7 in his hands. As long as he has 3 more, he can become a true first-order mutant. At this stage, even if someone dares to kill the zombies, it is absolutely impossible to discover the secret of the mutant crystal so quickly. All Xiao Jun has to do is stay ahead of everyone else. In the end times, you never know what kind of crisis you will encounter, but one thing is absolutely true, you don't need to be strong, but you must be stronger than the weakest, so that you have a chance to survive. Another wave of zombies came, and Xiao Jun easily chopped them up like vegetables. Just when there were only 2 left, Wan Qianya, who was behind him, suddenly rushed up like she had gone crazy. Kill, 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 kill them all. Xiao Jun looked at Wan Qianya, who had lost her mind, in surprise, but his body flashed to the side, giving her the battlefield. Facing 2 zombies at the same time was easy for Xiao Jun, but it was more than a little difficult for Wan Qianya. The most annoying thing about zombies is their corpse poison. You can't get hurt fighting them, not even a little bit. After rushing up, Wan Qianya did not engage in a head-on confrontation as Xiao Jun had expected. Even though she had lost her mind a little, she was still trying her best to dodge the zombies' attacks and look for opportunities to counterattack. Their heads were their only fatal point, and it was useless to slash anywhere else. Wan Qianya swung the bone chopper wildly and slashed several times, but all of her strikes landed on the hands of the two zombies. 2 slashes hit their chests, but to no avail. Hearing Xiao Jun's words, Wan Qianya's eyes twitched, as if she had regained her senses. In another attack, Wan Qianya twisted out of the zombie's deadly attack in a strange position, and backhanded a fierce slash at the opponent's head. This slash seemed to have used up the last of her strength, and after finishing, she directly collapsed on the ground. As long as he saves me, I will be devoted to him in the future, and I will let it go that he forced me to kill Xiaoyu. This little girl, she still cares about what just happened. I was helping her, but she doesn't appreciate it. While thinking about this, Xiao Jun was also busy. He swung his steel knife and precisely smashed it into the head of another zombie. There is a chance that there will be a crystal inside the head of a zombie, just like this one. Saying this, a piece of mutated crystal appeared in Xiao Jun's hand. This thing is very useful, you find it. Wan Qianya had seen Xiao Jun's movements before and roughly knew that there was something he needed in the zombie's head, but she had been behind him the whole time and couldn't see clearly. Now she realized that it was these small, transparent crystals, which were quite pretty. After catching her breath, Wan Qianya got up from the ground, holding back the churning in her stomach as she used the bone chopper to stir the zombie's head, just as she had seen Xiao Jun do before. The head was smashed to pieces, but this one wasn't. After retching a few times, Wan Qianya, expressionless, walked over to the other one. As soon as the bone chopper was inserted, it hit something. She picked it up with the tip of the knife, and a piece of white, transparent crystal was picked out, exactly the same as the one in Xiao Jun's hand. A trace of joy appeared on Xiao Jun's face. 8 pieces. Although Xiao Jun didn't say anything, Wan Qianya still obediently handed the mutated crystal to Xiao Jun without any other thoughts. The loud noise made by the two on the campus also attracted the attention of other survivors. There were also an unknown number of people in the surrounding dormitories watching this scene. Is that person Wan Qianya? Really, it seems to be her. How is she so powerful that she can actually kill a zombie? The man with her is even more amazing, effortlessly fighting off several zombies by himself. That man is so handsome, where did he get that weapon? As Xiao Jun killed, the zombies in the finance and economics college area were basically all killed by him, and the survivors who were still hiding in the dormitory gradually began to discuss it. Why don't we go follow that man too? It's better than hiding here and waiting to die. As soon as someone made the suggestion, many people immediately agreed. There are so many of us, he definitely won't let us die here. It was clear that Wan Qianya's body really couldn't take it anymore, so Xiao Jun took out a rice ball and handed it to her. Eat it. Wan Qianya didn't ask what it was, she just did what Xiao Jun told her to do. As soon as the rice ball entered her mouth, a fresh seafood flavor stimulated her entire body. It was so good, she hadn't eaten anything this delicious in a long time. After she finished the rice ball, Xiao Jun took another bottle of mineral water and gave it to her. This time, they had only brought 2 bottles of water with them when they left, and now they were both gone. She didn't ask how Xiao Jun had magically produced the food, because even zombies had appeared, so there was nothing that couldn't be explained. After drinking half a bottle of water in one go, Wan Qianya's body was once again full of strength, and she felt much more energetic. Qianya, it really is you. Just as she was about to continue on her journey, a large group of female students suddenly rushed out of the dormitory building next to her. Wow, are there really so many survivors? Contemporary college students can really endure hardship. Qianya, you're amazing, you can even kill zombies. Sister Qianya, take me with you, I want to go with you. Wan Qianya's eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she glanced at Xiao Jun secretly, noticing that he had not left alone, and her heart also eased. I can't protect myself, let alone protect you all. Wan Qianya spoke coldly. Although this group of people went to the same school and were all in the same dormitory, she really didn't know many of them. With this group of burdens, not to mention Xiao Jun, she herself would not have agreed. You are indeed in a difficult situation, but you have a good appearance, and someone is protecting you, aren't they? As soon as these words were spoken, the others fell silent, and even Xiao Jun looked over. Finding all the attention focused on her, the girl was a little pleased, especially when she saw that Xiao Jun had also looked over, and she tried hard to hold her head high. Xiao Jun's comment on this was that she was no match for Wan Qianya. However, with so many girls in very little clothing in front of him, it was quite pleasing to the eye. "Handsome guy, let me go with you. I can do everything Wan Qianya can do, and I can do it even better." While talking, the girl deliberately or unintentionally stirred her already extremely short nightdress, which was still vacuumed inside. This girl is called Lily, and she is also one of the top 10 campus flowers of the School of Finance and Economics. Although she is ranked below Wan Qianya, she is indeed a rare beauty. "Stupid bitch, flirting with my man right in front of me. He shouldn't be tempted." Wan Qianya was a little unsure in her heart. Although she was very beautiful, Lily was not bad either. She was quite famous in her school, and she was also very flirtatious. When the girl had finished performing, Xiao Jun looked at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock, and he still had to rush back to the hotel for lunch. "Wan Qianya, are you done reminiscing? It's time to go. Hey, do you have a heart? We're all human. If you're capable, why don't you save us? Just because that bitch Wan Qianya is good looking?" Hearing Xiao Jun's words, Lily immediately exploded. Usually, when those boys see her, they are all respectful. In her eyes, all men are just dogs that have to lick her and go along with her. Now that she has already compromised, he actually still has the nerve to ignore her. A cold gaze came over, revealing a substantial murderous aura, which made her shiver involuntarily. She was about to say something, but then she froze, unable to say anything. "Go." Xiao Jun turned around with a steel knife in his hand, and Wan Qianya was very happy. She didn't hide it at all, and just smiled proudly as she left in front of them. Everyone looked at each other, but no one had the courage to follow. Chapter 11 Back to the hotel. One more to go. The two of them had successfully made it to the school gate, and they had also obtained 9 mutant crystals. The group of girls earlier was just a minor incident that the two of them didn't take to heart. It was just the rage of the week. Killing all the dozen or so at the entrance should be enough. We'll avoid the zombies and hurry back. We definitely have to go back to the hotel. There's still a lot of food there that Xiao Jun prepared. Don't think that just because you have a lunchbox and a water bottle, you'll be fine. If you're unlucky and you don't come across a good airdrop box, you could run out of food. And now that there are 2 of them, the food and water they have will last them for at most 20 days. The most important thing is that at night, the zombies will become much stronger. At that time, it'll be safer to hide inside the hotel. A dozen zombies were killed in just a few minutes when Xiao Jun fired on full power. Wan Qianya rushed up to start feeling for prizes. She found one. She won the jackpot on the first try. This girl is so lucky, and it was definitely the right decision to bring her along. She felt 6 zombie corpses in a row, and unexpectedly, Wan Qianya felt out another one. Let's go back to the hotel. The goal of today's outing has been more than accomplished. Xiao Jun is also a bit tired after killing so many zombies, and now he just wants to go back to the big bed in the hotel and get a good night's sleep. There were many more zombies on the street than on campus, so the two walked very carefully, for fear that if they weren't careful, they would attract a large group of zombies. Xiao Jun had a lot of experience in the end times, and he had a perfect sense of distance and control of his hatred for the zombies. Wan Qianya was also a smart person with great physical flexibility. After more than an hour, the two returned safely to the hotel. "Brother Jun, there seem to be zombies inside the hotel too." The two were hiding behind a large pillar in front of the hotel entrance, observing the situation inside. It is estimated that someone went out foraging last night. After the zombies arrived, they panicked and ran towards the hotel, attracting some zombies and even turning themselves into zombies. There is nothing we can do about it. Stay close and I'll kill my way in. The hotel lobby was not small. A rough estimate was that there were at least a dozen zombies, which did not daunt Xiao Jun. He took out another battle knife from his ring and held one in each hand. This battle had to be quick. If it took too long, it might alert the army of zombies outside, and that would be troublesome. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jun quickly charged into the hotel lobby with 2 steel knives in his hands. The noise immediately attracted the attention of the zombies in the lobby, who pounced on him. Xiao Jun didn't even fully enter the hotel, but stood at the entrance, with the imposing air of a man who could hold the door against thousands. The steel knives in his hands were swung so fast that they were completely invisible, smashing all the zombies that attempted to get close to him. "Brother Jun, it seems that the zombies outside have noticed this place." Wan Qianya was a little nervous and kept observing the movements of the zombie army outside. "Come in with me. Xiao Jun took 3 steps forward, stepping aside to let Wan Qianya in. Quick, close the glass door. Wan Qianya hurriedly walked to both sides of the door and pushed the glass door of the hotel with all her strength. Brother Jun, they're here. Wan Qianya's voice was shaking a little. The zombies outside were really coming. If they were attacked from the front and back, Xiao Jun might survive, but she would definitely die. Is the door closed? Yes, it's closed. Despite her fear, Wan Qianya still carefully completed the task Xiao Jun had assigned her. Hold the door, hurry. Wan Qianya used her back to hold the glass door tightly shut. The zombies outside had already reached the door and began to randomly beat on it. I can't hold it anymore. The tremendous impact made Wan Qianya's frail body unable to bear it anymore. At this time, a suffocating feeling came, and Xiao Jun's back was pressed tightly against her. It's over, my giant panda is going to be squashed. Xiao Jun was angry and felt funny at the same time. What was this girl thinking? It wasn't that Xiao Jun deliberately leaned against her, he was doing it to protect her. If the two of them leaned against the door side by side, Xiao Jun couldn't guarantee that the zombies inside wouldn't hurt her. Hold on a little longer, it'll be over soon. After another flurry of slashes, the last zombie in the hall died at Xiao Jun's blade. Turning around, Xiao Jun used both hands to hold the glass door firmly against the zombies outside, preventing them from pushing it open. Xiong, what should we do? Holding the door open is definitely not a solution. Everyone will eventually run out of strength. Go and check the bodies first, don't be afraid. Xiao Jun had just been complaining about Wan Qianya in his heart, but in an instant he had begun his greedy performance, reaching for the crystals even as he faced death. Wan Qianya had no other choice but to listen to Xiao Jun and go and touch the bodies first. In 2 minutes, Wan Qianya had finished. There were actually 4 crystals among the 20-odd zombies in this hall. She really loved her red hands. Do you see that small door? That's the stairwell. I see it. Wan Qianya nodded, not knowing what Xiao Jun meant. That door can be locked from the inside. You go first, lock half the door, and leave the other half open. When I come in, you close the door immediately. There was one more thing Xiao Jun didn't say. Even if all these zombies rushed in, Xiao Jun was confident that he could get rid of them and escape. Don't worry, Jun, I'll wait for you at the door. You must come. Wan Qianya agreed after only a second's hesitation. She couldn't help much from here, and she still had to be protected by Xiao Jun. She had only said a few hours ago that she wouldn't be a burden to him, but she had already broken her promise so quickly. She quickly ran to the stairs of the hotel, and the door could indeed be locked, just as Xiao Jun had said. Wan Qianya closed half of the door first, inserted it, and then went out to give Xiao Jun an OK sign. On the count of 3, Xiao Jun suddenly let go of her hand and sprinted towards the stairs. 1 second later, the door was pushed open by the zombies swarming in, and Xiao Jun, exerting his far superior physical fitness, instantly ran to the stairwell. Wan Qianya waited here with trepidation, not knowing whether the next person to come in would be Xiao Jun or a zombie, but she still did not choose to close the door. Brother Jun! Wan Qianya exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Xiao Jun was the strongest man in her heart. Close the door, stupid woman. Xiao Jun flashed past, and Wan Qianya quickly reacted, slamming the other half of the door shut. Thud! 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 That was the sound of the zombies banging on the door. Shoo! Xiao Jun placed his forefinger over his mouth to indicate to Wan Qianya to be quiet. Without hearing any noise and not being able to smell any living beings, the zombies would leave in no time. Sure enough, after a few minutes, the sound of the banging on the door disappeared. The two let out a sigh of relief and carefully climbed up the stairs. 21st floor. All the doors remained closed, but the corpses in the hallway were gone, presumably having been cleaned up by someone. With so many zombies around, if you just threw a corpse down, there wouldn't be anything left in a minute. Drip, fingerprint unlock successful. Fortunately, the hotel rooms use fingerprint locks, which are battery powered, so even if the power goes out, it won't affect them as long as the battery is charged. Finally safe. Chapter 12 First Order Mutant. Brother Jun, did you prepare all this? Looking at the stockpile in the room, Wan Qianya was amazed and couldn't stop smiling. Did he know the world would end long ago? Otherwise, why would he have prepared so much and also happen to book a presidential suite on the 21st floor? Xiao Jun's figure became more and more mysterious in Wan Qianya's heart. When a woman becomes curious about a man, it means she is already in love with him. From the panic of the first day of the end of the world to the despair of the following days, and then to the shock of the zombies appearing, in just a few days, Wan Qianya's heart had already been defeated. It wasn't until she met Xiao Jun that she had hoped to live again. Now, the impact of the food in the room had caused her psychological defenses to collapse. Now, even if Xiao Jun took her directly to the big bed, she wouldn't resist. The happiness of a dancer is beyond your imagination. Xiao Jun opened the gas tank, put a large iron pot on the rack, and began pouring mineral water into it. Wan Qianya didn't understand what this was for. There was so much mineral water. When she was dying of heat a few days ago, Wan Qianya thought to herself, if someone gave her a bottle of mineral water, she would be willing to sleep with that person for a night. After pouring 20 bottles of mineral water into the pot, Xiao Jun stopped. Now that there is a high-tech kettle, there is no shortage of water. Before, he stocked up on hundreds of boxes of mineral water, not just for drinking, but also for bathing. He boiled all the water and poured it into the bathtub, then opened 10 more bottles of mineral water and poured them in. Although there was still a bit less water, it was enough for a bath. Wan Qianya was already dumbfounded. Is this kind of luxury still around these days? Xiao Jun didn't care about her, and stripped off his clothes before jumping into the bathtub. It felt so good. Although Xiao Jun had been soaking in water for the past few days, he had killed zombies all day today and was covered in blood, so he needed to clean himself up. After half an hour of washing, the water in the bathtub turned red and black, and Xiao Jun emerged feeling refreshed. Do it yourself, do you want me to boil the water for you? Looking at Wan Qianya, who had been in a daze since entering the room, Xiao Jun said. Can I take a bath too? Happiness came a little too suddenly, and Wan Qianya stuttered a little. Yesterday, she was willing to sleep with someone for a bottle of water, but today she can actually take a bath? If things continue like this, it will be hard for her not to marry him. She just didn't know if the Civil Affairs Bureau was still open for business. I'm going into the room, you do it yourself. When you're done, take a break and eat whatever you want. Xiao Jun was very tired, mentally exhausted. He hadn't slept all night and had been killing zombies all day. He desperately needed a nap. He had already gained a certain amount of trust in Wan Qianya, and in Wan Qianya's heart, he only heard a bunch of strange thoughts. If he didn't have no energy right now, he would definitely discuss these with the woman. This is the advantage of taking in a woman, the probability of betrayal is much lower than that of a man. Pushing open the door, Xiao Jun once again lay down on the warm bed, feeling comfortable. After Xiao Jun entered the room, Wan Qianya followed his example and opened the gas canister. When she poured the water, she hesitated for a moment and poured in 15 bottles of mineral water. After boiling, she opened 5 more bottles of mineral water and poured them into the bathtub. Although there were only 20 bottles of water, Wan Qianya still had a very happy bath, carefully rubbing her whole body, and even using shower gel and shampoo. In his sleep, Xiao Jun felt vaguely as if something had snuggled into his arms. It was soft and quite comfortable to hold. So, Xiao Jun tightly embraced the object, which was really comfortable. When he woke up, it was completely dark outside, and it was quiet, not a sound. Ha! Xiao Jun was just about to move around and stretch when he suddenly felt something was wrong. He had someone in his arms, no wonder his arms were sore. With the moonlight shining in through the window, Xiao Jun saw the face of the person in his arms. It was Wan Qianya. After taking a shower, she looked even more ethereal, like a fairy in the palace of the moon. In her sleep, her delicate nose was slightly wrinkled, adding a touch of playfulness and cuteness. Her hands were wrapped tightly around Xiao Jun's waist, their bodies pressed together, her head resting on his chest. The quilt was slightly lifted, and the guy was actually naked. This was a blatant seduction, and how could Xiao Jun bear it? So, while Wan Qianya still didn't understand what was going on, then Xiao Jun walked out of the room contentedly, his physical strength 3 times stronger than normal. Wan Qianya had already fallen asleep again. Xiao Jun sat alone in the living room, lit 2 candles for light, and then lit a cigarette. He took a sharp drag and exhaled slowly. In his previous life, after 6 years of hard work, Xiao Jun had never married. Occasionally, when he had some spare money, he would go to a cheap brothel in the city to let off some steam, but he could never even dream of a woman of Wan Qianya's caliber. After stubbing out the cigarette, Xiao Jun took out 10 mutant crystals. Only by remaining strong could one survive the end times. There was no special way to use the mutant crystals, one simply stuffed them into one's mouth. As one mutant crystal was placed in the mouth, a warm current rose within the body, as if the body had become a little stronger. Xiao Jun did not hesitate, and immediately followed it up with the second and third, until he had finished all 10. Xiao Jun's body finally underwent a qualitative change. First-order mutants do not need anyone to remind them, as if they were born knowing this. Everyone who has taken 10 mutant crystals will know. First-order mutants double their overall strength. This doubling is a true doubling of all attributes, whether it is strength, speed, or endurance, it will be doubled directly. For example, if you originally had a punch of 150 pounds, now it's 300 pounds. If you originally ran 100 meters in 16 seconds, now it's only 8 seconds. Xiao Jun, on the other hand, had already taken a high-level mutation mixture before this, and his body had been enhanced 3 times in all aspects. After becoming a first-order mutant, he could clearly feel his own strength, which had doubled again on top of the genetically mutated body. He was too strong. No wonder the top 10 experts in his previous life could sit firmly on the throne. He was simply too strong, invincible in his class. Xiao Jun began to look forward to the other ultimate airdrop boxes. He had to seize the opportunity now and find more airdrop boxes as soon as possible. If he could find another ultimate airdrop box, then Xiao Jun would be rich. Even if there was no ultimate airdrop box, 2 advanced ones would be fine. Chapter 13 Thoughts. First-order mutations. 100 first-order mutation crystals are needed to upgrade to the second order, which is a lot. A conservative estimate is that you have to kill thousands of zombies. As for upgrading after the second order, it requires even more, a full 1,000 first-order mutation crystals, or 100 second-order mutation crystals, but only second-order zombies have a chance of producing them. There is also a conversion ratio between mutant crystals. In the last life, mutant crystals have also become hard currency, and mutant crystals are required to purchase things. 1 second-order mutant crystal is equivalent to 10 first-order mutant crystals, and the same goes for the third and fourth orders. This is also based on the effect of the mutation crystal. However, in the actual upgrade process, this is not entirely the case. An ordinary person can take 10 first-order mutation crystals to upgrade to a first-order mutant, or they can take 1 second-order mutation crystal to upgrade, but they cannot take a third-order mutation crystal, as it will directly burst their body and cause death. Similarly, a third-order mutant can take 100 third-order mutant crystals to upgrade, or 1,000 second-order mutant crystals, but first-order mutant crystals have little effect, and perhaps 100,000 might be possible. Therefore, in the later stages, lower-order mutant crystals are more used as hard currency, while higher-order mutant crystals are still rare. Second-order zombies will not appear until a month later. Xiao Jun is now an invincible being. The 6-fold buff to all attributes has allowed him to ignore the numerical difference. In a good mood, Xiao Jun opened a bottle of beer. Occasionally, there was a strange cry or two outside, possibly from someone who had accidentally revealed their position and was being knocked on the door by the zombie army. It's good to live high up, even if the zombies break into the hotel, it's still difficult for them to climb this high. Drinking a beer, he opened another bag of drunkard peanuts to go with his drink. This life is really carefree. The door suddenly opened, and the naked Wan Qianya limped out. I'm out of clothes. In the light of the candle, she looked even more hazy and beautiful, and with Wan Qianya's almost coquettish tone, Xiao Jun almost couldn't hold back. Xiao Jun had just finished upgrading, and now that his physical strength had increased, he was afraid that Wan Qianya would die if he trained her some more. There are some of my clothes over there, find one to wear. Wan Qianya is a very smart woman, and she quickly adapted to this end of the world. After becoming Xiao Jun's woman, she still maintained a kind of humility, because she understood that as long as Xiao Jun was willing, there would be countless women now using every means to climb into his bed, just for the resources in this house. She found a white shirt, and since she didn't have any underwear, she didn't wear any either. She took another bottle of fizzy water from the side and sat down next to Xiao Jun. It was better that she didn't wear any underwear, because the white shirt she wore made her look even more seductive. Xiao Jun had to force himself not to look over there, and then he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag to suppress the distracting thoughts in his mind. What should we do next? After a moment of silence, Wan Qianya broke the silence. We can't stay in this room forever, and we're not allowed to eat. Tomorrow I'll continue looking for an airdrop box. An airdrop box? The big box that fell from the sky in front of the gymnasium today? I didn't think Wan Qianya had seen it either, because due to the zombies the night before, at that time of day, very few people would have noticed. Not many people know about it now, but tomorrow, many people will definitely know, because for the next 7 days, an airdrop box will fall every day, and at midnight, there will be a zombie rain. The zombies and the airdrop boxes will not end in one day. This situation will continue for 7 days. While the zombies are becoming more and more numerous, so are the airdrop boxes. It feels like being an animal in captivity, eliminating the weak as much as possible, so that only the strong can survive. Moreover, the strong will only become stronger and stronger, and the weak have no choice at all. Wan Qianya did not ask Xiao Jun why he knew so much. She only needed to know that following Xiao Jun would be enough to survive. I saw several of those airdrop boxes yesterday. Xiao Jun was delighted. Yesterday, he had only been paying attention to that superb airdrop box and hadn't looked at the others. If he knew the general direction, it would be much easier to find. In this direction. Wan Qianya roughly confirmed her current location through the window. There should be one not far from us. I saw it fall towards this direction, a little further north. The School of Finance is on the south side of the hotel. I didn't find any airdrop boxes along the way today, so I'll go north tomorrow to have a look. These airdrop boxes are really similar in length to ordinary boxes. From a distance, there is no difference at all, and you can only tell them apart by the small lock on top. Sometimes the airdrop box is right next to you, and you might miss it for an ordinary box. Moreover, the drop-off locations of these boxes are quite tricky, and they will never appear on the street. They will either be in a corner of the community, in the courtyard of a unit, or, like the one Xiao Jun opened, at the entrance to the school gymnasium. These are the kinds of places that no one would go to unless they had a purpose. Now everyone is busy looking for food everywhere. What can you do at the gym? But once everyone knows about the drop-off boxes tomorrow, people will be looking everywhere. While everyone is still confused, Xiao Jun must find a few more tomorrow, preferably with the best airdrop boxes. Although I know that this hope is very slim, it is still possible to fantasize a little. Tomorrow, you rest at the hotel, and I will go out alone. Bringing Wan Qianya with me now would just be holding me back, and it would be more convenient if I went out alone. Wan Qianya nodded with emotion. I'll take some of this food, and you keep an eye on the rest and don't let anyone in. Xiao Jun thought about it for a while and took away some of the food, especially the things with a short shelf life. Anything that is put into the space equipment will always remain in the way it was put in, avoiding the consequences of being expired due to being stored for too long. In front of Wan Qianya, Xiao Jun took away most of the cans, followed by some water and salt. 500 kilograms is still too small, there must be some room for other things. If we run into a shopping mall tomorrow, we can go in and have a look. Shopping malls have their own storage rooms, and from past life experience, I can tell that those places are usually sealed and will not suffer too serious flooding. Well, at least I have to bring back some women's clothes, otherwise it will be very difficult to deal with Wanxia in this state. Chapter 14 Scavenging. This was the most comfortable night's sleep Wan Qianya had had in recent days. Not only was the bed large and the quilt warm, the person holding her also gave her a sense of security. 8 a.m. Leaving so early? We have to go early, there will be a second airdrop at 9 o'clock, so it's best to find a few before then and then go depending on the situation today. Gently dressing Xiao Jun, Wan Qianya looked like a young wife sending her husband off to work. I won't be able to use the bone saw or the cleaver, so I'll leave them to you. Protect yourself if anything happens. And you should take these 5 mutant crystals now. As if remembering something, Xiao Jun took out 5 mutant crystals. Although they could not directly help Wan Qianya upgrade, they could greatly enhance her physical fitness, and she could still deal with an ordinary man. Seeing the mutant crystals in Xiao Jun's hands, Wan Qianya hesitated a little. She knew that these things were dug out of the brains of zombies. You must eat it. Seeing through Wan Qianya's petty thoughts, Xiao Jun said sternly. If you can't stand this, then you were wrong about me. Since there was no room for discussion, Wan Qianya stopped being coy. She took a bottle of mineral water, closed her eyes, and stuffed all 5 mutant crystals into her mouth. Feeling the changes brought about by the mutant crystals, Wan Qianya was full of wonder. It really is a good thing, my strength seems to have increased, and my lower body doesn't hurt anymore. Xiao Jun was speechless for a moment. Is this how college students are now? Remember what I said, I'll go first. After seeing through the peephole in the door that there was no one in the hallway, Xiao Jun quickly opened the door, walked out, and then closed it immediately. What he didn't see was that in the room opposite his, behind the door, there was also an eye, watching his every move through the peephole. Changgu, I really didn't lie to you. The young man who lives across the hall bought a lot of food, water, and all kinds of things the day before the end of the world. If Xiao Jun were here, he would recognize that the person talking was the butler who was responsible for bringing him the food. Don't worry, if it's true, there's enough food for us brothers to eat, and you will definitely get your share. The person called Chang Gu patted him on the cheek. The butler bent over, raised his head, and smiled flatteringly, unable to see the hand that patted him. You two, hurry up. Once the kid is far away, we'll go over there and break down the door to do something big. There were 2 other men in the room, playing games with the 2 waitresses, except that the waitresses seemed very tired. They couldn't drink even 2 mouthfuls of water or eat a meal in a day, and then they had to take turns playing games with several men. No one would be able to handle this. Xiao Jun did not know about the hotel, and by now he had already gone downstairs. There were more zombies in the lobby than yesterday, presumably because he had not gone out after introducing them yesterday. However, things were different now. Xiao Jun now completely didn't care about this level of zombies. As long as his physical strength could keep up, no matter how many came, they were all sending mutant crystals. Damn, they are all a bunch of cheapskates. There were more than 30 zombies, but only 1 mutation crystal was produced? Looks like I need to upgrade Wan Qianya sooner. She is the true child of destiny, and her luck is much better than mine. Walking out of the hotel door, there were even more zombies outside, many of them new faces. Last night was indeed another wave of zombie rain. Xiao Jun did not alert them. His physical strength was limited, and provoking the zombie army on the street would be asking for trouble. Finding the airdrop box is the priority now, and killing the zombies is only a last resort. After identifying the direction, Xiao Jun quietly moved quickly towards the north. According to Wan Qianya's memory, there should be an airdrop box here. Along the way, Xiao Jun did not alert the zombie army. Occasionally, a few blocked the road, but Xiao Jun also dealt with them quickly. In this way, Xiao Jun always maintained a very high speed. Hey, a supermarket. Xiao Jun dodged and entered a supermarket. As soon as he entered, several zombies pounced on him, and he quickly killed them with his knife. Finally, he had another mutant crystal. He was really lucky. After exclaiming, Xiao Jun began to loot the place. There was still some standing water on the floor, and in many places there were various kinds of corpses lying around. It looked like these people had not survived the first day. There was nothing left on the shelves, and even if there had been any leftovers, they would have been scavenged clean in the past few days. Xiao Jun's goal was naturally not here, but the supermarket's storage warehouse. After wandering around the mall for a long time, Xiao Jun finally found a sign and followed the stairs to the basement level. He didn't expect to find a few zombies here as well, and 2 of them were obviously humans assimilated by the zombies. After casually disposing of them, Xiao Jun knew he had come to the right place. Those 2 humans must have been staff at this supermarket. After the natural disaster ended, they thought about coming here to find food, but they didn't expect to attract the zombies. In the end, they didn't find any food and ended up joining the ranks of the zombies. Using his steel knife, Xiao Jun easily destroyed the large lock on the door and pushed open the warehouse door. This is a bit too much. His ring already contained nearly 400 pounds of stuff, and there was still more than 600 pounds of space left. He thought that was enough, but now it seems like there's still a long way to go. Snickers, nuts, chocolate. There's nothing here that Xiao Jun can't think of, and he really wants to take all of it. This makes Xiao Jun even more eager to find more airdrop boxes. There's really not enough space equipment, and 500 kilograms is completely insufficient. In the end, Xiao Jun collected 100 kilograms of Snickers, then 100 kilograms of spicy strips, 100 kilograms of various drinks, and 100 kilograms of small snacks such as potato chips. Finally, he collected 100 kilograms of self-heating rice. There really wasn't enough space, and he only took so little that it looked like he hadn't taken anything at all. Walking further inside, there were women's underwear and various clothes, which were stuffed directly into the ring. First, he took 100 sets of the same thing, and then the same for the men's. After these were finished, the ring only had a pitiful 25 kilograms of capacity left. He closed the door of the warehouse, and when he returned, if he managed to get more space equipment, he would definitely come back and fill it all up. Xiao Jun let out a breath as he walked out of the supermarket. Even if he didn't get any space equipment, the supplies he had plus those from the hotel would be enough for him and Wan Qianya to live on for a long time. There were only 20 minutes left until 9 o'clock, so it was time to start looking for airdrop boxes. Chapter 15 Grabbing an airdrop box. After taking a turn, Xiao Jun saw a tall wall, and airdrop boxes were likely to appear in places like this. After walking along the wall, he finally found the entrance to the gate, which was indeed the courtyard of a certain unit. The iron gate at the entrance was closed, but the small door was open. The end of the world was approaching at midnight, so there were generally no living people in the unit. Walking into the courtyard, there were still a few small cars parked inside, but they had all been soaked in water and were clearly the kind that couldn't be started. After wandering around the courtyard, Xiao Jun did not find the airdrop box. Hey, there's also a small door here. After passing through the small door, it turned out to be the backyard of the unit. As soon as he entered, Xiao Jun saw a box quietly sitting in the middle of the yard. Finally found it. Xiao Jun couldn't wait to rush forward, and with a light slash of the knife, the small lock was opened. Still, the white light blocked Xiao Jun's view, and he could only feel with his hands. A lunchbox, a kettle, and nothing else. Damn, it's the most basic airdrop box, with only 2 items. Although Xiao Jun had long been prepared mentally, he was still a little disappointed. He had forgotten that in his previous life, if he could find even the most ordinary airdrop box, he would be excited for days. Never mind, let's move on to the next one. It's 10 minutes to 9, if I can't find it, I'll just hope it falls from the sky. Xiao Jun, moving at high speed, entered every courtyard he came to, and it wasn't until the 4th courtyard that he finally found a second airdrop box. God bless, and give me some luck for once. A lunchbox, something familiar again. A high-tech dagger, finally something different. Xiao Jun seemed to have heard that the weapon Wan Qianya used in her previous life was a dagger. At the time, he didn't know she was a woman, and thought that one of the top 10 experts would actually use a dagger to sneak up. Now Xiao Jun wouldn't think that way. As a woman and a girl who studied dance, the light and agile dagger was indeed more suitable for her. He was also glad that it was a dagger, which only weighed about 10 pounds. If it had been a steel sword, he would not have been able to carry it, as a steel sword weighs about 60 pounds. After feeling the 2 items, Xiao Jun was suddenly invigorated, as the white light had not yet disappeared. He, a pure African, had actually had a stroke of luck. He just didn't know if this was an ultimate airdrop box or a high-level airdrop box. The ultimate airdrop box, well, it was indeed Xiao Jun who had overthought it, and he really didn't have that kind of luck. But this time, it was really the goddess of good luck who had looked after him, as the 3rd item had actually opened up a space equipment, a jade pendant. Space equipment came in different shapes, which also indicated different capacities. Rings were the most compact, so they were only a minimum of 500 kilograms, while jade pendants were 1,000 kilograms. There were also larger ones, such as bracelets, with a capacity of 5,000 kilograms. In his previous life, Xiao Jun even heard that the Lord of the City of the Future had a space satchel with a capacity of 100,000 kilograms. This was the largest capacity space equipment discovered by humans in 6 years. Xiao Jun placed the jade pendant around his neck, and it instantly disappeared, while a thin line appeared around his neck, as if it had been drawn on his body. With this jade pendant, which could hold 1,000 kilograms, Xiao Jun could carry even more things. In addition to the jade pendant, Xiao Jun also took out a steel knife, and the last item was a new gadget, a high-tech lighting lamp. It was a real solar-powered lamp that could last for half a month after fully charged. In other words, as long as it didn't rain for the next half month, the lamp would never go out. What's more, it could be fully charged quickly, in just 1 hour. The switch was located behind the lamp, so it seemed that candles could be dispensed with in the future, unless a certain mood was needed. When Xiao Jun put away the last item, it was 9 o'clock. As it had been the day before, the sky once again showed a few small cracks, followed by a wave of airborne rain. Unfortunately, it was impossible to tell the difference in quality between the drop boxes from the outside, and one had to wait until they were opened. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiao Jun chose a direction with relatively more boxes and started running like crazy. At this time was money. That wave of rain had definitely been seen by many people, and out of curiosity, many people would definitely go looking for the boxes. As long as someone finds something good inside, the news will spread quickly, and by then, if you want to take the box, you'll have to rely on robbery. Along the way, Xiao Jun still chose not to alert the zombies, and what's more, he had already seen some humans coming out of the house. Most of these people chose to come out after seeing the airdrop box, and they were all competitors. Because he had spotted the direction, Xiao Jun quickly found an airdrop box, and at the same time, another wave of people arrived. This is an upscale residential area, with villas all inside. A community like this usually won't last more than 3 days, so it's not good to be too rich. While Xiao Jun was clearing the zombies in his direction, another group of people were also clearing the zombies at a rapid pace. Judging from their techniques and coordination, they definitely weren't killing zombies for the first time. Is this a monster? There are 7 of us, and we're not as fast as him at killing zombies. His 2 knives are amazing, I'd better steal them later. He's just a kid, I'll trick him a bit later and find an opportunity to kill him. Several voices came to Xiao Jun's mind in quick succession. He hadn't even thought about killing anyone, but someone across from him had already made up their mind to do so. Interesting. For the last 2 zombies, Xiao Jun deliberately slowed down a bit, waiting for the other party for a while. As a result, under Xiao Jun's control, the 2 groups arrived in front of the airdrop box at the same time. Little brother, I see that you are so powerful, why don't you join our team? Now that the world has become like this, we humans should unite. First, let's keep him calm, and then we'll get rid of him later. This young man is really something, if he comes here, he'll definitely not be able to keep his position as boss. Is this the world of adults? Saying one thing but thinking another, playing it really naturally. I want this box, do you have any objections? The man who spoke was directly embarrassed by the expression on his face, and he realized that the other person hadn't even listened to what he had been saying for a long time, and all he wanted was the box. Little brother, you're not being fair, we found the box together, and there are 7 of us here. A flash of blade. Now there are only 6 of you. I get the box. Any objections? You actually killed someone. As humans, you don't help each other, but actually kill each other. That voice sounds like the one who just said he was a little brat. Now there are only 5 of you. Any objections? The remaining 5 people looked at each other and then ran frantically towards the door. Where did this lunatic come from? He killed 2 people with just a few words. As he watched them go, Xiao Jun put away the knife in his hand. If only he had done so earlier, instead of having to send someone to their death. Chapter 16 The Trade. In his previous life, he had survived the early days simply because he had been lucky enough to find a lowest-level airdrop box. Now, it was only the 2nd day, and he had already found the 4th one. Even though he had already opened the ultimate airdrop box, Xiao Jun still maintained a sense of awe whenever he opened a box. He rubbed his hands together and dug in. The high-tech steel knife did not fail to surprise. He dug some more and found a water bottle. There was nothing else. Sure enough, the lowest-level airdrop boxes were the mainstream. Xiao Jun was not discouraged. There were countless boxes waiting outside. This situation continued until after 3 p.m. Xiao Jun found 2 more airdrop boxes, but unfortunately they were also the lowest level ones, which gave him 2 lunchboxes and 2 water bottles. Even if they are low-level airdrop boxes, they generally contain mostly food, so as to ensure that people don't starve to death. In the process of searching, Xiao Jun also killed a lot of zombies, and finally managed to gather enough first-order mutant crystals, 5 in total. He could go back and upgrade Wan Qianya. Whether it's touching corpses or boxes, it's still best to let someone like Wan Qianya, the goddess of luck, do it. It's not appropriate for someone like him, who came from Africa. Moreover, Xiao Jun was a little uneasy about leaving her alone in the hotel. In the early days of the end of the world, the more attractive a woman is, the more likely she is to die. Only after 3 months, when the city is first built, will attractive women have the opportunity to choose a strong man to depend on. After going back today and letting Wan Qianya upgrade, they can come out together tomorrow. As long as they are together, they are not afraid of any danger at this stage. It's almost 4 o'clock now, so let's find one last one. It gets dark early in winter, and you have to head back by 5 o'clock at the latest, otherwise at night, the zombies will strengthen significantly, and even you may not be able to get through unscathed. After walking in a random direction for a while, Xiao Jun suddenly heard the sound of human conversation. After a moment of discernment, he realized that it should be coming from the courtyard in front of him. Xiao Jun tiptoed to the gate and just entered. He saw dozens of people, and even though he had kept his footsteps light, he was still seen at the first opportunity. With so many people, if there was a real fight, Xiao Jun wasn't sure he could handle it. But looking at their appearance, they were also divided into several small groups, and they were also wary of each other. Here comes another young man. Do you want to join us? One more person is one more strength. Xiao Jun was still hesitating whether to withdraw or not when someone already greeted him. No, I'm used to being alone. Without even thinking, Xiao Jun refused. After that, Xiao Jun was about to leave, but another person stopped him again. Young man, you seem like a capable person. Have you ever encountered a crate that just dropped from the sky? This was said by another small group of people, with a full beard but a kind face, a contrast that was endearing. Don't be afraid, just exchange information, and the items in the crate are all similar. If you have any extras, we can exchange them. The words were addressed to Xiao Jun, but his eyes kept staring at the two steel knives in his hands. So that's what's going on. At this stage, the probability of weapons being produced in airdrop boxes is not high. I also don't lack weapons because I've opened a lot of them, and I have one ultimate airdrop box and one advanced airdrop box. In addition to the two in his hands, he also has a steel knife and a dagger in his space equipment. Little brother, how about I trade you this lunchbox for a knife? You should know that this lunchbox is full of 20 delicious rice balls, and one is enough to fill you up. This bearded man who looks friendly is not a good person either. He thinks he can get a knife in exchange for a lunchbox, but that's just not going to happen. A lunchbox will only keep you from starving for now, but weapons are the key to becoming stronger. Young man, don't listen to him. It's not a good deal to trade weapons for food. How about trading with me? I have a dagger here, also made from a suitcase, that is incredibly sharp. A steel knife is too heavy, you can't use it for long, it's no match for this dagger. Someone from the third team also stood up. This time it was a seemingly weak-looking scholar, but being able to speak for a team is enough to prove that he is not simple. For example, he is now thinking to himself. These two idiots really think that someone who can come here alone with two knives in their hands will be simple? Who will trade with you without some real material? Xiao Jun was somewhat tempted by this proposal. He didn't need the dagger, but Wan Qianya needed it. He already had one dagger, but was still short of one. He already had 4 steel swords, but the extra 2 were useless, so he might as well trade one with him. However, Xiao Jun's face remained expressionless, only his eyes occasionally glanced in the direction of the dagger, looking hesitant but tempted. This kid is really not easy to fool. From the look on his face, it's obvious that he's already tempted, but he just doesn't want to trade. He's got big ambitions. Tell you what, little brother, I won't let you lose out. How about one dagger and a lunchbox for your knife? You little brat, don't let me catch you alone next time, or I'll show you. This is what it means to smile on the outside but be seething on the inside. Xiao Jun kept his composure and looked even more hesitant. After waiting for 2 minutes, and estimating that there was no way to get more, Xiao Jun nodded and agreed. Little brother, bring the steel knife over here, and I'll give you the dagger and lunchbox. The scholar glanced away and came up with another plan. Come on, as long as you come over to my side, I'll tell my brothers to take you down. I don't believe the other 2 groups will fight me over this. No need. Throw the item over here, I'll inspect it, and if it's okay, I'll throw the knife back to you. You're so many people, you're not afraid that I'm alone and dare to renege on the deal, right? It's impossible to go over there. Once you're in their encirclement, even if this sinister scholar doesn't make a move, the other 2 groups will definitely make a move. Xiao Jun has heard their little calculations clearly. If you don't want to, I'll go first. It'll be dark soon, and if we don't go soon, we'll be in trouble. The scholar was already cursing Xiao Jun in his heart, but his face remained peaceful. There was nothing he could do if Xiao Jun didn't want to come. As Xiao Jun had said, time was running out. It was enough to successfully trade for the knife. Having one more weapon on their side would mean one more combatant, and they could find more airdrop boxes tomorrow. Xiao Wu, go and have this brother check the item. It was definitely impossible to throw it to Xiao Jun, and Xiao Jun knew it himself. If he really threw it over, Xiao Jun would definitely run away. There were zombies everywhere, so who was afraid of whom? The man called Xiao Wu took the dagger and lunchbox from the scholar and walked carefully towards Xiao Jun. The other 2 groups of people didn't make any other movements and just watched. Opening the lunchbox, there were 20 rice balls, no problem. The knife. The scholar shouted from behind. While Xiao Wu handed over the dagger, his other hand also reached out towards Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbed the dagger and then casually threw the knife forward. The deal is done, I'll withdraw first. Xiao Wu shivered, and indeed did not catch the steel knife. The weight of 60 caddies was not something that could be caught so easily. The other 2 groups of people also moved extremely quickly, immediately surrounding them, and a big fight caused by a steel knife was about to break out. This no longer had anything to do with Xiao Jun. He now had to return to the supermarket where he had come from, fill his ring with money, and be back at the hotel by 6 o'clock. Chapter 17 Changes at the Hotel Part 1. After Xiao Jun left, Wan Qianya lazily lay on the sofa in the hotel. Before leaving, Xiao Jun had given her his phone and dozens of power banks to pass the time. With a comfortable sofa, endless dramas to watch, and happy water and potato chips, this was a great life. An hour after Xiao Jun left, there was a sneaky sound at the door. Wan Qianya became alerted at once, put down her phone, and quietly walked towards the door. Changgu, it's going to be troublesome to get this door open. That kid won't suddenly come back, will he? He's got 2 machetes in his hands. A fat man said in a lecherous voice. Shut the fuck up. Aren't you known as the Star City's #1 lock-picking king? If it weren't for me covering for you, you'd be locked up for at least a few decades, and now you're still complaining about picking a lock. Chang brother slapped the fat man in the face. According to what the butler said, there was a lot of food and water in there, and as long as they opened this door, they wouldn't have to worry about food or drink for the next month. Fat man, just concentrate on opening it here. I'll keep an eye on the butler over there. That kid won't be back for a while. Wan Qianya, who was inside the room, saw it all through the peephole. She didn't expect someone to actually come and pick the lock. And from their conversation, it seems that someone knows that June has hoarded a large amount of food, which is why they are here. What should I do now? June will probably not be back until nightfall. Even if the door to the presidential suite has its special anti-theft system, it is only a matter of time before it is broken open. Wan Qianya had no way out. For a woman like her, if she fell into the hands of the other party, there was no need to think about the consequences. Now she could only stall for time. What do you want? Let's threaten them a little first. Even if we can't scare them, we can at least buy some time. The fat man suddenly paused in his work, and even the wire fell to the ground. Changgu, there's someone inside. Before the end of the world, the fat man was a burglar. When he found someone inside halfway through unlocking the door, it went without saying that they must be running away. So, after he said this, he reflexively prepared to run, but unfortunately, Changgu grabbed him back. 2 more slaps. What are you running for? It's just a woman. Once you open the door, the woman is yours. The fat guy became interested. The 2 waitresses in the room were quite good looking, but they had been playing for a few days and were already tired of it. Now that they could have a fresh one, they were full of energy. I'm telling you, my brother will be back soon. If you don't leave, you'll all die. Wan Qianya did not give up, and continued to verbally attack the 2 waiters, disrupting their progress in picking the lock. Little girl, your brother definitely won't be able to come back once he goes out. You should honestly open the door, and we will let you live. Otherwise, when we open the door, you will know what happiness is. Wan Qianya stopped squeaking, as it seemed that intimidation was completely useless. While they were still unlocking the door, Wan Qianya began moving things. After eating 5 first-order mutant crystals in the morning, her physical strength had been greatly enhanced, comparable to that of an adult man. First, she moved the cabinet over to hold the door. That wasn't enough, so she moved the sofa over as well. Anyway, Wan Qianya moved all the heavier things she could see in the house towards the door. When she got tired, she drank some water and ate something, then kept moving. More than an hour passed, and the doorway was already filled with all kinds of furniture, but Wan Qianya's heart was still very uneasy. The presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, I have to say, this lock is still very powerful. It continued until noon, and the door lock was finally opened with a loud exclamation from the fat man. You bitch, just you wait, I'm going to make you try all 36 positions. Hey, why isn't it moving? In the midst of the fat man's cursing, the door did not budge. Get out of the way, you fat bastard, you must be weak from fucking women these past few days, you can't even push open a door. Shanga pushed the fat man aside and tried to open the door himself, but it still wouldn't budge. Shanga, this woman is holding something behind the door, no wonder it won't open. Through the crack in the door, the fat man seemed to have noticed something and hurriedly told Shanga. Brother Chang, this woman is quite a handful. I don't believe it today, a door can still stop me, give it a go. Together with the butler, all 4 of them came over. Wan Qianya was no longer dressed in just a shirt, she had put on Xiao Jun's cotton padded jacket and a pair of trousers underneath, and she didn't have a penchant for casual exposure. Seeing the 4 of them come together, her heart went up to her throat, fearing that the next second, the door would be knocked open. The door opened wider with the combined force of the 4 men, and Wan Qianya hurriedly ran over and pushed the sofa hard, trying to push the door back. Changgu, this girl is really pretty, you said you would give her to me. Looking at Wan Qianya inside, the fat man's saliva was about to drip. Compared to her, the two waitresses in the room were useless. A flash of careless greed crossed Chang Ji's face. When the door crashed open, he had to take the lead himself. Here, look at your achievements, first break down the door, and you'll get everything else. The four of them pushed outside, and Wan Qianya held the door from the inside. If it weren't for the hundreds of pounds of furniture blocking them, they would have probably pushed it open long ago. Time passed by minute by minute. What are you doing? Why are you forcing someone's door? A voice suddenly inquired from the hallway. A glimmer of hope suddenly arose in Wan Qianya's heart. There must be more people on this floor. If they make more noise, maybe some kind people will come out to stop them. Things really went according to Wan Qianya's plan. Soon, there were more people in the corridor. Everyone come and see, someone here is trying to break down the door to bully a weak woman like me. If they bully me today, they might break down your door tomorrow. Hearing the commotion in the corridor, Wan Qianya shouted. This shout was no small matter, and immediately several men stepped forward. The fat guy was just a petty thief before, and he was scared shitless at the sight of this. Chang was a gangster, a small leader, but he wasn't very smart, and he was also a little scared when he saw so many people gathering around. My fellow countrymen, listen to me. At the critical moment, the butler stepped forward. We are all fellow countrymen, how could we kill each other? Aren't we all here waiting for help? The main thing is, this girl inside, she has a room full of food there, countless cans of all kinds, and mineral water, hundreds of boxes. At this critical moment, shouldn't we humans unite? Her behavior of monopolizing the food is really shameful, and that's why we've resorted to this desperate measure. Wan Qianya had already cursed this housekeeper a million times in her heart, and she was even more hateful than that fat guy and that Chang Gu. No wonder the old saying goes, it's not the rogue you should fear, it's the educated rogue. Chapter 18 Changes at the Hotel Part 2. Really? How can you prove that there is a lot of food there? There were still one or two sane people in the crowd who didn't believe the butler directly. Don't listen to their nonsense, they are just lusting after the woman and want to bully a weak woman like me. Wan Qianya was a little anxious, afraid that others would believe them. Everyone, I am the butler of this hotel, I believe that someone here must have seen me. This presidential suite was originally under my care. Just the day before the end of the world, the owner of this room purchased a large amount of supplies, which I personally helped him deliver. If you still don't believe me, let this girl open the door and let everyone take a look. If there are no supplies, we will leave immediately. With so many of you here, you have nothing to fear from what we might do. They were afraid that their group would really take advantage of the situation. They also had wives and children, and many of them had brought their families along and were hiding here. If they didn't help others today, the next person might be themselves. But if there were really a lot of supplies in the house, they would have to help out, and no one wants to go hungry when there is food. I recognize this person, he is indeed the butler of the hotel. Yes, I recognize you too, little sister, why don't you just open the door and let them take a look? If there really is nothing, they definitely won't dare to do anything. The wind of opinion has already started to shift to the other side. Before the end of the world, these people were also well-known figures, but now, for some uncertain food, they have revealed such a face, which is really sad. Wan Qianya stopped talking. She already understood that having food and being weak made her a sinner in this post-apocalyptic world. At this moment, Wan Qianya wanted to become stronger than ever before. You see, she's not speaking, she's acquiesced. Fellow citizens, in the face of disaster, we should have united and waited for rescue, but there are always selfish people who guard large amounts of food that they can't finish eating, and would rather waste it than share it with us. Let's all work together, push open the door, and everyone can eat for a long time, waiting for rescue together. Some people have already begun to be swayed. This butler is really quite eloquent, and he has clearly done something immoral, but he has managed to take the high ground. After a few more minutes, finally someone couldn't hold back anymore and came over to help push it up together, saying the following while pushing. Little girl, if there is no food, I will apologize to you in time. If there is food, we will definitely not harm you, we will just take a little food and leave. Wan Qianya gritted her teeth and held the sofa with all her might. She felt disgusted just talking to someone like this, who was both a hypocrite and a hero. Everyone, put in some effort, the few brothers next to you, come over and give a hand too, we will share the food together later. At the urging of the housekeeper, a few people who were still hesitant to join them also joined their ranks. There is strength in numbers, and with a few more people, Wan Qianya's side could no longer hold back, and the door was pushed open little by little. When the door was wide enough, Wan Qianya gave up. She gripped the 2 kitchen knives that Xiao Jun had left her and stood at the door to the inner room. With so much food, how long would it last? The first person to rush in saw the food all over the room at a glance. Soon after, the others also came in, and when they saw that the room was indeed full of food, their eyes lit up. Even if these survivors had food, there was very little left. Some of them had even gone without for a day or two, and now that they saw so much food, they couldn't help but tremble. Soda, my favorite. A man saw the soda and couldn't care about anything else. He rushed over and opened a bottle to drink it with gusto. Someone took the lead, and the others followed suit, beginning to take food. Wan Qianya didn't say a word, her cleaver clenched in her hand, her eyes fixed on these people, determined to memorize their faces. Hurry, carry the stuff first. Changgu hurriedly called out to the other 3 people. Although there was a lot of stuff here, who would complain about having less food? Everyone wished they could grow extra arms and legs so they could carry more at once. No matter how much food there was, they couldn't resist snatching it. Soon, everything that had been piled up in the living room had been emptied, and no one even thought about it being a robbery. There must still be some in the room, otherwise why would she be guarding it? Not just anyone shouted, and everyone's attention turned towards them. There's nothing in the room, if you dare to come over, then none of you will have a good time. Wan Qianya raised the cleaver in her hand. They had already obtained a lot of food, so they definitely wouldn't be willing to fight to the death with her at this time. The little girl was joking. We are helping each other out. After this crisis is over, I will pay you back 10 times the amount. Right, we will pay you back. I am the boss of XXX Company, you have to trust me. A group of hypocrites smiled awkwardly. Since they had already gotten what they wanted, they would go back first. Even if there really was food in the bedroom, they believed there wouldn't be much left. In the blink of an eye, everyone ran back to their own rooms, leaving only Wan Qianya and the 4 men from the gang. Little girl, can you play with a knife? You're holding it so high, do you want Xianga to teach you? Seeing that everyone else had left, Xianga's courage returned. This girl has to be mine. If she hadn't yelled, all this food would have been mine. I'll chop anyone who comes near. Although she was scared, Wan Qianxia's hands were steady. Fatty, don't you want this little girl? Go on, subdue her, and she's all yours. Pointed at by 2 glaring kitchen knives, Chang still had some reservations. In case he was hit, there would be nothing to bandage the wound. Chang, she has a knife, maybe we should just forget it. The fat man looked at the 2 kitchen knives with fear. Compared to the woman, his life was more important. Worthless. Despite his cursing, Chang didn't dare let him go up himself. The 2 of them were just stuck in an awkward situation. Brother Chang, she has no food now. Just let her starve for a couple of days, and she'll come begging. Besides, her boyfriend won't be back for a while, so let's go back first. Speaking of Xiao Jun, Brother Chang still felt a little intimidated, not because he was afraid of him, but because the 2 steel knives in his hands looked like they were no ordinary goods. Fine, let's go back first. This time, the whole floor is involved in robbing them of food. I don't believe her brother can do anything when he returns. After some discussion, they decided to go back first. This little woman is a bit fierce. Let's starve her for a few days. Maybe by then her boyfriend will sell her to me directly. The group quickly left, and it wasn't until they heard the sound of the door closing across the street that Wan Qianya relaxed a little. After she closed the door, she couldn't hold back anymore, and she sat in the corner hugging her legs and crying. After all is said and done, she is just a 20-year-old girl. Chapter 19 Settling the score. The house was in a mess, as if many people had been here. The place where the food was stacked was empty, not even a bottle of water left. Wan Qianya sat in the corner hugging herself and sobbing quietly. This was the scene that Xiao Jun saw when he entered the door. He knew that the end of the world would be chaotic, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. The moment she saw Xiao Jun, Wan Qianya was like a wronged child seeing her father, and her whimpering turned into a loud cry. Xiao Jun put down the knife in his hand and squatted in front of Wan Qianya. Wan Qianya embraced Xiao Jun and buried her head in his chest, as if only in this way could she find security. Xiao Jun didn't say a word, just gently patting her back with his hand. After a while, Wan Qianya finally stopped crying, but her nose still twitched a little. Cola, want some? Xiao Jun took out a bottle of her favorite happy water and a box of chocolates. Wan Qianya really hadn't eaten anything all day, and she had been confronting them for quite some time, so she was exhausted and was only holding on by a thread. I want to get stronger. I want to get stronger. Xiao Jun didn't ask anything, he just took out 5 first-order mutant crystals. Wan Qianya grabbed them without caring that they had been dug out of a zombie's brain, and swallowed them all in one go. The upgrade would take a short while, and this process could not be interrupted. Xiao Jun sat quietly and watched, waiting for the upgrade to finish. A few minutes later, Wan Qianya suddenly opened her eyes. The upgrade was successful, and she had also become a first-order mutant. Don't use the cleaver anymore. I have a gift for you. 2 high-tech daggers were placed in front of Wan Qianya. Wan Qianya picked them up joyfully and couldn't help but wave them a few times. It was obvious that she liked them. Sure enough, some people are born to be strong. Most women, even in the end times, would be happier with a bag of potato chips than a dagger. Let's go. We'll get back what was stolen. I know you can hear me. Whoever robbed me of my things today, I'm giving you all of 5 minutes to hand them over. Xiao Jun stood in the middle of the corridor with 2 steel knives in his hands, looking so carefree. Wan Qianya followed behind him, slightly nervous. Time passed by minute, but no one chose to come out. Everyone kept their doors closed, acting as if it were none of their business. When the 5 minutes were up, Xiao Jun's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Although he had long expected this result, these were only the first few days of the end of the world, and these people had already learned the law of survival? He randomly chose a room and slashed down with his knife, splitting the sturdy security door in half. 6 times the strength combined with the sharp steel knife created a destructive force that made Xiao Jun very satisfied. What are you doing? Why are you breaking into my room? Someone, there's been a murder here. As soon as he entered the room, a shrill female voice rang out, and a strong light shone in. There was only one woman in the room, holding a 3 or 4-year-old child. They didn't rob. Wan Qianya whispered behind her, but immediately afterwards she saw the food laid out in the living room. The house was so small, would hiding be useful? Under the glare of the flashlight, every corner of the room could be seen clearly, but there was still no sign of anyone. It looked like they were hiding in the room. Xiao Jun didn't have time to waste with them, and kicked the woman over, the steel knife directly placed around her neck. Come out, or you'll lose the food and the people. The door to the room opened, and a man wearing glasses came out shakily. You can't kill people, the law won't let you get away with it. That means the law will let you get away with robbery. The man stopped talking, looking at Xiao Jun's knife, his legs trembling the whole time. Jump by yourself, I won't kill your wife and daughter, and I'll leave them 3 days' worth of food. Whether they survive or not is their own luck. The man trembled even more violently. He didn't want his wife and daughter to die, and even less did he want to die himself. Help, murder, the next one will be you. The heart-wrenching cries carried further and further in the silent night. Many of the zombies outside had gathered downstairs, staring blankly up at the source of the sound, presumably thinking about how to jump up there. He shouted for 3 or 4 sentences in a row, but unfortunately no one came out to save him. A sense of despair welled up in his heart. Noise. Xiao Jun came up to him in 2 steps and stopped the sound with a single sharp stab. Then Xiao Jun waved his hand, and all the food they had stolen disappeared, being collected by Xiao Jun in his spatial equipment. Ah, murder, murder. The man died too quickly, and the woman took a while to react, her screams getting louder and louder, accompanied by the cries of the little girl. Just because I don't like killing women doesn't mean I won't. With these words, the woman immediately shut up. She even tightly covered her daughter with her hands, afraid that her crying would anger the killer in front of her. Next. Wan Qianya did not feel in the least bit inappropriate about Xiao Jun's actions. If you do something wrong, you have to take responsibility. If she hadn't had a knife during the day, she would have already become the plaything of that Changgu by now, and these people were accomplices. After breaking down the door, none of them thought about even mentioning it, and let the Changgu quartet let themselves go. They all hurriedly grabbed food and closed the door tightly. According to the law, Xiao Jun opened the second door. There were 2 brothers here, no women. Xiao Jun killed the 2 men cleanly and took back the food that belonged to him. The third home. Before Xiao Jun could go to the third home, most of the doors on this floor opened, and a dozen people came out. Little brother, you've killed quite a few people, you should calm down now. A middle-aged successful man with a beer belly said with courage. Yes, this has nothing to do with us, it's mainly the 4 people in that room, you just go take revenge on them. Someone else agreed. Little brother, how about this? We'll give you back the food and let this go, what do you think? It seems that the man with the beer belly is the temporary leader of the group. Jump in yourself, and I'll leave 3 days' worth of food at each of your wives' and children's homes. You think you can get away with this after what you've done? It won't work with Xiao Jun. Who do you think you are, so arrogant with just 2 knives? There are more than 10 of us here, how many can you kill? You're forcing our hand. A man in his 30s rushed forward, but before he could finish his sentence, his body was cleaved in half. So what if I'm forcing you? The last 6 years of the apocalypse have taught Xiao Jun a lesson: no matter how powerful a monster is, there is always a way to defeat it. The only thing that is impossible to defend against is the evil within human hearts. Jump or I'll give you a ride. For the people in the prosperous era, the shock of witnessing a murder scene was even greater than they had imagined. Fight him, he only has 2 knives, I'm afraid. Xiao Jun's knife accurately found the location of the instigator. Jump or I'll do it, 1 minute. Although they were all going to die, Xiao Jun just didn't want them to die so quickly. He wanted everyone to know how ruthless he was, so that no one would dare to mess with him. When the countdown reached 5 seconds, the dozen people on the other side all panicked. Some charged at Xiao Jun, shouting that they would die together, while others fled as fast as they could, returning to their rooms. Only one person chose to jump, probably already too scared by Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun easily overpowered all the people who rushed at him, and Wan Qianya, who was behind him, couldn't hold back anymore and threw up. Xiao Jun silently stood aside and watched, not helping or saying a word. She had to adapt to this on her own. Chapter 20. Xiao Jun had already memorized the names of the few people who had just escaped back to their rooms. When Wan Qianya felt a little better, Xiao Jun used a few quick slashes to split open all the doors. One of them even took an iron object and hid behind the door to sneak attack Xiao Jun, but unfortunately he had seriously overestimated his own strength. He collected all the food and left the women and children in the room alone, letting them fend for themselves. The one who jumped off the building didn't even bother to say which room he was in, so let's just assume he was single. That saved another 3 days' worth of food. Did you see it all? Is there anything we missed? After the killing spree, Xiao Jun asked about Wan Qianya. There's nothing left, except for the 4 people who broke in. From the beginning of the conversation, Xiao Jun knew the general cause of the incident, so he deliberately didn't go after those 4 people, but saved it for last. With all the commotion outside, Chang and the others had long since known what was going on, but they had no choice but to stay inside. As the instigators of the incident, they would certainly not be forgiven. At this moment, they were also hiding on either side of the door, holding all kinds of hard objects in their hands, just waiting for Xiao Jun to break down the door. Fatty, what's the situation with you holding a TV remote control? Go and get something harder. If it weren't for the extra person and extra effort, Chang would hate to have to personally kill the fat guy himself. Is this it? MMHM. Xiao Jun's voice could already be heard outside the door. Chang's hand holding the stick was sweating, and the fat guy who had replaced the clothesline was even worse, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Bang! With a loud noise, the door broke. A figure walked in, and without thinking, Chang raised the stick and smashed it against Xiao Jun's head. But Xiao Jun had already been on guard, and he fiercely kicked out, sending Chang flying 2 meters. The remaining 3 people were all frozen in their movements. Is this still a human being? What kind of monster have we robbed? A strong light came from above, and the eyes of the few people were a little unable to open. Xiao Jun gave them a kick, making the 4 of them kneel side by side in front of him. The fat man let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. It hurts. Xiao Jun had no interest in talking to these 4 people at all, and motioned for Wan Qianya to come forward. You come. Me? Wan Qianya's hand holding the dagger was also shaking a little. Although she hated these people to the bone, but really letting her kill someone with her own hands was already a different matter. If pushing her roommate out of the way was an instinct for survival, killing these 4 people was complete blackening. In her previous life, Wan Qianya should have been under the relentless pursuit of her roommate turned zombie for several days, suffering from the double pressure of her body and mind, and eventually blackening and killing her roommate. In this life, under Xiao Jun's coercion, although she still killed her roommate's zombie form, she was not completely blackened due to the lack of those mental processes. After last night's sacrifice, there were signs of her returning to being a little girl. And what happened today, although it didn't last long, was a huge change to her worldview. The whole time she was highly concentrated, and she almost broke down at one point, which slowly made her heart grow cold. Now there is only the final step left, killing someone with your own hands. That's right, you do it. Think about it. If I'm not here, even if you can hold out today, what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? Your end result will be either starving to death and being eaten by the zombies, or becoming their plaything. Xiao Jun was in no hurry. He could wait all night. But the four people in front of him seemed to be unable to play along, struggling to get up. Another kick to the head, fair and square. This time, the four people completely collapsed on the ground and could not move. You want to kill people at will, you will definitely get your comeuppance. As if they knew their fate, the four men hardened their resolve instead and began to curse Xiao Jun in every way imaginable. You guys can't do that, cursing people without their mothers is like hurting them with a scraper. The scene fell silent for a moment. What kind of person was this? He couldn't be beaten and was completely immune to insults. He was ruthless and you were sure this was the new youth of the new century? Damn you, you four losers, you can't fight and you can't curse. You're a waste of air even if you're alive, so just feed the zombies. With that, Xiao Jun was about to take action. It was a bit too much of a waste of time to waste it on these losers. I'll do it. The enhancement of the First Order mutant had greatly increased Wan Qianya's speed. As soon as she finished speaking, she arrived in front of the four men, and raised the dagger in her hand in the face of their fearful gazes. Xiao Jun, who had returned to the room, kept his eyes on Wan Qianya next to him, and after holding back for a long time, he finally spoke up. It's not right for you to use the dagger like that. The dagger is used with a clever technique, and stabbing with all your strength like that is no better than using a knife. Xiao Jun sighed in his heart, the top 10 experts from the previous life still have a long way to go. I know. After returning, Wan Qianya had been sitting in the corner of the sofa without saying a word. The excitement she had experienced tonight was more powerful than the sum of her previous lives. First, she witnessed Xiao Jun's bloody massacre, and later, she personally killed 4 people. These were not zombies, and no matter how similar they looked to humans, they were monsters, and killing them would not cause much psychological pressure. But 4 real human lives had disappeared at her hands, and this kind of intuitive impact made her feel very confused right now. If she hadn't already thrown up once in the hallway, she would probably be throwing up for a while. Xiao Jun could also understand Wan Qianya's feelings. In her previous life, she had been forced to kill for the first time, and her performance had been even worse than hers. Get a good night's sleep, and you'll feel better tomorrow. Xiao Jun believed that she could adapt quickly. In the early days of the end of the world, time was too important, and there would not be so much time for her to slowly adapt. Hug me. There's still blood on me. Kiss me. There's blood, oh, ah. Everyone has their own way of venting, and Xiao Jun didn't expect Wan Qianya's way of venting to be so direct. The body of a First Order mutant also allowed the two to experience more pleasure. When the first light of the morning shone through the window and hit the sofa, Xiao Jun opened his eyes. Xiao Jun couldn't remember when he fell asleep, but he knew that Wan Qianya had been hanging onto him all night. A pleasant moan sounded, Wan Qianya's long eyelashes twitched slightly, and then she slowly opened her beautiful big eyes. This demon, Xiao Jun felt like he was about to move again. Looking at the time, it was already 8:40, and the airdrop rain would start in 20 minutes. There was no time to waste, there would be plenty of time in the future. Chapter 21 Lucky Goddess Wan Qianya. Time was running out. The two of them each ate a rice ball. Xiao Jun's was spicy, while Wan Qianya's was seafood. Learning from yesterday's experience, Xiao Jun believed that no one would dare to break in today, and there were not many people left on the 21st floor. In the corridor, the bodies were still there, and no one had gone to dispose of them. If there was still a living man, he would clean up the bodies and give them a bottle of water and a piece of bread. This is already considered very generous. After shouting twice, a door suddenly opened and a boy who looked underage walked out. I can. When I come back, I hope there will be no more of these eyesores here. By the way, you don't have to carry it far, just throw it down, it's absolutely pollution-free. Xiao Jun pointed to the window in the corridor and threw down a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. The number of zombies in the hall is increasing day by day, and the streets are also densely populated. If this trend continues, there will be no way to safely find the airdrop box tomorrow. When there are a certain number of zombies, no matter how you walk, you can't avoid them, you can only kill your way through. Will it work? Yes. Wan Qianya waved the dagger in her hand with confidence. With a violent operation, the zombies in the hall were once again cleared, and Wan Qianya turned on the red luck of today's treasure hunter. In total, there were 37 corpses, and she opened 6 first-order mutant crystals. Compared to this, Xiao Jun's hands yesterday were like those that had touched shit. In addition to being able to be upgraded, mutant crystals can also be used to restore physical strength and heal wounds. They are very useful for many things, and each one is very practical. After collecting the mutant crystals, it was already 9 o'clock. It was already this late, so they just waited for the airdrop to pass and could also choose a route for the day. 5 minutes is not a long time. The crack in the sky closed again. I don't know if it was because I brought Wan Qianya with me, but today's luck was really good. An airdrop box landed right in front of them, and it also killed several zombies. I'll kill, you open the box. The two assigned tasks, and Xiao Jun dragged it, waiting until Wan Qianya finished opening the box and immediately retreated. Come on, you bunch of idiots. Xiao Jun dashed out of the hotel door first, quickly circling the airdrop box, attracting dozens of nearby zombies. Facing dozens of zombies at the same time in an open area, even if their strength was weakened in the daytime, it was more than Xiao Jun could handle at this stage, and he could only fight and retreat. Wan Qianya seized the opportunity and immediately ran to the airdrop box, using a dagger to open the small lock. This was the first time she had touched a box, and she had previously touched a corpse, so she felt a little excited. A high-tech lunchbox and a high-tech water bottle. The light had not yet gone out, and Xiao Jun, who had been holding it up on the other side, also felt excited. He knew that he had to let Wan Qianya open the box, which was much better than doing it himself, and the first thing was a high-level start. The third item, a comic book. What the hell is this? An ordinary comic book that can be used to kill time. This is ridiculous. In the end times, every second counts, and you bring me this to kill time? Let's skip this. Fourth item, high-tech combat suit. Xiao Jun was also dumbfounded when he actually felt the suit. The drop rate of suits is much lower than that of weapons, and it is almost comparable to space equipment. I didn't expect Wan Qianya to actually get one. Just this one item makes this suit worth it. Sure enough, the last item was another lunchbox. This box was prepared for this combat uniform. Put the clothes on and run towards the east later. The high-tech combat uniform will automatically adjust the size according to the body type after being put on, which is very useful. After Wan Qianya put it on, she looked more heroic, like a general. Brother Jun, it's ready. Xiao Jun suddenly turned around, swung his arms left and right, and killed 6 or 7 zombies in a row. Then he immediately ran towards the east, at this time definitely not having time to touch the corpse. In front, find a wall, climb over it, and go inside. The best way to avoid being chased by zombies is to climb over a wall. Zombies have no intelligence, and they just charge around. If you climb over a taller wall, they won't be able to find you, provided that you can climb over quickly. This is not difficult for Wan Qianya, a first-order mutant. She is a dance major herself, with excellent body flexibility. After the upgrade, her flexibility has doubled in all directions, and she can climb a high wall with grace. Xiao Jun followed closely behind, easily using leverage to instantly climb over the wall. The zombies following behind him failed to break in time, and one after another they crashed into the wall, making a thud-thud-thud sound that sounded painful to listen to. Qianya, you just landed. Xiao Jun was about to ask Wan Qianya how it was going, when he saw an airdrop box in front of her. What the hell, is this the goddess of luck's favor? I really lost out yesterday by not bringing her out. Brother Jun, this is an airdrop box, right? Wan Qianya excitedly rubbed her small hands together. Before they came out, Brother Jun said that finding this thing was the biggest task in the past few days, and that it was all up to her. She was a little worried at first, but Brother Jun put all the pressure on himself, and she didn't expect it to be so easy to find. Just find a wall and flip it over. Give me the item in your hand and let's go. Xiao Jun was also a little excited. He had encountered 2 in a row when he went out, and he was sure he would be able to go home with a full load today. When Wan Qianya touched it, it was a common 2-piece set of lunchbox and kettle. When she was about to touch it again, the light disappeared. Wan Qianya mumbled, slapped the box a few times in anger, and was full of displeasure. Okay, it's normal that there are mostly low-level boxes. Water and food are necessities. Xiao Jun smiled and patted her head, and the two set sail again. For the rest of the route, Xiao Jun let Wan Qianya have free rein, and they relied entirely on her senses. In the morning, the two of them actually found 5 more airdrop boxes, and although they were all the lowest grade, they still made Xiao Jun very excited. Let's take a break and eat something. After feeling for the last airdrop box, Xiao Jun decided to rest for a while in place. He took out a large pile of potato chips and spicy strips from the space, as well as a few bottles of drinks. Xiao Jun didn't mind, so he just sat on the ground, and Wan Qianya snuggled up next to him. The rice balls tasted good, but their main function was to fill you up, and they couldn't satisfy the desire of the tongue. The things he took out himself could be exchanged for a Wan Qianya level woman to come back for a night in a few months. While taking a break, Xiao Jun also roughly organized his gains. At present, there are a total of 15 lunchboxes, 13 water bottles, 3 steel knives, 2 daggers, one of which was exchanged, 2 combat uniforms, 1 flashlight, and 1 comic book that were opened from the airdrop box. Just the lunchboxes and water alone would be enough for the two of them to live on for half a year. This start was like heaven compared to Xiao Jun's previous life. Chapter 22 Second Order Zombies. It was as if the good luck had run out in the morning. Until 3 p.m., the two of them had not encountered a single airdrop box. They had even accidentally alarmed the zombies and were chased after twice. Fortunately, the two of them were agile and narrowly escaped. Of course, they didn't come away empty-handed. They got their hands on 32 first-order mutant crystals. The two psychopaths teamed up, and at this stage, it was like a blow from another dimension. With Wan Qianya's lucky aura, if things continued like this, Xiao Jun would hopefully reach the second order. Brother Jun, look, there's an airdrop box. In the middle of the wide road, a box was just sitting there. The two observed it from a distance and confirmed that it was definitely an airdrop box. Wait, there's a problem. Xiao Jun pulled Wan Qianya back. Not only did they not move forward, they actually moved further back. Brother Jun, what's wrong? Don't we want that box? Wan Qianya was a little confused. Although the box was in the middle of the road, there were only 5 or 6 zombies hanging around in that area. With the strength of the two of them, they could finish them off with a few swings of the knife. Those few zombies are newly mutated. There's something wrong with this place. Xiao Jun's face was grave, his eyes fixed on that direction, trying to see something. New mutation? Under Xiao Jun's tutelage, Wan Qianya had also gained some understanding of this end of the world. The meaning of new mutation was that they were all living people who had been infected and turned into zombies. Did they also try to touch the box and get infected? Xiao Jun nodded. Things were definitely not as simple as they seemed, but no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't think of what was so strange in the early days of this end of the world. After observing for a while, Xiao Jun did not discover any other heretics, but a slight sense of unease always loomed in his heart. Forget it, let's go around here. The first important rule for survival in the end times is to be cautious. The second important rule for survival in the end times is not to be curious. People who are curious have become fertilizer for the zombies. Wan Qianya had no objections, but she felt a bit sorry for missing a crate. This was the first crate she had encountered in the afternoon, and she might be able to open it to get something good. The unease in her heart seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. Xiao Jun no longer hesitated, and he pulled Wan Qianya and retreated. Although she was reluctant, Wan Qianya could only follow Xiao Jun and evacuate. Before leaving, she looked back at the direction of the airdrop box reluctantly. Brother Jun, be careful. Xiao Jun reflexively swung his hand back and slashed, and a dark shadow flashed past, missing. Qianya, are you okay? The speed of that dark shadow was really fast, and Wan Qianya was knocked down before she had time to react. No. Cough, I'm fine. On Wan Qianya's chest was a distinct claw mark. If she wasn't wearing a high-tech combat suit, this blow would have killed her instantly. Damn it, why did this damn thing appear at this time? Stay away from me. On Xiao Jun's left side, a zombie just looked at Xiao Jun, and all the insecurity in his heart came from it. This is a second-order zombie, and its fingers have evolved into sharp claws. Second-order zombies are stronger, have simple intelligence, and are not affected by sunlight, day, or night. According to Xiao Jun's experience in his previous life, this thing should not have appeared until a month after the end of the world. Why did he encounter it now? Could it be because of the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth? But the opponent would not give him time to think about this question, and the second attack came again after a miss. The second-order zombie had a bit stronger hard power than the second-order mutant. If Xiao Jun had not taken the advanced mutant mixture, he might not even be able to block the first attack. There was no way to hide, so he could only fight desperately. Gripping the steel knives in his hands tightly, Xiao Jun took the lead in launching an attack. He had to attract the zombies' attention so that Wan Qianya could run to a safe place. Xiao Jun was a veteran soldier, and after 6 years of struggling in the end times, his knife skills had become self-taught. He blocked with his left hand and attacked with his right, dancing with 2 steel knives weighing more than 60 catties in his hands. This beast is really strong. After a round of attacks, Xiao Jun twisted his shoulders and his hands were a little numb from the shock. If this continued, he would likely not be its match. Wan Qianya had already run to the end of the road and was hiding around a corner, watching the situation. Although she was confident in Xiao Jun's strength, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous now, and her heart was cold for Xiao Jun. From that blow, she truly felt the breath of death. After another exchange, it seemed that Xiao Jun had fallen into a disadvantageous position, being suppressed by the zombie and only able to defend passively, without any chance to fight back. No, I have to help him. Wan Qianya's heart was even more anxious. She really wanted to run directly, but her heart wouldn't allow it. She gripped the dagger in her hand, as if that would bring her a little sense of security. Wan Qianya crouched down and slowly inched closer towards the battlefield. This was a perfect opportunity. The weak point of a zombie is its head, no matter what rank it is. Xiao Jun also saw Wan Qianya's movements, but he no longer had the energy to be distracted by her. 5 meters. At this distance, Wan Qianya could be behind the zombie in the next second with a full burst. But she still did not choose to attack, getting a little closer. 3 meters. Wan Qianya's legs suddenly exerted force, and the sound of the wind aroused the zombie's alertness. She rolled sideways, and the dagger struck the zombie in the shoulder and neck. Bang! Wan Qianya flew out again, but fortunately, at the last moment, her body twisted in an incredible position, avoiding the fatal attack to the head, and once again blocking the blow with her chest. Dead. The steel knife slammed into the back of the zombie's head. Qianya. Xiao Jun carefully examined her all over 2 or 3 times, and he was relieved when he confirmed that there were no wounds. Ahem. I'm fine, it's just, ahem, my chest is going to deflate. You won't stop liking me from now on, will you? Xiao Jun was a little at a loss for words. What was this girl thinking? Even if it did get smaller, it could be rubbed back up. He took out a first-order mutant crystal and had Wan Qianya take it. This thing could not only be used for upgrades, but also for healing and treating illnesses. Next, it was time to reap the rewards. Second-order zombies. I think I've completed the world's first kill of a second-order zombie, but unfortunately there's no achievement for it. Let Wan Qianya recover here for a while, and Xiao Jun ran over to kill all the zombies next to the airdrop box. Both the corpse and the airdrop box are waiting for Wan Qianya to touch them. For something like this, you have to let Lady Luck do it herself. Chapter 23 Butterfly Effect. Touch the corpse first. The corpse of a second-stage zombie, this is the first case in the world, right? Second-stage mutant crystals, damn it, there really are some. When he saw the pale green mutant crystal in Wan Qianya's hand, Xiao Jun couldn't help but let out a cry, even though he was calm. The probability of producing a second-stage mutant crystal is about 1 in 20, and she was able to find one. Wan Qianya's hands were amazing, it was like a stone hammer. The first-order zombies didn't have any mutant crystals, probably because they had been infected for a short time. But that didn't matter anymore, a second-order mutant crystal was worth 10 first-order ones. Next came the airdrop box, and it was almost the end of the afternoon, so this might be the only one this afternoon. A space ring? The first one was a space item? What kind of box was this? Xiao Jun began to look forward to it. Xiao Jun already had a ring and a jade pendant, so this ring would allow Wan Qianya to bind herself, and it would be much more convenient to put some things with her in the future. This thing is a bit big. The second one was dragged out by Wan Qianya's 2 hands. A high-tech bathtub that can hold 2 people at the same time after being placed. The bathtub does not need to be filled with water by itself, it will actively absorb water molecules in the air to store water. It can be filled up once every 24 hours, and the stored water can be used twice. Xiao Jun didn't feel anything when he saw this, but Wan Qianya almost jumped for joy. For a woman, especially a young and beautiful woman like Wan Qianya, not being able to take a bath is almost a form of torture. Now that there is this bathtub, she can take a bath every day. You're so excited, you can keep it and use it when you go back. Wan Qianya nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice, and her hand continued to reach into the box. Ordinary mutagen. Xiao Jun's eyes narrowed at the sight of this item. A top-level airdrop box, 100% yes, there is no doubt about it. Ordinary mutagenic compound, after consumption, it can alter genes and greatly improve the body's basic qualities. Note, advanced compounds will override the effects of lower-level compounds. So this item has restrictions. Xiao Jun had thought that it could be used again. Even if the ordinary one only improves it by half, it can still raise oneself to the next level. It seems that this bug that he could think of himself has long been fixed. You eat it. Wan Qianya hesitated for a moment. This is such a good thing, but is it okay to take it for yourself? It would be a bit of a waste. I already took some, so it's no longer effective for me. After hearing Xiao Jun's explanation, Wan Qianya took the mutation mixture with a happy heart. It should have doubled my strength, right? 2 minutes later, Wan Qianya opened her eyes and said with some uncertainty. Double, more, or less? Xiao Jun felt reassured. Ordinary, advanced, I wonder if there's anything better. This enhancement of the body's basic qualities is like an add-on, which can guarantee that you will be invincible in your class forever. The improved Wan Qianya already continued to feel the box. 3 good things had come out in a row, and then 5 water bottles had been given in a row. This was too perfunctory, not even changing. Wan Qianya's little heart was devastated, and she almost didn't want to open it. It was only under Xiao Jun's persuasion that she continued to reach. The 9th one. Poof. Xiao Jun couldn't hold back, and it was another kettle. Was this trying to tell her that women were made of water? This is the last one, hurry up and finish, it'll be dark soon. Wan Qianya reached out for the last time reluctantly. High-tech tent. An ordinary tent, the soldier's favorite for field operations, with an internal space of 200 square meters. Holy shit, this is a good thing. 3 months after the end of the world, humanity will experience another disaster, a global earthquake. At that time, no matter how high the floor was, it would all collapse, and humans would have nowhere to live. After that, most of the zombies in the city were crushed to death, and the survivors, led by several teams, carried out a major cleanup of the remaining zombies in the city and built the city of the future on the ruins. However, because of the fear of another earthquake, buildings in the city were not allowed to exceed 2 floors, and houses became a symbol of status. The vast majority of the bottom humans could only have a very small space in a designated area, which could only fit a small bed. Xiao Jun had lived in a place like this in his previous life. He packed his things and prepared to go back. This was not the time to study, so he would do it slowly when he went back in the evening. On the way back, Xiao Jun became even more cautious, for fear of encountering second-stage zombies again. Whether it was because of good luck or because second-stage zombies were indeed very rare, the 2 of them eventually returned to the hotel safely before nightfall. On the way, they also encountered 2 other groups of people. Xiao Jun discovered that after killing the zombies, they would also search the bodies of the zombies. It seemed that they also knew the secret of the mutant crystal. If he had known, in the previous life, this secret was not discovered by humans until 5 days later, and then it spread. That period of time also caused a wave of killing zombies. And now, only 3 days have passed, and 2 consecutive groups of people know the secret, so this matter can already be considered semi-public. All of this revealed a hint of the strange, not only this, but also the early appearance of the second-order zombies. This all indicated that the timeline of this world had advanced, and the reason for this was most likely his own rebirth. Back at the hotel, Wan Qianya had already gone happily to get the high-tech bathtub. In a moment, she ran over happily, indicating that Xiao Jun had already finished. A double bathtub, as the name suggests, is for 2 people to bathe. Xiao Jun also let go of his worries. What the hell was there to be afraid of? As long as he kept getting stronger, disasters would always be 1 step behind him. He had been killing zombies every day, and he had killed quite a few people yesterday. He had been dirty all the time, so it would be a great treat to take a nice hot bath. The bath took over an hour. During that time, Xiao Jun very carefully examined Wan Qianya's breasts, which showed no signs of deflation. Both their bodies had become stronger, so an hour or so didn't seem like a big deal. If it wasn't for the fact that the storage was only able to hold 2 baths at a time, it wouldn't be impossible to have a few more hours. High-tech lighting had been placed in the room, so there was no longer any need to grope around in the dark with the feeble light of a candle. The two were lying in bed. Wan Qianya lazily snuggled in Xiao Jun's arms, and she was holding the comic book in her hands and reading it with relish. Xiao Jun lit a cigarette, and the smell of it made Wan Qianya can't help but shrug her nose. Tomorrow, the airdrop box will no longer be Xiao Jun's priority. He needs to get stronger. Only by quickly reaching the second stage will he not be in danger like today. Now he has 37 first-stage mutant crystals in his hands, and 1 second-stage mutant crystal. If he focuses on killing zombies, he should be able to gather everything he needs to upgrade tomorrow. Also, it is best not to use the second-stage mutant crystal. When he reaches the third stage, he cannot rely on the first-stage mutant crystal to improve, so every crystal counts. Chapter 24 Acquaintances. It was high noon when Xiao Jun finally opened his eyes. He wasn't thinking about finding the box today, so there was no need to get up so early. So last night, he let loose and truly experienced the happiness of the local tyrants. No wonder the local tyrants before the end of the world especially liked Yoga Sister. Her poses were very comprehensive. He patted the person next to him on the butt, and Wan Qianya also stretched lazily, her beautiful figure on full display. I really want to spend every day like this, without clothes, but life goes on. In just 10 minutes, Xiao Jun had finished washing up and was eating canned meat for breakfast. Onigiri are a good thing, but after eating them for a long time, your mouth will lose its taste. In his previous life, Xiao Jun often ate just one bite every 2 or 3 days, simply to fill his stomach and stay alive. This is why onigiri, spicy strips, and salt are so precious. Wan Qianya was wearing a set of pink sportswear today, looking very youthful and beautiful. Putting on her combat uniform over it added a touch of heroic charm. Sitting next to Xiao Jun, she took out a bottle of yogurt and 2 whole wheat breads from her ring. Last night, Xiao Jun put a lot of things in her ring, starting with throwing all the women's clothes at her, and the rest were all kinds of food. The main purpose today is the mutant crystal, and the airdrop box depends on fate. There is a method to killing zombies. You can't just mindlessly squat in one place and kill them. By the time you're done, there will be more and more zombies, and they will exhaust you. Moving from place to place after each shot is an effective strategy from the older generation. With Xiao Jun and Wan Qianya's current strength, they can quickly deal with less than 10 zombies, but 20 will be a bit of a struggle and take a bit longer. If they attract more zombies, it will not only be dangerous, but they won't be able to touch the corpses, so the losses will outweigh the gains. Therefore, the best place to kill zombies is somewhere like a school, residential area, or semi-enclosed square. Xiao Jun was not familiar with the nearby residential areas and squares, and neither was Wan Qianya, but she knew a lot about schools. In addition to their school of finance and economics, there was also a nearby normal university and a railway school. A little further away was the university town of Xingchen, where there were even more universities. After 2 or 3 days of being left there, if no one clears the school, the number of zombies will definitely not be small. The university is also large enough for the two of them to kill them slowly. In the end, Xiao Jun decided to go to the nearest normal university. The normal university is even larger, and most of the students are women, so the probability of the zombies being cleared is very small, and the probability of encountering human danger will also be much lower. As usual, they slaughtered in the hall. This time, they were just lucky, and they collected 3 mutant crystals. They tried to avoid the zombies on the road as much as possible, and Xiao Jun and Wan Qianya arrived quietly at the entrance of the normal university. Brother Jun, are we going to just kill our way in through the front door? After these past few days, Xiao Jun has noticed that Wan Qianya has become more and more violent, and she doesn't even want to use her brain anymore. This is not a good thing. Killing our way in through the front door, are you afraid that you won't attract the army of zombies on the road? Let's observe the situation and find a place with fewer zombies to go in through. Wan Qianya nodded with a seemingly understanding expression. After all, she just needs to do whatever Xiao Jun says, thinking is too tiring. Come, this way. Through the gate, Xiao Jun had already observed a good landing spot and immediately led Wan Qianya over. I'll go up first, wait for me to call you before entering. Xiao Jun stored the 2 steel knives in the space. They were not only heavy but also in the way. After a short run up, Xiao Jun easily scaled the 3-meter-high outer wall. After surveying the wall, he saw that there were only 5 zombies. Wait 10 seconds and then come in. After giving Wan Qianya a reminder, Xiao Jun jumped down. 10 seconds later, Wan Qianya also rolled over and entered the campus. There were 5 zombies, but not a single mutant crystal. Once they entered the campus, the two of them also relaxed a lot. Even if they made a loud noise, it would not attract endless zombies to chase after them, so they could rest assured. 3 more zombies were in front of them. Xiao Jun gave a wink, and Wan Qianya stepped forward. Her movements were fluid, and she was able to dispose of the zombies without much effort. With the boost of the mutant compound, her combat effectiveness had also improved. Let's split up. You go left, I'll go right. Be careful, and meet in front of the teaching building. The two were also bold in their skills, and in order to be more efficient, they split up directly. Wan Qianya had no objections, as she would just do whatever Xiao Jun said. She had already decided to follow him. The school, which had been quiet for several days, suddenly became lively today with the arrival of these two uninvited guests. Xiao Jun pursued speed, swinging his 2 steel swords in a wide arc, killing his way through without attracting any attention. Wan Qianya, on the other hand, was sneaky, quietly closing in with her 2 daggers, aiming for a kill. 2 very different methods, but the result was the same. Along the way, Xiao Jun counted and found that he had killed a total of 177 zombies, but had only harvested 9 mutant crystals. The first-order mutant crystals had made him play out the probability of second-order mutant crystals, and he could only hope that Wan Qianya would harvest more. When he arrived at the place where the two had agreed to meet, Wan Qianya was nowhere to be seen. With nothing to do, Xiao Jun cleaned up the 20 or so zombies here. A mutant crystal, a 1/20th chance of success. He found a clean place to sit down, leisurely lit a cigarette and waited for Wan Qianya. In fact, he could have followed Wan Qianya's path and killed his way through, but Xiao Jun didn't do that. In the end times, if you want to grow quickly, you have to go through countless battles. In the previous life, there were also those kind of kryptonite warriors, the most famous being the Lord of the City's younger brother. The Lord of the City also loved him dearly, and from the beginning of the end of the world, he had never let him participate in a single battle. Later, he even used a mutation crystal to feed him and turn him into a 5th-order mutant. After his strength skyrocketed, he became even more arrogant and domineering, bullying people in the future city. Once, he set his sights on a young girl and raped her in the street. As a result, her father, overcome with grief, killed him. For someone like that, it's useless to raise him to the 10th rank. He'll still be a waste of space. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Xiao Jun was getting impatient and was about to go over and see what was going on. At this time, the voices of a group of people could be heard from the end of the road. Xiao Jun narrowed his eyes and looked at Wan Qianya, who was walking towards him. Next to her were 2 other girls, who seemed to be very familiar with her. Behind the 3 of them, a dozen other girls followed in silence. When she saw Xiao Jun, Wan Qianya said something to the 2 people next to her, and then jogged over alone. "Brother Jun, these 2 are my roommates, and those behind them are friends they've met over time." They looked at Xiao Jun's gloomy face, and Wan Qianya's voice got smaller and smaller, and in the end she didn't dare to continue speaking. Chapter 25 Jiang Yu. Don't you know the situation now? Are you preparing to raise them by bringing so many people? When Xiao Jun got angry, Wan Qianya panicked even more. She didn't mean to bring so many people either. She just wanted to bring her 2 roommates out, but she didn't expect to follow more than a dozen people out at once. No, Wan Qianya was a little anxious and didn't know how to explain. She had already made up her mind. If Xiao Jun didn't want to, she would just leave without any of them. Compared to Xiao Jun, her 2 roommates could only be sorry. Wan Qianya's thoughts were heard clearly by Xiao Jun, and his face softened. As long as she is not the kind of person who wants to help when she sees someone in need, in this end times, such kindness is not allowed to exist. If she only brings 2 roommates, that is still acceptable. In other words, if it were Xiao Jun, and he encountered his own brother in the end times, and he was able to help, he would turn around and walk away. In the 6 years of the end times, he has seen all kinds of Xiao Juns. He has even seen many cases of brothers turning against each other over food. He has no intention of harming others, but one must be on one's guard. It is still the early stages of the end of the world, and most people's humanity has remained as it was before the end of the world. In 3 months' time, they will realize that this pitiful kindness will only bring disaster upon themselves. You can take your 2 roommates with you if you want, but I'll let you know in advance that if they cause you to fall into a crisis, I'll leave immediately. Xiao Jun didn't make things difficult for Wan Qianya. Even if it was a very easy task to keep these 2 people, he had to give her a good beating to let her know the seriousness of the matter. Hearing Xiao Jun's words, Wan Qianya immediately brightened up and hurriedly shouted towards the back. "You, Jingyin, come quickly." The 2 girls who had started walking side by side with Wan Qianya walked over quickly. "This is the savior I told you about, Xiao Jun. You can call him Brother Jun just like I do." On the way here, Wan Qianya had already told them about her situation in general, exaggerating Xiao Jun's abilities. Hello, Brother Jun, I'm Jiang Yu, Qianya's roommate. Brother Jun, I'm Li Jingyin, Qianya's roommate. These two names are so familiar. In the last life's future city, in addition to the city lord's mansion, there were also 3 top forces, one of which was a team made up entirely of women, and their leader seemed to be called Jiang Yu. If it was just the name Jiang Yu, Xiao Jun would not have been able to confirm it, but there was also Li Jingyin. Although Li Jingyin was not the leader of the group, she was even more famous than their leader Jiang Yu in the city of the future. A team made up entirely of women, it is easy to imagine the consequences. At the beginning, countless small teams coveted their beauty and attempted to recruit them, but in the end, the women's army grew larger and larger, while those provocative teams all disappeared from the world. At that time, all those who dared to provoke them were dealt with by Li Jingyin. As long as she got her hands on them, no one survived. She was nicknamed the Poisonous Beauty. If she didn't exist, after becoming powerful, Wan Qianya would have come here to find her roommates on her own initiative, and eventually let all of them out. Although it is unknown that in the end, Wan Qianya ended up alone, and the team leader also became Jiang Yu, the fact that the women's army could become so big was definitely not unrelated to Wan Qianya. These two people can be recruited. Xiao Jun did not have much ambition, nor was he interested in managing a team, but in order to survive in the end times, it was also necessary to build a powerful force. These two people just happened to be able to meet Xiao Jun's needs. After learning their identities, Xiao Jun changed his initial decision, and he was prepared to take all the next 1 or 2 dozen people with him. Unsurprisingly, these people were the veteran figures of the women's army. Now they are just ordinary college students, far from the ruthlessness and scheming of their previous lives. Xiao Jun saved them at this time, which will definitely make them grateful to the end. Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin waited for a long time after they finished saying their names, but they did not hear Xiao Jun respond. Their hearts began to waver, and they looked to their friend Wan Qianya for help. Wan Qianya was also at a loss. She had just been scolded by Xiao Jun, and now she was afraid to speak. I can take you away, and even those people behind you, and I can also give you food, but... This shows that Xiao Jun has a request, but at this time, the two of them don't care what his request is, as long as they can survive. At most, they will sleep with him. I will only provide you with food for a week, and you two will also be responsible for managing those people behind you. After a week, you will prove your worth to me. The two of you looked at each other, and finally nodded and agreed. Xiao Jun is no saint, and it's already very good that he can take them in for a week. He can't be expected to support his whole group on his own, and he can't handle it. CIA, you take them and stay in the same place as before. Wait until we've cleared the campus and then take them back with us. We just got out today, so we definitely can't just end it like this. It'll be a hassle to figure out how to take them back later. After a while, Wan Qianya walked over alone, looking at Xiao Jun with a look of grievance on her face. Okay, I won't scold you anymore. Get more mutant crystals today, and consider it payback for causing me trouble. How could Wan Qianya's little thoughts hide from Xiao Jun? He heard her innermost thoughts perfectly. In the subsequent battle, Wan Qianya was fierce, and she fully exerted her true potential. Xiao Jun even became a member of the audience for a while, just munching on melon seeds and shouting 666. Looking at Wan Qianya's delighted face, Xiao Jun knew that the harvest had been quite fruitful. Sure enough, in this latest wave, they had killed 34 zombies, and she had found 6 first-order mutant crystals, which was only 4 or 5 times the probability of Xiao Jun's find. Brother Jun, with these 6 crystals, we have 102 first-order mutant crystals, right? After more than 5 hours of fighting, the zombies at the normal university have been killed by them, and the mutant crystals have finally exceeded 100. However, they have not seen a single airdrop box. Brother Jun, you upgrade, I'll keep watch. Xiao Jun had long ago told Wan Qianya that 100 mutant crystals could be used to upgrade to the second stage. If he wanted to safely bring the female students back to the hotel, he definitely needed to upgrade to the second stage. Xiao Jun was not being pretentious, strengthening his own strength was the most important thing. Without hesitation, he took out 100 mutant crystals and placed them together. They were shiny and looked very good. Wan Qianya looked around warily. Although the campus had been cleared once, in the end times, the most terrifying thing was not the zombies, but the people. Chapter 26. When there are too many people, there will be trouble. At the second stage. How long did it take for himself to reach the second stage in his previous life? Was it 2 years? It's only been a short time now, and counting from the first day of the end of the world, it's only been 10 days. Xiao Jun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the way the end of the world is like: the strong survive and the weak perish. The strong will only become stronger and stronger, while the weak face elimination every day. When they reach the second stage, all attributes will double again. Now Xiao Jun is not afraid of encountering a second stage zombie again. Go gather the people and I will wait for you at the school gate. With his strength having increased, he now has the confidence to speak. This group of first stage zombies outside no longer pose a threat in the eyes of the current Xiao Jun. If not for his physical limitations, he could have killed them all until the end of the game. After waiting at the gate for a cigarette's worth of time, a large crowd walked over. It feels like there are more of them, doesn't it? At that time, Xiao Jun didn't bother to count, but just by looking at the general situation, he could tell that there were more of them than at the beginning. Brother Jun, it's okay if there are a little more people, right? I don't know what kind of mind-altering soup Wan Qianya had been fed by her two roommates, but she came up again to beg for leniency. Xiao Jun didn't really care anymore. It was only a week's time, and a few more people eating together was nothing. As long as they could really produce a tough army of women in the future, the current investment would be worthwhile. If they really train them up, this army will also be firmly in my hands, and these first 7 days will be very important. Here they come. Since I'm doing you a favor, I won't let anyone else go back. I can still afford to feed a few more people. But how are you going to repay me? Wan Qianya twisted her body, glanced furtively at the people behind her, and felt that they should not be able to hear her. Then, standing on tiptoe, she whispered something in Xiao Jun's ear. After she finished speaking, Wan Qianya's face turned red, while Xiao Jun's body trembled, and he became fully alert. The distance from the normal university to the hotel was not far, but the dense zombies along the way were also a big problem. When Xiao Jun and Wan Qianya came over, they relied completely on their martial arts skills and came over quietly. But now that there were more people, they definitely could not do it without alarming the zombies, so they could only kill their way through. Fortunately, I have already upgraded to a second-order mutant, which is enough to crush a group of first-order zombies. I just hope we don't encounter second-order zombies, because even I won't be able to protect them. See ya, you protect them and follow me, and remember to assign someone to touch the bodies. Even in this situation, Xiao Jun did not forget the mutant crystal, which is more important than human life. Everyone followed closely, because if it was lost, no one would care. After saying that, Xiao Jun took the lead in charging with his dual swords. The girls behind him had never seen anything like this before, and they all looked on like idiots. Is this man the savior? The way he brandishes his sword really gives a sense of security. Ahem. Stop looking. Just take turns touching the bodies, just like I started doing. Anyone who doesn't want to can just leave. Wan Qianya looked at the group of women in front of her with a displeased expression. She felt a little regret in her heart. Is this a group of opponents I brought upon myself? Perhaps they sensed the murderous intent in Wan Qianya's eyes, and these girls slowly came to their senses, each lowering their heads to ease the awkwardness. At this time, Xiao Jun in front of them had already killed his way out of a clearing, and Wan Qianya stopped talking. She then handed over command to Jiang Yu, and she was only responsible for cleaning up some of the stragglers. Move quickly, everyone. We need to figure out the situation. If you don't want to do it, you can go back. Some people are naturally suited to being team leaders. She knows when to use what tactics and can accurately see the situation. In the end times, the strength of a team is much greater than that of an individual, not to mention that these are women who are inherently physically weak. If they don't unite, they will either become men's playthings or die. This is also the reason Jiang Yu wants to lead these people. Even Xiao Jun, who was fighting in the front, looked back at Jiang Yu. This girl is very unique, but I don't know if it's good or bad. Suppressing these thoughts for the time being, Xiao Jun continued to blaze a path ahead, while the group of girls behind him, under the command of Jiang Yu, no longer panicked as they had at the beginning, and everything became orderly. The journey from the school to the hotel was a full 2 kilometers, and Xiao Jun simply killed his way there, carrying 2 swords. Along the way, they encountered several other human groups, but everyone avoided each other with tacit understanding. 10 days into the end of the world, the outstanding people have adapted to the law of survival. In a society without legal constraints, fights between humans are often even more brutal. When Xiao Jun's arms were tired from swinging the knives, he finally saw the hotel's front door. If he continued to fight, he felt that he would just die from exhaustion. He didn't know how many times he swung the knives, but each one weighed 60 Jin, so the two together weighed 120 Jin. Even with his 12 times stronger physical strength, he had reached his limit. He still overestimated himself. If the hotel had been 100 meters further away, Xiao Jun would probably not have been able to hold on. The only thing that was lucky was that they didn't encounter any second-order zombies. There seemed to be fewer zombies in front of the hotel than when they left in the morning. Maybe they were attracted away, which was a good thing for Xiao Jun. Qianya, take them in. You have distracted a large number of zombies, so the rest is up to them. Wan Qianya, armed with a pair of daggers, walked at the front of the group and was the first to enter the hotel lobby. The zombies inside had long been attracted by the commotion and were already scrambling towards the door. Compared to Xiao Jun's broad and open style, Wan Qianya's killing was more like an art. There was no blood and gore flying, just precise lethal strikes. She's amazing. Many of the girls let out an exclamatory sigh from the bottom of their hearts. They were both female students, so why was there such a big difference? Xiong, there are 31 people in total. Leaning his body fully against the sofa, on his right, Wan Qianya was massaging his arm, and in front of him, Jiang Yu was briefing him on the situation. With so many people all of a sudden, and having to support them for a week, Xiao Jun suddenly felt that his supplies were far from enough. There are only 31 people, but if there really is a regiment, how much food will be consumed every day? It's really a headache. There is also the problem of where to live. There are rooms, but half the doors on this floor have been split open by Xiao Jun, so it's not very safe to live here. If we're talking about safety, there's also a high-tech tent, which is 200 square meters inside, but there's nothing in it. It seems that tomorrow I'll have to go out and get some mattresses and bedding. Tonight, you arrange for them to find rooms to rest in, and I'll arrange the rest tomorrow. It's already dark, so they definitely can't go out at night. Although Xiao Jun's strength is such that even the zombies at night are no match for him, the most troublesome thing about fighting at night is the visibility. Zombies don't need eyes, and the dark night has no effect on them, but the same cannot be said for humans. If you can't see, your combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Chapter 27 Getting on the right track. Brother Jun, they can sleep in the guest room. Wan Qianya felt a little embarrassed. She had asked for a bit too much today. After all, they were close friends, and in this apocalyptic world, they felt even closer. The three of them had a lot to talk about. The presidential suite had a guest room in addition to the master bedroom, but usually Xiao Jun didn't use it. Not only did those rooms outside have no doors, they had also all been the scene of deaths. Fine, you decide. Since they had already brought the people back, Xiao Jun would not care about such trivial matters. Perhaps it was because they were both dancers. Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin were both standard beauties, especially Jiang Yu, a typical Oriental classical beauty, simply a straight man killer. Seeing that Xiao Jun had agreed, not only Wan Qianya, but also the other two were full of happiness, as no one likes the feeling of sleeping while a stranger can just come in. Drinks and snacks, Wan Qianya had already taken them out a long time ago, to properly entertain her roommate, who had been hungry for several days. They saw the supplies stacked in the living room as soon as they entered, and they were envious of Wan Qianya. One dormitory, at the end of the world, life is simply heaven and earth. Think about the two of them, one bread has to be eaten for 3 days, and then look at Wan Qianya, even before the end of the world, I would not have such a rich snack. Don't worry, eat slowly, after I finish eating, I will take you to take a bath and get new clothes. Xiao Jun could see that Wan Qianya seemed to be showing off more than anything else. The competitive spirit between women would never disappear, no matter how close the relationship. He was really tired today, and he didn't bother to care what the three of them were doing. He just lay on the sofa and fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but a familiar, hot body suddenly pounced on him. Their eyes met, and in the candlelight, Wan Qianya's little face turned red, and her seductive eyes were like silk. This little slut, she's really gone too far. The two people in the room hadn't fallen asleep either. After finally taking a hot shower after many days, and changing into clean clothes, the two of them still felt like they were dreaming. Then they heard some inappropriate sounds coming from the living room. Both of them blushed, and they were both adults. They had seen pigs running before, even if they had never eaten pork before. That night, two people completely lost sleep. The two perpetrators were sleeping in the master bedroom, embraced in each other's arms, and fell into a sweet dream. Early the next morning. Looking at the two people in front of him with panda eyes, Xiao Jun was at a loss. Did you sleep well? Can't sleep anymore? How can you lead the team like this? But soon, he knew the reason. Xiao Jun blushed, made an excuse to wash up, and fled in a hurry. Women's thoughts are really dirty. At 8:30, the living room was already full of people, all of them young ladies except Xiao Jun. Wan Qianya stood obediently next to Xiao Jun, while Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin stood opposite with the other 29 young ladies, all of them standing properly. 10 lunchboxes and 5 water bottles, this is the food I promised you for the week. The lunchboxes and water bottles had already been placed on the table in front, and all the young ladies already knew what they meant. You all know the situation. The end of the world is here, and if you can't prove your worth, you'll be abandoned. I don't care about the process, I want to see results after 1 week. Xiao Jun didn't want to waste any more words, and everything would be decided by actions. In the first 3 days, Wan Qianya would stay with them and teach them some survival and combat skills for the end of the world. Xiao Jun believed that if they had managed to rise without his help in the last life, they definitely wouldn't let him down this time. Too much interference would be a bad thing. Brother Jun, if we behave well, is there any reward? The sisters haven't bathed in many days. Jiang Yu suddenly said. The other girls all looked over expectantly. For many women, not bathing is even more difficult than not eating. Before, they didn't have the conditions to do so, they were just happy to be alive, so they couldn't think about it so much. But this morning, they saw Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin suddenly looking fresh and new, and everyone was envious. Yes. Not only can you bathe, but there are also all kinds of snacks, as long as you behave well. If you want someone to work hard for you, you can't just save their life, you have to give them hope. Xiao Jun hadn't thought of that before, but after being reminded by Jiang Yu, he understood. She was indeed one of the 3 group leaders, and she was born to be a leader. With Xiao Jun's promise, the fear that everyone had felt before was greatly alleviated, and they were full of energy. Xiao Jun had 3 steel knives in total, and this time he gave 2 to Jiang Yu to distribute, while the others had to find their own weapons. As long as they wanted, they could use anything as a weapon. They might not be able to find knives outside, but there were plenty of wooden and even iron rods, which were more than enough to kill a first-stage zombie. As he watched the girls go downstairs, Xiao Jun didn't know how many of them would survive in the end. After they all left, Xiao Jun set off alone. Apart from looking for airdrop boxes, he also had to get more supplies back. The 21st floor of the hotel was already very quiet. Many people, forced by the lack of food, had eventually chosen to go downstairs, but the vast majority had become food for the zombies, and not many had survived. Xiao Jun unexpectedly saw that boy again. He looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, and last time he had earned a bottle of water and a loaf of bread from Xiao Jun. The young boy looked at Xiao Jun with longing eyes, but in the end he didn't have the courage to come forward. Xiao Jun didn't pay much attention to him either. There are so many pitiful people in the world, and no one cares about those who are worthless. It was the same in his previous life, just living a miserable life. It was comfortable to follow the girls, and he didn't even have to do anything about the zombies in the hall. After roughly identifying a direction, Xiao Jun vaguely remembered that there was a very large shopping mall over there, and he hoped to find what he needed inside. This time when he went out, he left most of the things in his space in the hotel, just so that he could take more things. There were really too few space equipment, and he still needed to get more. The pressure of supporting 32 mouths was huge. Chapter 28 Survivor Team. Xiao Jun was now completely uninterested in first-order zombies. If he encountered a second-order one, he would want to try it out. But the second-order zombie he encountered the day before seemed to have been an illusion, like a bug in the game that was immediately fixed. Xiao Jun hoped that was the case too. A slower process would be more suitable for the development of the current team of women. 9 o'clock. The airdrop rain fell again. 5 minutes later, people were seen flashing around in various parts of the city, and even Xiao Jun saw several. Now the surviving humans all know that this airdrop box is the hope for survival. Xiao Jun also ran towards a good location for the airdrop box to land. No matter what, the airdrop box is always the top priority. Soon, Xiao Jun saw the airdrop box landing on a small square. After several days of continuous zombie rain, even a small square had dozens of zombies standing around. Not much beeping, and it's done. At that moment, 6 people suddenly appeared in the other direction, with a clear goal in mind, the airdrop box in the square. Xiao Jun, who had already set his sights on it, wasted no time and sped up, arriving in front of the airdrop box in just 10 seconds, while the zombies on the way had already fallen to the ground. The 6 people were clearing the zombies while also paying attention to the movements on Xiao Jun's side. Seeing this scene, the 6 of them widened their eyes in disbelief. The lunchbox and water bottle disappeared in a flash of white light, and it turned out to be just a low-grade airdrop box. When the six finally reached the airdrop box, they saw only the white light had disappeared, and Xiao Jun had already taken the contents. "Brother, you're so skilled, why don't you join us? It doesn't matter if we lose the stuff, we still have each other." With such skills, even in their camp, only 1 or 2 people can do it at most. Seeing that he is alone, it would be a pity not to recruit him. Xiao Jun, who was packing his things, shook his head and was about to leave. "Brother, in the face of this human catastrophe, we should unite. In our survivor team, we have already gathered more than 1,000 survivors, and the number is increasing exponentially every day. With your skills, as long as you join us, you will never have to worry about food and shelter again." Xiao Jun stopped in his tracks. The survivor team piqued his interest. If memory serves, the previous life's Future City started out as a survivors team, and it grew and grew, eventually establishing Future City. The leader of the survivors team established the City Lord's mansion, and he himself became the City Lord. Seeing Xiao Jun stop in his tracks, the person speaking hurriedly took a few steps forward. In the survivors camp, everything is based on contributions. If you can bring back a master like this, it will be much more beneficial than finding a low-level airdrop box. At least you can get a lunchbox and a water bottle. "Brother, the head of our camp is called Chen Gang, and he is said to be a second-order mutant. Joining our team will definitely guarantee your safety." Chen Gang, it really is him, the lord of the city of the future and also the #1 expert in the city of the future. He only became a second-order mutant yesterday after having the experience of a previous life, and this Chen Gang has also become a second-order mutant so quickly, which is really amazing. Xiao Jun made a face of indecision, but then hesitated. As if he could see Xiao Jun's hesitation, the other person said again, "Brother, is there any difficulty? As long as you join our survivor team, your business is everyone's business. As long as you join and let me collect the reward, the rest is none of my business." Good guy, this person must have been involved in pyramid selling before, killing without regard for consequences. "Not really, it's just that I still have some family and friends that I need to discuss this with. Why don't you tell me your team's address and I'll go there myself after we've discussed it." Xiao Jun definitely won't go now. He has the strength to support himself, so why should he be bound by others? The man was a bit embarrassed. It's not that the team's address is a secret that he can't tell, but if Xiao Jun goes on his own, the reward may not necessarily be his. The man wanted to say something else, but Xiao Jun just insisted on going back and discussing it some more. The man had no choice, after all, he couldn't force the issue, and besides, he wasn't a match for the other guy. "Brother Xiao, when you join our group, remember to mention my name." In the end, the two exchanged names, and when they left, the man named Wang Ding kept telling Xiao Jun not to let the reward go to waste. Unexpectedly, the survivor team's base of operations was in a middle school, which was a good choice. Xiao Jun thought to himself that he might need to find a new place as well. Middle schools are generally not as large as universities, but they also have dormitory buildings, so there would be no problem with accommodation. And unlike hotels, the entrance may be surrounded by zombies one day and you won't be able to get out. As long as the gate at the entrance of the campus is closed, no zombies will come in except those that parachute in every day. As long as they clean up the zombies on campus every morning when they get up, no new zombies will appear for a whole day. This is like farming monsters to gain experience, and it is also highly secure. Maybe there will be some unexpected surprises, and the airdrop box will land directly at home. If you have a bigger group, you can find a school. With only 30 people here, we might as well set up camp at the hotel. Separating from the others, Xiao Jun continued to search for new airdrop boxes, hoping to get more space equipment. The most lacking thing right now is space equipment. There is simply no way to carry all the supplies in the city. When the fourth catastrophic earthquake strikes, everything here will be buried under the rubble, making it much more difficult to find. In his previous life, during the early days of the establishment of Future City, countless people spent their days digging through the rubble, hoping to dig up the storage warehouse of that supermarket, or even just the smallest convenience store, so that they could strike it rich. Perhaps Xiao Jun's luck had come today, because not long after he had walked away, he saw the airdrop box again, still placed side by side. In the distance, a small team of 4 was also working hard to clear the zombies, advancing towards the airdrop box. Xiao Jun didn't rush forward this time, because he saw a familiar figure, a second-order zombie. It is difficult for someone who doesn't know to tell the difference between the levels of zombies, but for an old hand like Xiao Jun, he can easily tell even without looking at its claws. The next second, the second-order zombie moved, targeting the 4 people. When they thought it was just an ordinary zombie attacking, they were doomed. The second-order zombies' sharp claws easily cut through their wooden weapons, and in their terrified expressions, they turned them into their own kind. Xiao Jun sighed. It was his turn to go on stage. Chapter 29, A Bountiful Harvest. Perhaps it was because there were still very few second-stage zombies, and where there were second-stage zombies, there were far fewer first-stage zombies. After gaining 4 more subordinates, this zombie also didn't react when it saw that there were still humans daring to come out. However, with its simple intelligence, it was difficult for it to understand the reason, so it once again bared its teeth and charged at Xiao Jun. A vertical slash, the steel knife collided with the claws, making a loud noise. I really don't know how this zombie's claws grew out, but they were able to withstand this high-tech steel knife. Just Xiao Jun's previous strike split even alloy steel, but the opponent's claws were fine. Xiao Jun did not give the zombie a chance to catch its breath. Holding the knife in both hands, he slashed again and again. Second-order zombies are different from first-order zombies. First-order zombies don't know how to dodge or defend, they just keep pouncing, so they are easy to kill. The second-stage zombies already had a hint of intelligence, and knew that blocking the knife with their heads was not the right thing to do. So, no matter how many times Xiao Jun slashed, it blocked with its claws. Xiao Jun was also getting stubborn, and completely did not change his tactics, wanting to test the strength of this second-stage zombie. After slashing more than 30 times in a row, he heard a crisp sound, and the claws shattered. For the final slash, the second-stage zombie habitually extended its hands in front of it to block. The steel blade cut through like cutting through tofu, splitting it in half without any resistance. Xiao Jun leaned on his sword, panting. The zombie's hands were really hard. He couldn't do something so stupid in the future, it was too tiring. After resting for a few minutes, Xiao Jun began to harvest his spoils. There were no second-stage mutant crystals, of course. With his luck, it would be a problem if he had any. There were 2 more airdrop boxes over there. This was the first time Xiao Jun had seen 2 airdrop boxes so close together. He rubbed his hands together vigorously and opened the first airdrop box. A steel knife and a lunchbox. Very straightforward. It would be nice to have both a steel knife and a dagger, so that he would have a choice. Xiao Jun thought to himself as he opened the second airdrop box. He had no hope for his luck. It was still the same old lunchbox, so Xiao Jun took it without even looking at it and stuffed it into the space. Then came its old partner, the water bottle, which was very familiar. After feeling around, Xiao Jun turned around and was about to leave, still thinking about what had just happened. No, there's still white light. Damn, this is a high-end airdrop box. His body stopped turning, and the faint white light in the corner of his eye made him turn back around. He rubbed his hands together again, as if that would bring him good luck. The third item was a dagger. The fourth item was a new gadget, a high-tech toilet. The toilet was commonly used by ordinary people on vacation, and was easy to use, as it could automatically decompose excrement. Well, it's a pretty cool thing. Since the end of the world hasn't been that long, and Xiao Jun lives high up, his toilet is still in working order. The ones on the lower floors are probably already stinking to high heaven. With this, you can go to the toilet with peace of mind and save water. Item 5. Xiao Jun looked at this little thing in his hand with a strange expression. This end of the world seems a bit inappropriate. Ultra thin and fragrant, giving you the ultimate experience. Note, contains 10,000 units. It's no wonder it's high-tech, just like the space ring. With a single touch, it's as if you've drawn a line, and sure enough, it's ultra-thin. In the future, I can finally stop panicking and pulling out the knife in the heat of the moment. A high-level airdrop box. Although no space equipment has been issued, Xiao Jun is very satisfied with the 2 new items, both of which can be put to use. After feeling the airdrop box, Xiao Jun changed his strategy. He discovered a problem. The last time he killed a second-order zombie, it was also next to an airdrop box on the road, and in the end, he got an excellent airdrop box. This time, although it wasn't an excellent airdrop box, it was also a high-level one. Following this line of thinking, is there a place where there are second-order zombies that is a high-quality airdrop box? Because he had only encountered 2, Xiao Jun was not sure, and if he could encounter a few more, he would know. With this line of thinking, Xiao Jun stopped looking for those courtyards and began to pay attention to the airdrop boxes on the street. There were many zombies on the street, and even if someone found an airdrop box, most of them would be afraid to go. In the past, Xiao Jun would not deliberately go looking for airdrop boxes on the street, as it was a thankless task. But now his thinking had changed, and soon he found another airdrop box. Xiao Jun lurked nearby and observed it carefully for 2 minutes. He didn't see the second stage zombies, and after thinking about it, he decided to give up. There were 100 or 2 zombies surrounding an airdrop box. Even if he could defeat them, he would be exhausted, and the loss would outweigh the gain. In the end times, you must always remember to conserve your strength, because you never know what danger you will encounter next. That danger could come from strange creatures, or it could come from humans. After wandering around for a while, Xiao Jun found a second airdrop box. This time, before he could observe it properly, a second-order zombie had already discovered him. "Hey, you're the one I've been waiting for." With his left hand, he crossed his steel knife in front of his chest, and with his right hand, he dragged the knife along the ground, remaining unchanged in the face of change. The zombie came with a lot of momentum, but it died cleanly. One knife sealed its attack, and the other finished it off. A second-order zombie, nothing more. Xiao Jun was satisfied with the way he sheathed his knives, bent down, and went over to feel the air. For second-order mutant crystals. It looked like he would have to wait for Wan Qianya to come. There were also 7 or 8 first-order zombies next to the airdrop box. Judging from their costumes, they were all humans who tried to touch the airdrop box and ended up being killed. "You are so miserable. It is hard to live, and I never thought that you would become zombies even after you die. I have already avenged you, and I will give you a proper burial." Xiao Jun muttered to himself, but his hands did not relent. He used one knife to kill them all. "Airdrop box, here I come." Xiao Jun looked at the airdrop box in front of him with excitement. If his reasoning was correct, then this was at least a high-level airdrop box. The first 2 items were nothing new, a lunchbox and a water bottle. The white light was still there, so indeed, Xiao Jun's guess was correct. A steel knife, not bad. A ring, oh dear, I've finally waited for you, space plus 500. Then, the lunchbox? Are you teasing me by leaving it here? Xiao Jun cursed, but then noticed that the white light had not disappeared. The ultimate airdrop box. I've finally escaped from this. Xiao Jun's hands trembled, and then he pulled out 3 lunchboxes in a row. He remembered when the last ultimate airdrop box had mocked Wan Qianya, and he didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. The 9th item, the talent mixture. After use, there is a certain probability of developing a talent. Talent, Xiao Jun knew about this. There are some people who are blessed by the heavens. When they reach the 3rd stage of metamorphosis, they suddenly awaken a supernatural talent. Shen Gang, the Lord of Future City, awakened the fire element. Xiao Jun was also a 3rd stage metamorph in his previous life, but he did not awaken any supernatural talent. With this mixture, he can awaken too? Forcing down the excitement in his heart, he knew that this thing must be kept in a safe place. There was one last item. With this mixture of talents, Xiao Jun was no longer interested in the 10th item, and it didn't matter what he got. Damn, did I step in dog poop today? A turquoise bracelet appeared in Xiao Jun's hand, and it was another piece of spatial equipment. It was still a bracelet, with 5,000 additional spatial points. Chapter 30 Awakening Talent. Shopping Mall. Xiao Jun did not kill all the zombies wandering in the mall, but quietly went to the basement. There was indeed a storage warehouse here. The warehouse door was closed, so it seemed that no one had been here yet. At this stage, the survivors are more likely to search supermarkets, and there are only a very small number of people who always have space equipment. Most of it is used to store water and food, and it will not be wasted on other things. Xiao Jun opened the warehouse door and, under the glare of a flashlight, a warehouse full of supplies appeared before his eyes. He collected 50 sets of bedding, and then went to the soft Simmons mattresses and collected 50 of those as well. If he didn't have the 5,000 kilogram space bracelet, Xiao Jun would have to think about it a bit before collecting it. 50 sets of bedding is 100 kilograms, and 50 Simmons are 1,000 kilograms. Then there are 50 sets of cotton quilts, which weigh a full 200 kilograms. It's good to have a lot of space to store things. Xiao Jun didn't blindly collect other things. Big brands from before the end of the world are worthless now. Lingerie? I can collect a bit of this. Let's start with 100 sets. It's not heavy anyway. Combat boots? These are good. Before the end of the world, I often heard people brag about carrying them, and Xiao Jun also wants to try them. Then let's get 100 pairs, and let Wan Qianya try them on. There are also some clothes and shoes from other big brands, and Xiao Jun also collected a little symbolically. They will be a good choice to reward the little sisters who have performed well. Cosmetics and skin care products are also fine, collect them. In the end, a total of 4,000 kilograms of things were collected in this shopping mall, basically for the little sisters in the group. That's about it. After observing the surroundings, Xiao Jun decided that it was safe here, as there were zombies guarding the top and it was dark. Xiao Jun decided to take the talent mixture here. He walked a little further inside and chose a slightly more comfortable place. There were piles of clothes here, which were softer to sit on. He took out the talent mixture from the space. It was a tube of light purple liquid that exuded a tempting aroma in the dark warehouse. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Jun gulped down the entire mixture. When the liquid entered his mouth, there was no particular taste, and it quickly slid down his throat. 10 seconds later, Xiao Jun's mind suddenly felt hot, as if something special was about to break out. This feeling lasted for 5 or 6 minutes, not painful but very uncomfortable, like an itch in one place that you can't scratch. Then, it was gone. It's over? Xiao Jun was a little dazed. Xiao Jun suddenly remembered the sentence from the talent mix, there is a certain probability. Damn, this probability can't be the penguin law, right? Coupled with his luck as an African, is it destined that he will never have supernatural talent? Xiao Jun was very annoyed. Without supernatural talent, even if he has an advantage now, in the later stages, the difference between having supernatural talent and not having it will be like heaven and earth. But there was nothing he could do about it, so Xiao Jun sighed and stood up. But suddenly his head felt dizzy, and he collapsed again. This time, he passed out directly. Why hasn't June returned yet? It's going to be dark soon. In the room, Wan Qianya anxiously walked back and forth, occasionally glancing outside. June is so strong, he'll definitely be fine. Jiang Yu was counting today's harvest, while Li Jingyin followed Wan Qianya around, comforting her. No, I have to go out and look for him. It was about to get dark, and Wan Qianya couldn't stand it anymore. No. Jiang Yu, who was organizing the data, raised her head. In their dormitory, Li Jingyin is the craziest, Wan Qianya is aloof, and Jiang Yu is the gentlest and quietest. But strangely, when something important happens in the dormitory, Jiang Yu always makes the decision, and the others obediently listen. So, even though Wan Qianya is the strongest now, she subconsciously looked at Jiang Yu and didn't argue. It will be dark in half an hour at the most, and you don't know where he is. Going out recklessly is likely to result in you not being able to come back. With your strength, if you are still wandering outside after dark, you will definitely die. Jiang Yu had already stood up and walked over to Wan Qianya, moving her two long, slender, white legs. You can only believe that he is fine. There is one more thing that Jiang Yu didn't say, if something happens to Wan Qianya, she won't have any guarantees. Xiao Jun is fine, and Wan Qianya is her biggest support right now. If something happens to Xiao Jun, Wan Qianya will be her only support. In the end times, there are dozens of young and beautiful girls, as well as a large amount of supplies. Without sufficient strength, it is estimated that they will be devoured and nothing will be left. Wan Qianya also understands this truth, and she is powerless, collapsing on the sofa. It is completely dark, and the zombies outside the house have become active again. Occasionally, you can hear screams coming from afar, the dying screams of humans who did not have time to return to their accommodation. That night, Wan Qianya could not sleep. That night, Jiang Yu also couldn't sleep. If Xiao Jun died, the impact on them, a group of women, would be huge. Xiao Jun slept very comfortably, but when he woke up, he felt a bit of pain at the back of his head, as if he had hit it when he fainted. He took out 2 or 3 powerful flashlights, turned them on, and shone them around before he finally calmed down. It was still in the storage warehouse of the shopping mall, and it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After shaking his slightly dizzy head, Xiao Jun suddenly froze, and then he closed his eyes, as if he was feeling something. 10 seconds later, Xiao Jun opened his eyes again and looked at a corner of the warehouse. Under the glare of the flashlight, it was as bright as day. The next second, Xiao Jun suddenly disappeared, and in the corner he had just looked at, Xiao Jun appeared out of thin air. Teleportation, this is Xiao Jun's superpower. He can teleport to anywhere within his line of sight, and he can use it 3 times a day. This piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind, as if he had always known. Teleportation, this is too powerful. If someone fights with him, he can suddenly appear behind the opponent and kill them however he wants. He can only use it 3 times a day, which is a bit low, but if used well, it's enough. Well, if you're the enemy of the world, then forget what I said. After putting away the flashlight, Xiao Jun was left with only one in his hand, and he was ready to go back. This trip outside today was really too fruitful. The warehouse door creaked open, making a squeaky sound that was especially harsh in the dark night. Immediately, Xiao Jun heard a familiar sound. It was the sound of a zombie running. Damn, what's going on? Is it already night? Xiao Jun thought of this possibility. Only at night would this sound alert the zombies upstairs. Xiao Jun immediately stopped what he was doing. He couldn't make any more noise, or else it would attract more zombies. The zombies that had just heard the sound were getting closer and closer. A strong light shot out. There were only 3 of them, which was fortunate. Afraid that the sound of the fight would attract other zombies, Xiao Jun decisively used the second teleportation of the day. With one slash, the heads of all 3 first-order zombies were separated from their bodies. Relieved, Xiao Jun returned to the warehouse and didn't bother closing the door. As long as no sound was made, no zombies should come here. Finding a comfortable corner, Xiao Jun lay down with peace of mind. For now, he could only wait until daytime to leave again. I wonder how Wan Qianya and the others are doing. Chapter 31 Jian Yu's little thoughts. All night, Xiao Jun did not dare to sleep deeply, in case a zombie got lost and walked in, and he happened to be asleep, he might have to be a wronged ghost. Wan Qianya in the hotel was the same, tossing and turning on the big bed unable to sleep. She was used to feeling safe in this post-apocalyptic world when Xiao Jun was by her side. In winter, the days are dark early and the nights are late. It wasn't until after 7 o'clock that Xiao Jun walked out of the warehouse. If you ask how Xiao Jun knew it was after 7 o'clock, there were quite a few new mobile phones in the mall warehouse, and he knew the time just by randomly taking apart one. Killing all the zombies on the first floor of the mall not only avenged the fear from last night, but also earned a few first-order mutant crystals, a bloodbath. There are more and more zombies on the road. Today is the 6th day since the zombies appeared. The day after tomorrow, there will be no more zombie rain in the middle of the night, and likewise, the airdrop rain will also stop. In the previous life, after the zombie rain stopped, the humans were overjoyed. As long as the number of zombies did not increase, there would always be a day when they could be killed. However, after they discovered that the airdrop rain had also stopped, they began to fall into panic again. This was the hope for the survival of the human race. But half a month later, that is, 1 month after the end of the world, zombie rain and airdrop boxes appeared in the sky again. The next day, the survivors discovered a large number of second-order zombies. After that, this situation occurred a total of 6 times. After each time, higher-level zombies would appear. Before Xiao Jun died in the previous life, the highest-level zombie discovered had reached the 8th rank, while the strongest known person in Future City was only a 7th rank. Fortunately, that 8th rank zombie was a certain distance from Future City, and for some reason, it was just guarding its territory. In the previous life, before Xiao Jun died, this 8th order zombie had never come to Future City. These are still some distance away from the current Xiao Jun, who now just wants to hurry back to the hotel. He hasn't returned home all night, so I hope Wan Qianya is okay. As for the other female students, at the moment, they are not that important to Xiao Jun. If they are gone, he can find more. When Xiao Jun rushed back to the hotel, Wan Qianya was spacing out on the sofa. She hadn't slept well the night before, her eyes were a little red, and when she heard the door open, she didn't even look up, thinking it was Jiang Yu or Li Jingyin. What's wrong? She looked so listless. A familiar voice drifted into her ears, and Wan Qianya lifted her head in surprise. Xiao Jun, he's back. Tears of grievance flowed down her face like broken threads, and Wan Qianya threw herself into Xiao Jun's arms, choking as she spoke. You, why, all night, didn't come back? Xiao Jun patted her back gently with his left hand, while holding her tightly with his right. There was a small problem, but it has been solved. Xiao Jun would not tell anyone about his supernatural talent for the time being, not even Wan Qianya. The noise outside also woke up Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin in the room. When they opened the door, they saw Wan Qianya crying in Xiao Jun's arms. They had been living together in the dormitory for more than 2 years, but this was the first time they had seen Wan Qianya cry. She was previously known as the Ice Queen at school. However, they were also happy that Xiao Jun had returned. In the end times, having a strong enough man was good, and this man seemed to have good qualities. Jiang Yu was no little girl. She used to like reading end-of-the-world novels. Although they were a bit exaggerated, she felt that if the end of the world really came, human nature would only become more exaggerated. From the beginning, when Xiao Jun looked at her and Li Jingyin, there was never any strange desire in his eyes. Later, when he brought along 30 or so young ladies, he didn't make any extra moves. It is not impossible to rule out any misconduct on Xiao Jun's part in the future, but Jiang Yu believes that by that time, she will have developed a certain ability to resist. Jiang Yu lowered her head in thought, then looked up at Xiao Jun again, and just as it happened, Xiao Jun's gaze came back. The two locked eyes in midair, and Xiao Jun gave a meaningful smile before looking down at Wan Qianya in his arms. What did his smile mean? I was acting normally, I should have been the one overthinking it, he was just smiling normally. She just didn't notice the faint smile at the corner of his mouth after he lowered his head. After crying in Xiao Jun's arms for a while, Wan Qianya finally remembered that there were two other people in the room. In the teasing glances of her two best friends, Wan Qianya's pretty face turned red, and she quickly dried her tears and left Xiao Jun's embrace. Do you still have the strength to go out with them today? Yes. A first-stage mutant, not sleeping for a night will not have a significant impact, and Wan Qianya had slept, even if she hadn't slept well. Then you continue to go out with them today, remember, priority airdrop boxes. The day after tomorrow, the airdrop boxes will temporarily lose their source, so you must seize the time to find a bit more in these 2 days. Xiao Jun had already seen the scene that followed, with large numbers of survivors searching the city for airdrop boxes. Without the zombies to replenish them, even more of them cannot stop the humans in Star City, and it is only a matter of time before they are all killed. Then I will take them out first. Here is the information I compiled yesterday. Jiang Yu walked over and placed a notebook on the table. Well, go ahead. I understand. Xiao Jun is fine, and Wan Qianya has also returned to her original demeanor, looking like a cold and aloof goddess. She only becomes an obedient little girl in front of Xiao Jun. Jiang Yu has her own ideas. Xiao Jun also noticed that apart from the first time they met, when Wan Qianya told them to call her brother Jun, she never called him that again. Shaking his head to get rid of these thoughts, Jiang Yu felt fine. If he started to have any romantic thoughts, he would have to take drastic action to prevent himself from acting on them. After briefly going through the notebook, he found that yesterday they had found a total of 6 airdrop boxes, reaping 74 first-order mutant crystals and suffering no casualties. There is strength in numbers, and there really is nothing wrong with it. This is just a group of ordinary humans, and they are still women. When I think about it, the survivor team has to find so many airdrop boxes every day, no wonder they can build the city of the future later. The first-order mutant crystals are obviously in Wan Qianya's spatial equipment. If I had known that they had so many yesterday, I would have let Wan Qianya upgrade to the second order before leaving. I still have 41 here, and I killed a lot of zombies yesterday. Thinking that they had just left, Xiao Jun immediately got up and chased after them. At this time, they were in the lobby, clearing the zombies. Wan Qianya did not intervene, but helped them from the sidelines. She would go in if there was danger. I don't know how Jiang Yu trained them. The day before yesterday, they were still a group of weak women, but in just one day, they were already fighting the zombies without fear. Although they are still a bit rusty in their coordination, the results are very good. Qianya. Seeing that the battle was coming to an end, Xiao Jun waved towards Wan Qianya. Brother Jun, why did you come down? The other girls also looked over, and many of them revealed adoring looks when they saw Xiao Jun, but as soon as they saw Wan Qianya, their eyes dimmed. There are 41 mutant crystals here. You can upgrade and then go out. Wan Qianya was not pretentious. Although the 74 mutant crystals were obtained by everyone together, she did not think that everyone's consent was needed. As long as Xiao Jun agreed, that was enough. Starting today, the mutant crystals you obtain can be upgraded directly. Who goes first and who goes second? Jiang Yu will decide based on your contributions. Xiao Jun's words excited the young ladies present. Isn't the reason Wan Qianya is so powerful because she is a first-order mutant? Now that I have the opportunity to, I can be just as powerful. Jiang Yu, here are 2 steel swords and a dagger. You distribute them. He called Jiang Yu again, and Xiao Jun took out the weapons he had touched yesterday and handed them to her. In the future, you can just distribute and use the weapons you obtain yourself, but all the data must be recorded. Jiang Yu nodded. Xiao Jun was willing to do this, which showed his trust in her and also increased everyone's chances of survival in disguise. Jiang Yu was full of gratitude in her heart. After everything had been explained, Wan Qianya had also just finished her upgrade and had become a second-order mutant, or a second-order mutant who had taken the mutation mixture. Come on. After cheering everyone on, Xiao Jun turned around and went upstairs. He hadn't slept well last night, so he was going to catch up on some sleep first. Chapter 32 I'll show you the way. The 21st floor has no elevator, and it's quite troublesome to climb up and down. While going upstairs, Xiao Jun also saw some people going down, presumably also looking for the airdrop box. Both sides were very careful and cautious. In this end of the world, trust between people is almost zero. Back on the 21st floor, Xiao Jun unexpectedly saw that boy again. His clothes were tattered and bloodstained. This time, the boy didn't hesitate. He saw Xiao Jun and immediately ran up to him. Xiao Jun stopped in his tracks, but his steel knife in his hand tightened as he tried to figure out what the boy wanted. When the boy was 3 meters away from Xiao Jun, he stopped and knelt down, knocking his head several times. Xiao Jun was unmoved, still holding the steel knife and staring at him coldly. As long as he made any move, Xiao Jun would strike immediately. The reason he didn't strike when the boy charged at him was because he didn't hear anything from the boy's heart that sounded bad for him. Xiao Jun now understood this skill, he could only hear what others were thinking about him when it was directed at him. What's the point of just kowtowing? The cold words made the boy stop his kowtowing. My mother is dying, I'll do anything if you can save her. In the past, the boy would never have dared to beg Xiao Jun, even if he knew he could save his mother. But the day before yesterday, he saw Xiao Jun bring back a large group of girls, and he saw hope again. As long as he can save his mother, he can do anything. In the past few days, he has also gone out to kill zombies, and was lucky enough to come across an airdrop box, but it was snatched away by someone else. They were in a crowd, and he was alone, so his only hope was dashed. Yesterday morning, his mother suddenly became ill. Coupled with the fact that she hadn't eaten anything for a long time and had no resistance, she became seriously ill in no time. At this time, he can only think of Xiao Jun. He came yesterday, but unfortunately didn't find Xiao Jun. This morning, he has been waiting here, as this is his last hope. Save his mother? Xiao Jun didn't think of being a good person. If it were a few days ago, he might have considered it, but now, he has so many people in his group, and there is a shortage of supplies. Slowly lifting the steel knife in his hand, the boy just happened to block his way back to the room. If he doesn't retreat, then it's not his fault. Please, if you can save my mother, I, Guiyu, will repay you with my life. Seeing Xiao Jun's actions, the boy's whole body was shaking, but he stubbornly knelt there, not moving, as this was his only hope of saving his mother. Even if he had seen Xiao Jun kill before, he knew that Xiao Jun dared to kill him. Not to mention that in these kinds of times, it was already more difficult to live than to die. Guiyu? The name sounded familiar. Xiao Jun put down the knife in his hand. He knew this person. In the previous life, he was the top general under Qin Gang, extremely powerful. Future City was able to stand firm against repeated zombie attacks thanks to Guiyu. He has put down the knife, there is hope, mother, wait a moment, son will save you soon. Xiao Jun narrowed his eyes and surveyed the boy in front of him. The world was so big, it was not impossible that they just had the same name. He was pondering whether it was worth investing in him. In his previous life, Guiyu was rarely discussed. All he had heard was that he had no relatives, was grumpy and bloodthirsty. Some said that his only relative had died after the end of the world without receiving any help from anyone, and that was why his temperament had changed drastically. This was very similar to this Guiyu. If there was no one else, then he would beg someone else, and the end result would definitely be that no one would save him, and his mother would be doomed to die. Take me to see your mother. This sentence sounded like music to Guiyu's ears, and he quickly got up and led the way. In the room at the end, Xiao Jun tensed up. He didn't rule out the possibility that this was just a plot, with a group of people actually waiting inside to ambush him and kill him. After all, everyone on this floor knew that he had a large amount of food. The only reason Xiao Jun dared to follow him was because of his supernatural talent. He still had one more chance to teleport today, which could guarantee his safe escape. When he pushed open the door, there was no ambush as Xiao Jun had imagined. There was only a woman quietly lying in bed, coughing weakly from time to time. The illness was only a minor problem, but she was mainly hungry. You've gone out and killed zombies, right? Xiao Jun suddenly asked, standing by the bedside. Guiyu nodded. Did you get any mutant crystals? Guiyu took out a handful of mutant crystals from his pocket, a total of 7. It looked like he had killed quite a few. An ordinary person, alone, can kill so many zombies. Xiao Jun was a bit convinced that he was the Guiyu from the previous life. He rummaged in the space and handed him a kettle, and then took out a lunchbox. Feed your mother a mutant crystal first, and then give her a rice ball after a while. Guiyu quickly did as he was told. He didn't think that Xiao Jun would harm him for no reason. In addition to being able to upgrade, mutant crystals can also restore physical strength and treat common diseases, which is even better than taking medicine. You can have the water and lunchbox for free. You can't survive here, so I'll show you the way. Xiao Jun didn't want to be the lord of the city, so Chen Gang would still have to build future city. But he didn't want the threat of an explosion over his head either, so he needed someone who had a say in future city to help him, and Guiyu was the perfect candidate. Seeing that his mother's complexion had improved, Guiyu quickly knelt down and gave several loud kowtows. Xiao Jun accepted the salute with equanimity. First, you go out and kill some zombies by yourself, gather 10 mutant crystals, and upgrade yourself to a first-order mutant. Then, you take your mother to Boya Middle School, where there is a team of survivors. Join them, and as long as you keep upgrading yourself, you can take care of your mother. I may need your help in the future. A lunchbox and a water bottle. If this is true, then I've made a killing. Even if he isn't Guiyu, Xiao Jun still feels that he can do something. Moreover, he is sentimental. In this situation, even if he might die, he still wants to save his mother. This kind of person, if you save him once, he will definitely remember it forever. Brother, I will remember your life-saving kindness. If one day you need me, I will work like a horse and never regret it. As he said this, Guiyu bowed 3 times again. His mother had already woken up and was sitting on the bed watching this scene, her eyes filled with gratitude. Take this knife and live well, we will meet again sooner or later. The bone-chiseling knife that Xiao Jun had collected before the end of the world had not been put to use for a long time, and it was just the right thing for Guiyu to use. With this knife, he would definitely be able to quickly upgrade to a first-order mutant, and would have enough ability to take his mother to the survivor team. The rest would have to depend on himself. Chapter 33 Massacre. Xiao Jun, who had returned to his room, first had a good sleep. He certainly didn't want to deprive himself of this luxury. The first thing he did after waking up was cook some self-heating rice. The rice balls were delicious and filling, but the portion was too small, and after a day, his mouth had no taste at all. Eating the hot beef rice was a real treat. The high-tech tent was placed in the living room, and Xiao Jun had never been inside it before. From the outside, the tent looked just like an ordinary one-person tent, but once you get inside, it's a whole different story. It's a full 200 square meters, which is very space-saving. He took out all the mattresses and bedding in his space and told them to divide it up themselves when the time came. The main problem was the toilets and washing facilities. It would be great if they could be solved inside the tent. Xiao Jun also had a high-tech toilet, but there were still too few. There was also the bathtub. With 30-odd people, one bathtub would not do. Tampons were also a big consumable. Women seemed to be a bit of a problem. There are only 32 women here, but in the previous life, there were 5,000 to 6,000 women in the Women's Army Corps, so it must have been a lot more troublesome. In the end, there are just too few resources at hand. Thinking about this, Xiao Jun had no desire to sleep, and he grabbed his knife and went out. Having once used his life-saving skills, Xiao Jun was very unrestrained today. He could often see other survivors on the street, and everyone was hurrying past each other, unwilling to cause trouble. Kill zombies to earn mutant crystals. At this stage, he should make all his girlfriends become first-order mutants so that they can find more airdrop boxes. He walked to the entrance of a supermarket next to the street. This supermarket had no back door, so as long as he guarded here, he would not worry about enemies appearing behind him. Then Xiao Jun began to make a huge noise. Zombies only have a decreased hearing during the day, not deaf. Attracted by Xiao Jun's high-profile actions, a large number of zombies on the street rushed this way. There were originally some other survivors on this street. Seeing this situation, they cursed the madman while fleeing like crazy. Xiao Jun crossed his sword and stood guard at the entrance to the supermarket. This was all resources. The massacre continued for more than an hour. Occasionally, some survivors appeared in the middle of the way, but they immediately avoided them. At this stage, no one could afford to provoke this large-scale zombie army. Xiao Jun seemed to be an indefatigable killing machine, repeating the chopping motion all the time. With one slash, he often killed 4 or 5 zombies at the same time. This week in First Order Zombie is now in Xiao Jun's eyes like a slow motion of a 70-year-old grandmother, and he can't even touch him. After more than an hour, Xiao Jun is panting, leaning on his knife. In front of him are the dense corpses of zombies. This street's zombies have all been killed by Xiao Jun alone. Next is the even more troublesome task of finding mutant crystals, which is even more difficult for Xiao Jun than killing zombies. Fortunately, the mutant crystals are very hard and shiny, so they are relatively easy to find. With one slash, the rows of zombie corpses were once again disintegrated, and many mutant crystals fell out. It's great to have power. Who would believe this way of collecting mutant crystals? I guess there are not many people in the entire Star City who can do it. It took more than an hour to kill the zombies, but it took a full 3 hours to collect the mutant crystals. 241 mutant crystals, this was Xiao Jun's final harvest. There might be some that got away, but Xiao Jun really didn't want to go through them again. Even if he had a big heart, searching through a pile of mangled corpses was a very disgusting thing to do. At 2 p.m., Xiao Jun had regained his strength. One such massacre was enough, he couldn't handle anymore. Next, he went to find any airdrop boxes that were being guarded by second-tier zombies. With the large number of survivors joining in, it was becoming more and more difficult to find airdrop boxes. During the day, first-tier zombies no longer posed a significant threat to humans. However, second-order zombies are still the nightmare of the vast majority of people, and if you encounter one, you won't be able to escape. Instead of wasting time looking for an airdrop box in each courtyard, it is better to directly look for second-order zombies on the street. The production of advanced airdrop boxes is what Xiao Jun desperately wants. However, before leaving, he needs to clear out the storage warehouse of this supermarket. It is obvious that someone has been to this supermarket, as the warehouse doors are all open. Xiao Jun doesn't care, even if someone has been here, they can't take much. Self-heating rice and a self-heating pot. As soon as he entered the store, Xiao Jun saw what he wanted. This is much better than the bread and cakes. It's delicious and filling. Laoganma and chili sauce are things that Xiao Jun never thinks twice about, so he took them all. Salt, spices, and water need to be stored. Don't look at salt like it's useless now, after all, you're not waiting to cook rice or stir-fry. 3 months later, an earthquake struck, followed by the establishment of Future City. At that time, salt will come in handy. Stocking up now is a wealth. Besides, who says you won't need salt? When you leave the city, you'll find that there are not only zombies but also large-scale mutant beasts. At that time, you can kill a few wild boars and cook them up for a delicious meal. Tampons? Take them all. In case the team expands in the future, it's better to be prepared. By the time Xiao Jun came out of the supermarket, his space was already crammed with 4,000 kilograms of stuff. If it weren't for the bracelet, it really wouldn't be enough. It would be nice to get a few of those 100,000 kilogram satchels. It wasn't dark yet, but Xiao Jun was already dreaming. It was 2:30, not too late, so he could still go out and look for second-stage zombies and try to find some high-level airdrop boxes. Along the way, there were many people, and Xiao Jun also saw 2 airdrop boxes, but they had already been discovered and were being poked. Xiao Jun just looked at them from a distance, and when he saw that they were low-level airdrop boxes, he turned around and left, wasting time. After wandering around for a long time, Xiao Jun did not find any second-order zombies and had to sulkily head back home. Today's harvest was not bad. I wonder what the situation is on their side, and see if I can upgrade everyone. If they can all reach the first rank, then their lives will be a lot easier in the future, just lying at home waiting for them to come home from work. After a turn, Xiao Jun and a zombie came face to face, less than a meter apart. At this distance, the zombie could attack Xiao Jun with just a reach. And that's exactly what the zombie did. It was a second-rank zombie. At this speed, Xiao Jun simply didn't have time to block. The next second, the zombie's claw pierced Xiao Jun's head without any obstruction, but a cruel scene did not appear. Then, Xiao Jun dispersed faintly and disappeared. Teleportation. At the critical moment, Xiao Jun used the last teleportation of the day to arrive behind the zombie. He slashed down with a single stroke, and the second-order zombie was split in two. Picking up the pale green mutated crystal inside the zombie's head, Xiao Jun let out a sigh of relief. He almost died of fright just now, and he must not daydream when he cannot walk in the future, or it will be easy to get into trouble. Chapter 34 Everyone upgrades. There is bound to be an airdrop box next to a second-order zombie, and it's a high-level airdrop box to start with. This is the law Xiao Jun has concluded. After killing the second-order zombie, he looked left and right, and sure enough, there was an airdrop box not far away, lying quietly, with a dozen or so zombies nearby. After sending them to hell, Xiao Jun quickly felt the box. It was already late, and the sky was gradually darkening. He didn't want to spend another night outside. The big bed in the Wan Qianya in the hotel would make him feel more comfortable. Kettle, lunchbox, and steel knife, the usual three-piece set. The fourth item, a high-tech toilet. It happened to be missing, so one came along. When sleepiness comes, a pillow is sent. The fifth item, high-tech lighting. This is also good, you can put it inside the tent, otherwise it's dark inside and it's not convenient to go to the toilet. After putting everything away, Xiao Jun hurried back to the hotel. The girls had all returned, but judging from their expressions, the mood was a bit heavy. Xiao Jun, Xiaoye is dead. Xiao Jun didn't know who Xiaoye was, and he had long expected someone to die. This is the end of the world, not a time of peace and prosperity. Countless people die every day, and Xiao Jun has long been used to it. But for these girls, they thought that after being rescued by Xiao Jun, they could live a good life, even if they had to fight the zombies. Call everyone over. 5 minutes later. Xiao Jun sat on the sofa, Wan Qianya obediently stood behind him, and all the girls came into the living room. First, you have to understand that this is the end of the world. In the end of the world, countless people die every day, and we are all fighting for survival. In the future, perhaps more people will die, even me. Everyone remains silent. In any case, the sudden death of a sister who had fought together was a shadow that could not be resolved with a few words. Xiaoye died today, but will it be me who dies tomorrow? Xiao Jun is so powerful, he definitely won't die, but if it weren't for Xia today, I would be dead. Everyone was thinking, but only Xiao Jun, who was connected to him, could hear it. After a 2-minute silence, Xiao Jun, through the hearts, got a pretty good grasp of their emotions. There would be sadness at Xiaoyu's death, but more so panic, as they were afraid that they would become like her, turned into zombies and then be killed by their own comrades. Jiang Yu, tell us about your gains today. Jiang Yu didn't know why she was suddenly asked to say this, but since Xiao Jun had spoken, she could only open her notebook. Today, a total of 7 airdrop boxes were found, including 1 advanced airdrop box. There were 7 lunchboxes, 6 water bottles, 2 steel swords, 1 dagger, and a high-tech bathtub. The high-tech bathtub is the same as a bathtub, but this one can hold 10 people at the same time. The problem of the female team members taking a bath has been solved. In addition to the airdrop boxes, we have also harvested 92 mutant crystals, which have been distributed according to performance, so we now have 9 first-order mutants. No wonder they could find so many airdrop boxes. 9 first-order mutants are still a very powerful force. Xiao Jun took out 210 mutant crystals from his space and took off another space ring from his hand, before handing them to Jiang Yu. After tonight, everyone will be upgraded to ensure everyone's safety. The originally silent crowd all looked at Xiao Jun in disbelief. Since Xiao Jun saved them, he not only didn't ask for anything in return, but also kept helping them. There are 32 of them, including Wan Qianya, and they obtained 74 mutant crystals yesterday. Today, one of them died, and they obtained 92 mutant crystals. But now, Xiao Jun has directly given them 210 crystals, just to allow them to level up and prevent further casualties. At this moment, almost all the girls had the idea of dedicating themselves, even if they were to be a mistress. Jiang Yu, the ring is for you, having space equipment can save a lot of trouble. Jiang Yu hesitated a little. Although 210 mutant crystals were a lot, she could still understand, but space equipment, the scarcity of which she could imagine with her toes, she just gave it to herself? Hurry up and take it, I can't let you use me as a warehouse every day. Seeing her best friend in a daze, Wan Qianya hurriedly came over, took the ring from Xiao Jun and slipped it into Jiang Yu's hand. Why is he treating me so specially? Even if I'm Qianya's roommate, isn't there also Li Jingyin? Xiao Jun didn't explain, and she couldn't possibly ask directly anyway, so she could think whatever she wanted. She couldn't tell her that I came from the future, that I know you're the boss and Li Jingyin is just a lackey. Don't get too excited just yet, I'll show you around your future place to live. After saying that, Xiao Jun got up and entered the tent in the corner of the living room first. A flash of white light appeared, and Xiao Jun just disappeared. Everyone was amazed. They formed a line and went in one after the other. Jiang Yu had already gone in with Wan Qianya, so she naturally knew what was going on and quickly got things organized. As soon as Xiao Jun entered, he switched on the high-tech lighting fixture. It was really useful, and the brightness could be adjusted. The 200 square meter space was still brightly lit. When everyone had entered the tent, they were even more astonished. Seeing the piles of mattresses and bedding, everyone was excited. At last, they didn't have to sleep in the room with the bloody smell and no doors. The mattresses, quilts, and bedding are for you to distribute and arrange. There is also the bathtub you got today, and there is a toilet here. Xiao Jun took out the high-tech toilet he had just gotten. These are all yours, and how you arrange them is up to you. This time, everyone couldn't hold back anymore, shouting "Long life Brother Jun" in their mouths, and several bold girls even secretly ran over to give him a kiss. This made Wan Qianya angry, and she quickly protected Xiao Jun, not allowing anyone to get close. And immediately afterwards, a large amount of women's clothes and shoes, all new, spilled out of Xiao Jun's space. Air. A pair of attack speed shoes fell out, and Xiao Jun, quick-eyed and quick-handed, stuffed them back in. These aren't for them, there's no way they're fighting in high heels. Zhang Yu, here are some sanitary napkins as well, you'll be in charge of keeping and distributing both the clothes and the sanitary napkins. Xiao Jun's space was emptied by half, and these past 2 days have been spent almost exclusively getting these things for this group of girls. At this time, not to mention the girls, even the usually calm Zhang Yu became a little excited, and she couldn't wait to peel open Wan Qianya and give Xiao Jun a kiss. The others were even crazier, and they ignored Wan Qianya's attempts to stop them, and once again rushed up. After 10 minutes or so, Xiao Jun's clothes were all torn, and he finally managed to break free from the girls and escape from the tent in a sorry state. After taking a comfortable bath in the bathtub, changing into a new set of clothes, and lighting a cigarette, Xiao Jun leisurely sat on the sofa. It's still necessary to drink happy water to get high. Xiao Jun is not a heavy drinker, and he does not store alcohol in his space. However, in his previous life, the price of white wine was very high, and now that he has enough space, he can store a batch. There are also cigarettes, and the price is also rising, so it seems that he still needs to get some. In the past, there was not enough space, so I didn't dare think too much about these things. After the female team members have all been upgraded, they will be able to open more airdrop boxes and have more space equipment. We can't just focus on what's applicable in the immediate future, we have to think about the long term. Xiao Jun was thinking this when the tent lit up and Zhang Yu walked out. She was alone, Wan Qianya was still inside. Brother Jun, all the sisters have been upgraded. A smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Jun's mouth. She had changed her tone as well. Chapter 35, the classics will never die. Everyone has been upgraded, which is a very happy thing. At this stage, their combat power is not even inferior to some large teams. Inside the tent, the girls' chatter never stopped, basically all about Xiao Jun. The mattresses had been laid out by them all, and in the corner bathtub, 10 young ladies were taking a bath. The others looked at them with envy. But there's no rush, there are 20 shower slots per day, so they'll be next in line soon. After the shower, they can also change into clean new clothes that fit their size, which they could never have imagined a few days ago, when they didn't know if they would live for another few days. They have all this thanks to Qianya. If not for her, how could June have taken us in? Yes, it's a pity there's no wine, otherwise they would definitely toast Qianya. The group of people praised Qianya, and they also forgot the sadness of Xiao Yu's death. The dead are dead, and the living must continue. Qianya was surrounded by everyone like a moon in the sky, and she was a little embarrassed, even though she is usually aloof. If she had known that the people surrounding her were all college students of similar ages, and that they were all once little princesses, she would have felt even better. Qianya, how did you win over June Go? Tell us. Gossip is a woman's instinct. When a group of women sit together, what else can they do but gossip? After all, there is no way to compare now, after all, who can compare who stinks? Someone started, and the others followed suit, even the one taking a shower in the corner poked her head in to watch. Right now, the center of their conversation has always been Xiao Jun. The other day, when they slept in other rooms, they couldn't get past Xiao Jun in 3 sentences. At the same time, everyone has one thing in common, and that is to envy Wan Qianya. Some even secretly compared themselves to Wan Qianya in their hearts. They weren't bad themselves, and maybe Xiao Jun would also like them? Especially today, after taking a shower and putting on new clothes, many people regained their confidence. Wan Qianya just smiled at the topic of Xiao Jun, but didn't say anything. She could see clearly in her heart. Every day, they kept saying Brother Jun, and embarrassing you girls. They are all little foxes, and no one can hide it from anyone. After a while of fooling around with everyone else, Wan Qianya got up and left. The tent was theirs, and she slept in the dormitory. After repeatedly warning her that she was not allowed to leave the tent in the middle of the night, Wan Qianya returned to the living room. In the living room, Xiao Jun was still smoking on the sofa, and Jiang Yu was saying something beside him. When she saw Wan Qianya come out, Jiang Yu paused, and only continued after Xiao Jun gave him a sign. Our overall strength has improved a lot, but our combat experience is still a bit lacking. Therefore, I think that, at the moment, in addition to finding the airdrop boxes, combat is also very important. There are also mutant crystals, which are too amazing. We need to collect more of them, because they might become hard currency in the future. And, according to what Brother Jun said, first-order mutant crystals are only valuable now, but in the future there will be second-order, third-order, and even higher-order crystals. Then we should collect more of them while we still can, and use them to exchange for the things we need. Using information that others don't know, we can trade these current treasures for more long-term resources. Xiao Jun only briefly mentioned that first-order mutant crystals are currently very precious, but I didn't expect Jiang Yu to immediately come up with a whole bunch of ideas. It's hard to believe that this girl is actually a dance major. Are you sure she's not in finance or management? Of course, Xiao Jun definitely didn't know that a quiet-looking girl with the image of a goddess would actually like to read doomsday novels. Although those are all the author's wild speculations, many of them are actually quite applicable. This team is up to you. Everything will be done as you say. Tell me what you want and I'll get it for you. If there are suitable people, you can also expand the scale, but don't make it too big. Finally, the premise of all this is that only 30% of your daily gains belong to you and you have to distribute the rest to everyone. Jiang Yu had no objections to this. Not to mention that he saved everyone's lives, and today alone, he took out 210 mutant crystals without hesitation. It would be false to say that she wasn't moved. With the team's strength improved, they would be able to reap more resources. In this post-apocalyptic world where many people are still ordinary people, 31st Order mutants are an extremely powerful force. By the way, Brother Jun, Qianya still needs to be borrowed for a while. Now that our strength has increased tremendously, coupled with Qianya, we can also try second-order zombies. Xiao Jun naturally had no problem with this proposal. Wan Qianya was also present, and she had no objections. As long as she could help Xiao Jun, she was willing to do it. After the matter was settled, Jiang Yu also returned to the tent. Although the bed in the guest room was more comfortable, the sounds in the middle of the night were too embarrassing. As Jiang Yu entered the tent, Wan Qianya immediately sat on Xiao Jun's lap, put her arms around his neck, and looked at him with big, watery eyes. Xiao Jun didn't go into the room either. Since they were both in the tent anyway, he rolled over and pinned Wan Qianya underneath him, taking the lead. Brother Jun. I saw the things you brought back. Xiao Jun's body trembled, and a pile of things fell out of the space in an instant. Balenciaga with Huanu Tianluan, the classics will last forever. In the future, when I go out and brag, I can also say those awesome things. The next morning, Xiao Jun walked out of the room feeling refreshed, and cooked himself a bowl of instant noodles. With a tin of meat and a soft drink, life was good. At 8 o'clock, the girls got up and left the tent on time. Brother Jun, where's Xixia? Jiang Yu asked, looking around and noticing that there was only Xiao Jun. She's not feeling well today. I'll go with you guys, you make the arrangements, I'll do whatever you say. Luckily, I was smart enough to go to the tent and sleep last night, otherwise I would have been killed by their arguing. Looking at the other young ladies, they all looked at him with a playful expression, and many of them stuck their heads out to see what was going on in the room. Xiao Jun's face became even more embarrassed, so he quickly finished eating the rest of his food, wiped his mouth, and stood up. It's getting late, let's go. Hearing that they were leaving, the young ladies also shifted their attention. Today was the first day of their promotion, and they were all ambitious. Especially after learning last night that 30% of the harvest would be distributed directly to everyone, their enthusiasm was even higher. Jiang Yu, as the head steward, had already stuffed all kinds of things into her space ring. Just a small glimpse of it yesterday was enough to make them go crazy in the end times. Dior, Estée Lauder, all kinds of high-end cosmetics and skin care products. Many of them were reluctant to buy before the end of the world, but now they can be exchanged for contributions. Therefore, everyone is full of energy today, ready to go all out and do a good job. Now Xiao Jun is personally leading the team, which undoubtedly further motivates them. Without Wan Qianya by his side, maybe Brother Jun will take a fancy to me? Then I can have as much as I want. Xiao Jun has no idea what these young ladies are thinking, and he just feels that they seem very excited, perhaps as a side effect of the upgrade? Set off. In the end, at the command of Jiang Yu, the army of young ladies will once again appear in the world with a brand new look. Chapter 36, A Strong Attack. In the lobby, two young ladies who had become first-order mutants during the day took the initiative and, within 2 minutes, had dealt with all the zombies in the lobby. Outside the hotel, under the command of Jiang Yu, the 30 young ladies split into 3 groups. 2 groups used the spear formation to directly activate the crushing mode, while the remaining group collected the mutant crystals. The 3 groups took turns every 20 minutes, which fully ensured everyone's physical needs. Xiao Jun leisurely followed behind the team, and as long as no second-stage zombies appeared, he would not intervene. Pushing their way through, the girls felt invincible, and it was so exhilarating. Holy shit, what's going on? These girls are so fierce. Am I seeing things? Is this a massacre? Who is the guy in the middle? Surrounded by so many pretty girls, he doesn't even have to lift a finger. Although he didn't see anyone talking, Xiao Jun still heard all kinds of murmurs of admiration. Xiao Jun had also had enough, and was considering whether he should follow them around more often in the future. Brother Jun, a second-stage zombie. A cry of alarm brought Xiao Jun back to reality. Ahead, a second-stage zombie was already approaching. You want to die? How dare you interrupt my fun? Xiao Jun was very angry, and the consequences were serious. Get out of the way. A loud shout, and the young ladies scattered. Xiao Jun leapt up, holding his steel sword high, not avoiding or dodging. A blade of light sliced through the sky, causing many onlookers to involuntarily blink. My god, what a fast sword! The onlookers couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out. So fierce, so strong, I love it. Many women even looked at Xiao Jun with sparkling eyes. In the end times, they would feel safe following a man like him. The young ladies under Xiao Jun's command also held their heads high. See, this is our brother in arms, our man. There were bound to be airdrop boxes wherever there were second-stage zombies. Xiao Jun had long deduced this, and sure enough, not far away, an airdrop box stood in the middle of the road. Jiang Yu immediately ordered an attack, not allowing the onlookers to take advantage. The people around were also very sensible. No one dared to touch the tiger's whiskers at such a time, and they all moved aside. The all-female army easily reached the airdrop box and surrounded it. Brother Jun, there's a mutant crystal. A young lady who had just touched a corpse ran over excitedly, holding a bright green mutant crystal in her hand. Not bad, it's a good start. Jiang Yu will remember this for you, and you can ask her for a reward tonight. The young lady looked at Xiao Jun excitedly and then turned her head to look at Jiang Yu. I see, looking at you like that, you just want that limited edition Dior lipstick, you'll get it tonight. Jiang Yu looked at the young lady's expectant eyes and said helplessly. Lipstick? What the hell is that, something you can eat or drink? A man who has been single for 30 years since birth fully embodies the fine tradition of not asking questions if you don't know. You have no discernment, are you blind? Look at those young ladies, basically they're all wearing new clothes, it's obvious they've only recently had a bath, do you think people like that would lack food? A young lady next to them said disdainfully. Yes, I want to join them too. With their strength, how could they be lacking food? I want to take a bath too, and I want lipstick. I haven't worn makeup in a long time. These words spoke the minds of many young ladies, and many people looked at Xiao Jun and the others with envy. Jiang Yu naturally heard it too. Because they had just finished clearing the zombies in this area, they had also gathered quite a few nearby survivors, both men and women. Our team is recruiting, and anyone who is willing can join, but there are requirements. You must be a female college student and come with your student ID to register. Jiang Yu had negotiated this requirement with Xiao Jun. It is the end of the world, and it is impossible to recruit a group of old hands or people who just wait to die. Therefore, it is best to recruit young people who are also strong fighters. However, there is a problem. There are already so many young ladies in the group, and if a few men are recruited, it could easily cause chaos. Xiao Jun also had no objections. He knew that in the previous life, Jiang Yu led an all-female team, and their combat effectiveness was not inferior to that of men. After much discussion, Jiang Yu finally decided to recruit only female college students, and those who are still in school. This type of person has not yet entered society, and their hearts are relatively simple, which makes them easier to manage. Moreover, her team was not yet ready to recruit on a large scale, and resources were the biggest problem. After Jiang Yu shouted 3 or 4 times in a row, 4 young ladies finally came out together. Their faces were dirty and their appearances were not visible. Two of them handed over their tattered student ID cards, which could barely be recognized as belonging to the same person. It was also difficult for them to keep their student ID cards in this post-apocalyptic world. The four of us are in the same dormitory. They don't have their student ID cards anymore, but they have ID cards. Is that okay? The young woman in charge looked at Jiang Yu with concern, fearing that she would refuse. It's fine. Jiang Yu took their ID cards, all of which were 21 years old and should be sophomores or juniors. Li Qianwan, right? You and your 3 roommates can come in. Today, just follow the collection of mutant crystals. Yun Yun, lead these 4 people over. A little girl named Yun Yun jumped out of the line, smiled and greeted the 4 newcomers, and then led them into the middle of the line. Xiao Jun also knew the girl Yun Yun. She had a baby face and a huge, well, anyway, she was quite eye-catching. Plus, she liked to wear her hair in twin ponytails, which made her walk up and down, which was very cute. That's a long way off the point. The main reason Xiao Jun knew her was because she was now Jiang Yu's deputy. He had heard Jiang Yu mention her and said that she was a very attentive girl. As for Li Jingyin, she has long since become the strongest female warrior in the group, except for Wan Qianya, with her steel sword. It would be better to let her handle things than to let her go and chop up a few zombies. After recruiting the 4 little sisters, no one else came forward. There looked to be quite a crowd here, but there were only about 20 people. More people were rushing to find the airdrop box. Brother June, it's almost 9 o'clock, let's just wait a bit. After recruiting the people, Jiang Yu consulted Xiao Jun again. Why are you asking me? You're in command now, I'm just an errand boy, you just make the arrangements. Xiao Jun had unqualified trust in Jiang Yu's abilities. The little girl had finished patting the airdrop box in the middle of the road, and it really was a high-end airdrop box, producing 2 lunchboxes, a water bottle, a dagger, and a high-tech lamp. At exactly 9 o'clock, the airdrop rain descended again. Perhaps because this was the last airdrop rain in the recent period of time, the duration was doubled to 10 minutes. Countless airdrop boxes fell all over the city, and the crowds that had gathered around them instantly disappeared. After observing for a while, Jiang Yu immediately chose a direction, and the all-female team set sail again. Chapter 37 The all-female team, surging with hidden currents. Following Jiang Yu's instructions, the team, like a zombie harvester, quickly advanced in one direction, and all the zombies they encountered were resolved. They encountered 2 second-stage zombies on the way, both of which were easily dealt with by Xiao Jun, who also obtained 2 high-level airdrop boxes. Unlike the other girls, Xiao Jun noticed something unusual: there were more second-stage zombies. Combined with the increased yield of airdrop boxes this morning, Xiao Jun suspected that something had gone wrong with the zombie rain last night. The number of second-stage zombies should have increased significantly, which could be another disaster for the human survivors. At this stage, there shouldn't be many people who can kill second-order zombies. This is an opportunity for this group of people, but it is a fatal threat to the vast majority of people. Fortunately, Xiao Jun followed him today. If it were Wan Qianya, the team would definitely suffer losses if they encountered second-order zombies in a row. There is no need to specifically look for airdrop boxes. Just kill them. There are more second-order zombies, so there must be more advanced airdrop boxes. Let's just open the big ones. After telling Jiang Yu, Xiao Jun also started to look around. He didn't need to deal with the first-order zombies, he just needed to concentrate on spotting the second-order ones. According to Xiao Jun, Jiang Yu also made corresponding adjustments. The team no longer went to places like small paths, but killed their way through the main roads. As it turned out, Xiao Jun was right. Within an hour, they encountered 3 second-order zombies again. There were also quite a lot of good things given by these advanced airdrop boxes, which was much more cost-effective than the low-level airdrop boxes. They found a place to rest for a while, and Xiao Jun generously took out more than 30 self-serving pots. A few minutes later, the aroma of hot pot filled the air. It really smelled good. The mouths of the many young ladies were watering. They had been eating rice balls every day, and their mouths had grown bland. Now that there was hot pot, who would want to eat rice balls? The 4 new young ladies also each received a self-serving pot, and they ate voraciously. I didn't know before, but this stuff is so delicious. Not far from where they were resting, there was also a group of people resting. Xiao Jun saw them but didn't care. Everyone kept to themselves, and if they really caused trouble, they could just kill them all. Brother, look over there are so many fresh young girls. What are you screaming about? I'm not blind, you tell me. This group of people were originally idle street skaters, but the end of the world gave them the opportunity to show off their skills. With a bit of aggression, they quickly obtained their first airdrop box and were lucky enough to find a steel knife. After that, things went smoothly for the group, and robbery was a common occurrence. They even preyed on the lone girls. Skinny Monkey, you need to see the situation clearly. Can the group of women be provoked by just a few of us? With your sharp-nosed, monkey-like appearance and drooling, they might just chop you up later. They were all people who had mixed with society without reading much, and when they saw a pretty woman, they were overcome by lust and didn't care about anything else. Fortunately, there was still one person in the gang with a clear head. His name was Chen Qingli, the second in command of the gang. He was a college student and I heard that his grades were quite good. Later, when he was in college, his girlfriend slept in the same bed with someone else, so in a rage, he beat the two of them to death in the dormitory. After that, he fled to Xingqing and was also a ruthless person. A murderer like this would have been caught in no time, and the law would have meted out its judgment. But then the end of the world came. With a fierce streak, he gained a foothold among the thugs, became the second in command, and is now a first-order mutant. Second brother, then you're saying that you don't want to sleep with all these girls? And you don't want to eat the hot pot? As long as we can get rid of them, we'll have everything. They're just a bunch of women. Even if they look fierce when killing zombies, Skinny Monkey still doesn't take them seriously. Women are there to be fucked. Stupid. Chen Qingli cursed. You can go to your death alone, but don't even think about dragging the brothers with you. However, I have a way that might lead to big gains. More than a dozen people in the team looked over, even the boss. Who wouldn't want to hug a soft girl and eat a hot pot? Hearing Chen Qingli say that he had a way, everyone was excited. First, we need to spread the news about them, exaggerating a bit. Tell the survivors that this group of people has plenty of food and they are all female college students. Spreading the news is understandable, but why emphasize that they are female college students? Skinny Monkey didn't understand, so he asked directly. College students, and they are also female, which can easily give people the illusion that they are kind-hearted. When more people come, it will definitely provoke conflicts. We just need to sit back and reap the benefits. Xiao Jun didn't realize that less than 100 meters away from him, a group of people were already thinking about swallowing him up. After eating and drinking, it's time to get back to work. It's still the same strategy as in the morning, and the young ladies have maintained their full energy. During the break, the 4 new young ladies were upgraded by Jiang Yu. Of course, this wasn't free, so it would be charged to their account and paid back slowly. Xiao Jun once again stepped in to kill a second-tier zombie, while the young ladies skillfully surrounded the airdrop box and kept a lookout in all directions. Jiang Yu, however, went over to Xiao Jun. Brother Jun, something's not right. It seems like there are more and more people following us around. Xiao Jun frowned. Since the afternoon, someone had been following his team, but since there weren't many of them and they were just following from behind, Xiao Jun hadn't paid it any mind. But now, there were probably hundreds of people following behind. Why don't I go ask? Fighting in the front while a group of people watch from behind is a very unsettling feeling. If they suddenly attack during the battle, everyone will be finished. Well, be careful, I'll keep an eye on them. Xiao Jun nodded, but his frown did not ease. Instead, he lit a cigarette, and as the strong smell of smoke was drawn into his mouth, his frown eased. No matter what they want, I'll warn them once, and then kill them if they follow. Soon, Jiang Yu returned, her delicate little face wrinkled up in an alternative kind of cuteness. Brother Jun, these people heard somewhere that we have a lot of food here and they want to ask us for food. What? Xiao Jun doubted that he had heard it wrong. This was the end of the world, and they wanted me to give them food? Were these people dreaming? At this time, the crowd behind them had already started to make a racket, perhaps because Xiao Jun and the others had not moved for half a day, or perhaps because they felt that there were already enough people. Girls, we are all Chinese compatriots. Can you bear to watch your sister starve to death? Yes, have pity on my child. He is only 8 years old. His father went out to find food and was eaten by the zombies. The two of us haven't eaten for 3 days. Chapter 38 Kill anyone who gets in the way. The young ladies in Xiao Jun's group were just a group of college students yearning for the future not long ago, and they had never seen such a scene before. Many of the young ladies even looked sympathetic, feeling sorry for the group in front of them. Xiao Jun walked to the front with a heavy face, followed closely by Jiang Yu. Seeing the only male in the other team walk over, everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back. They had been following for a while, and had seen Xiao Jun fight many times. This man could even kill a second-tier zombie with one slash. Who told you that? My team has food. Everyone present remained silent, no one wanting to be the first to speak. Whoever tells me, the food belongs to that person. After saying this, Xiao Jun took out a self-heating pot and a bottle of cola from his space. Still no one spoke. Xiao Jun understood now, these people are not as miserable as they say, they simply do not care about this food, what they want is more. Little brother, we didn't hear it from anyone, we followed you all the way and saw you get a lot of food. A voice suddenly rang out in the crowd. Someone had taken the lead, and everyone immediately became lively again. Yes, yes, you are so amazing, you must not lack food, just help us. Little brother, when one side is in trouble, the other four sides support it. We are all compatriots, shouldn't you take the initiative to help us? Xiao Jun smiled instead of getting angry, looking at the group of people in front of him with ridicule. So, how much do you think is appropriate for me to give you? Xiao Jun asked. The crowd looked at each other, of course it would be best to give it all to us, but they couldn't say that. Little brother, give each person a lunchbox and a water bottle. Everyone has hard times, and next time we can help you too. It was the same voice as before, and Xiao Jun finally grabbed the person speaking from the crowd this time. He didn't look very old, and had tattoos all over his body. This person seemed a bit familiar. Xiao Jun thought silently in his heart, when did I see him before? And the crowd was already bubbling again. Right, a lunchbox and a water bottle, it shouldn't be difficult for these two brothers. Definitely, these two brothers are so strong, it's not hard for them to kill some zombies and find some supply boxes. Jiang Yu followed Xiao Jun with a worried face. There were so many things, not to mention that they didn't have any, even if they did, they couldn't give them away. But there were already hundreds of people present, and if there was a conflict, it would definitely be detrimental to their side. To kill zombies, she could force these sisters to go, either kill or die. But kill someone? Jiang Yu didn't even dare to think about it. Looking around, many of the young ladies had also come back to their senses. No one was really stupid. They could see that these people were looting. Then they wouldn't be able to get into college either. But they were even more nervous. They couldn't hold their weapons in their hands anymore. All they could think about was what they would do if there was a conflict. They couldn't kill anyone. Watching the performance of these young ladies, the crowd of onlookers was even more confident of victory. Sure enough, young college students are easy to bully, especially female college students. After this time, when they get food, they can come back for more next time. This time, they came to the right place. Maybe in the future, they can be developed so that they go get the food and you just follow behind and ask for it. I'm familiar with this routine. In the past, the college students in my company were exactly the same. Xiao Jun sneered, taking in the expressions of everyone in his eyes, and even hearing the thoughts of many people clearly. They were all blood-sucking demons in human skin. Unfortunately, they met Xiao Jun. Who just made the suggestion? I think it was you, so you can start leading the way. With that, Xiao Jun gestured for Jiang Yu to take out a lunchbox and a water bottle, which she placed in front of her. The young man didn't expect Xiao Jun to give in so quickly, and excitedly walked out of the crowd and walked towards Jiang Yu, with a lewd smile on his face and his eyes fixed on Jiang Yu's straight legs. Even though Jiang Yu was wearing sportswear, he felt disgusting at this moment. The young man walked up to him and extended his hand, saying in his mouth, "Little brother is really a good person, and the girl is really pretty, but the lunchbox is too tasteless. It would be nice if there were some more soda and hot pot. Don't worry, you won't have to worry about food in the future." Xiao Jun's cold voice rang out, and the young man subconsciously asked why. The next second, he couldn't ask anymore, and in the future, he really wouldn't worry about food anymore. Ah! A series of screams sounded. Murder, he's murdered. The screams were not only from the surrounding survivors, but also from the young lady in his own team. A vibrant life was ended right in front of their eyes, which was really too scary for them. Xiao Jun casually took out a piece of clothing from the space and began to carefully wipe the bloodstains on the steel knife. What was even more miserable was Jiang Yu. Because that person was closest to her, the blood directly spattered onto her clothes. She had now pulled out a large roll of paper and was frantically wiping it away. If it weren't for all the people watching, she would have changed her clothes already. Damn Xiao Jun, why did you wait so close before you struck? Couldn't you have done it a little earlier? Oh, I'm going to be sick. Xiao Jun looked at Jianyu in surprise. Li Jingyin was frantically wiping her down next to her. It's over, the cleanliness freak has been stained with blood, she's not going to kill someone, is she? Pray for brother Jun. Xiao Jun's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Jianyu is a cleanliness freak. He killed someone, killed one of our own, let's all condemn him. This is the devil, fine if he doesn't give us food, fine if he doesn't want to help his fellow man, but to do this? The noise in front of him drew Xiao Jun's attention back. He paused in his knife-sharpening motion, and the crowd suddenly fell silent. Many people took a few steps back, afraid that this murderer would come up and kill them too. We are so many people, are we afraid of him? Is there still justice in this world? A figure flashed, and Xiao Jun instantly unleashed his full strength. He arrived in a flash, just a dozen meters away, and the crowd frantically retreated, leaving only the person who had just spoken. Xiao Jun's knife was already at his neck. This man was wearing glasses and looked gentle, but he was actually a thorn in people's sides. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. A group of people told me to come here and start a fight so that you would fight, and they gave me a rice ball. When the cold knife was placed at his neck, the bespectacled man couldn't hold back anymore and was about to kneel down. Oh? A group of people? Describe them? Xiao Jun smiled at the bespectacled man in front of him, and the knife in his hand increased the pressure a little. Plop. The bespectacled man immediately knelt down. The man you just killed was also one of the group. Xiao Jun's hand slightly relaxed, the knife slowly raised, facing the threat of death, the bespectacled man's lower body directly wet, a smell of fear came out. Get out! He kicked the man away with one foot, and the remaining crowd no longer dared to mention resistance. Everyone heard it too. Someone is stirring up trouble and trying to take advantage of the situation. Everyone nodded frantically. Right now, Xiao Jun's fists are hard, and it doesn't matter if it's reasonable or not, it's alright. Jianyu, go home, and kill anyone who gets in your way. Chapter 39 Xiao Jun's team had already returned to the hotel by this point. Jianyu basically just paddled along the entire time, still not recovering from the shock of being splashed with blood. The team had also become under the command of Xiao Jun. As soon as they entered the room, Jianyu seemed to suddenly come to her senses, and her eyes looked towards Xiao Jun. Brother Jun, I remember now, that person was in the team that was resting not far from us during the lunch break. That group of people? Xiao Jun also remembered. At the time, he didn't take them seriously, and he never expected that they would play a trick on him so soon after he turned his back. He would keep this score in mind. Since they were both in Star City, sooner or later they would settle the score. Putting that aside for now, we still have too few people, and we need to recruit more. Xiao Jun didn't want this to happen again in the future, and to prevent it, he had to be strong enough himself. If there were 100 first-order mutant girls with steel knives today, would that group still dare to come? 30 is a lot, but it's still not enough compared to a team. Women are generally a vulnerable group, both physically and psychologically. If you want to create a team of women that won't be bullied, then you need more people. Jianyu also agreed with this point of view. Now they already have enough strength, and it's not difficult to find food. And today they set up a high-tech tent, so even 100 people can easily live in it. Of course, she didn't know that the airdrop boxes would not increase tomorrow. When the survivors discovered this problem, the fierce competition had just begun. Recruit people, and in the future, you can't just look for airdrop boxes. As long as there is space equipment, use it to carry all the daily necessities. You have to go to major supermarkets and shopping malls. General storage warehouses are on the first basement floor. We need more supplies. Remember, focus on food, and also have plenty of water. There are also some field survival equipment, so get more of that too. Jianyu wondered why they needed all these things, for survival in the wild? Didn't Xiao Jun plan to stay in a hotel? Xiao Jun didn't explain too much to her. The early appearance of second-stage zombies had always been a hurdle in Xiao Jun's mind. He didn't know if other things would advance, but it was good to prepare early. Recruiting people was also to prepare for this. The zombies outside the city would only be more than those inside the city. If you want to live outside the city, the first thing is to clear the territory. In his estimation, 500 people would be about right. Before going out, he still had to go to the survivor team. After tomorrow, when humans realized that the zombies were no longer increasing in number, the survivor team would expand at an extremely fast rate, sweeping through most of Star City, forming territories and establishing order. Xiao Jun did not plan to join now, because there was still an earthquake that had not yet occurred, and the city was not safe right now. In his previous life, the earthquake had reduced the survivors by half, and many First-Order mutants had been killed, not to mention ordinary people. It was 12 o'clock midnight that night. Xiao Jun stood at the window, the cigarette in his hand slowly burning. The sky was normal, the cracks that had lasted for a week did not reappear, and neither did the annoying zombies. Everything seemed to have returned to the correct trajectory, continuing to operate according to the world as Xiao Jun knew it. Brother Jun, is this the change you were talking about? Next to Xiao Jun, Jiang Yu and Wan Qianya stood next to him on the left and right, and Wan Qianya asked in surprise. Jiang Yu also looked out the window with wide eyes, but there was no sign of any zombies in the sky. At this moment, the two of them had a big question mark in their hearts. How did Jun know? Premonition? Xiao Jun didn't explain, and it was impossible to explain such things anyway, so it was better to keep it a mystery. From today onwards, there will be no more zombies or airdrop boxes, and chaos is coming. Close the curtains, Xiao Jun sighed and said. The end of the world has only just begun. Fighting zombies only requires courage, but fighting people is the real test. If these girls remain as kind as they are today and cannot lay a hand on humans, then a bloody lesson awaits them. Xiao Jun will not interfere. He believes that Jiang Yu can handle it. Jiang Yu sighed softly, looking at Xiao Jun with a complex expression. This man cannot be the protagonist of the legend. Has he traveled back in time or been reborn? Damn it, Xiao Jun cursed in his heart. He never expected that there were still women who liked to read doomsday novels these days. Is this the reason why she rose to power in the doomsday? Did I mess up so badly in my previous life because I didn't read doomsday novels? But it doesn't matter, what if I haven't read them? I've been reborn, so I'm considered a protagonist. It seems that the male protagonists in doomsday novels usually have harems. Brother Jun, you don't want one too, do you? Otherwise, why did you get a harem of women? But, am I going to be the second fiddle? Even Qianya used to listen to me, so I should be the one in charge. Xiao Jun was speechless. Did I set up the women's army? I told you to recruit people, but you only recruited women, and now you're blaming me. Besides, why is it about being the first or second fiddle? It's not like I did anything to her. It's getting late, it's time to rest, and you still have to go out and recruit people tomorrow. Xiao Jun gave the order to dismiss the guests, and if he let this girl think about it any longer, he didn't know what she would come up with. Jiang Yu returned to the tent with a heavy heart, and Xiao Jun and Wan Qianya also returned to their room. Brother Jun, we're leaving. Early the next morning, Wan Qianya left the hotel with Jiang Yu. Last night, Jiang Yu got a large wooden board and wrote the recruitment requirements for the women's army on it, and today she was going to have someone hold it up the whole time. At the same time, Jiang Yu secretly made a decision in her heart. In addition to these requirements, she also needs to be good-looking. Shouldn't the protagonist's harem be full of beautiful women? That's what it says in the book. If Xiao Jun hadn't heard this, he would have liked her from the bottom of his heart. This girl is so self-aware, she must be great. It's clearly Jiang Yu's women's army, but now it's about to degenerate into Xiao Jun's harem. Xiao Jun, the protagonist, still doesn't know. It was already 9:15 when Xiao Jun left the house. By now, all the survivors in the city should have known that no more airdrop boxes would be coming down. They also didn't know if there would be any more airdrop boxes in the future. From the current situation, the airdrop boxes in the city were the last ones, and once one was opened, there would be one less. Instantly, the whole city was in an uproar, and countless people came out of hiding to search for the remaining airdrop boxes. At the same time, all kinds of supermarkets and shopping malls were flooded with people. A few days ago, no one wanted to take the risk of entering the mall. Not everyone was like Xiao Jun, who could easily take out a group of zombies. Moreover, they didn't have any space equipment, so even if they went in, how much could they take? Anyway, there were airdrop boxes, and finding one would last a month. But that's not possible now. The airdrop boxes have run out of supplies, and food will once again become extremely scarce. Under these circumstances, Jiang Yu and the others' difficulty in finding airdrop boxes and supplies has also increased tremendously, but recruiting people has been very successful, with 100 people recruited on the first day. Xiao Jun's team of college girls has officially expanded to 100, becoming one of the top teams in Star City in terms of size. Moreover, his team is full of beautiful women. Chapter 40 Sisters. We now have a total of 300 team members, plus you, June, that makes 301. Among them, there are 282 first-order mutants and 19 second-order mutants. In terms of supplies, there are 4 high-tech tents, 2 measuring 200 square meters and 2 measuring 1,000 square meters, which is more than enough for living. There are 56 lunchboxes, 77 water bottles, 13 steel knives, 6 daggers, 3 combat uniforms, 3,742 first-order mutation crystals left, and 82 second-order mutation crystals. In addition to Xiao Jun and Wan Qianya's one set, another set was found later, which Xiao Jun gave to Jiang Yu. The craziness of this period of time has also allowed them to reap a large amount of mutant crystals, 30% of which are divided for their use. Jiang Yu will distribute them according to everyone's performance, so there are now 19 second-order mutants on the team. There are 3 high-tech toilets, 2 bathtubs, 2 bidets, and 11 high-tech lamps. There are a total of 11 pieces of space equipment, including 2 bracelets, 2 jade pendants, and 7 rings, with a total storage space of 15,500 kilograms. In addition to the contents of the airdrop boxes, we also have 3,000 kilograms of mineral water, 1,000 kilograms of various beverages, 2,000 kilograms of salt, 2,000 kilograms of various canned foods, 2,000 kilograms of self-heating rice, 1,000 kilograms of self-heating hot pot, and 500 kilograms of snacks such as potato chips and spicy sticks. There are also 500 high-intensity flashlights. In addition, the day before yesterday, we also found a large hospital. After considering it, I took a lot of glucose, as well as some common cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and fever reducers. Since neither the zombies nor the airdrop boxes have increased, the humans in Star City have gone completely crazy. All kinds of supplies are being snatched up like crazy, and even if there is no space equipment, it is impossible to stop the crowd. It was already pretty good that Jiang Yu was able to find so many supplies, and the space was almost completely full. In addition to these things, the remaining space had to be used to store bedding, as well as tissues, sanitary napkins for the young ladies, and other trivial items. Not enough, each team member was equipped with a duffel bag, which had to be filled with supplies. Also, team members still had to be recruited, until there were 500 people. 5 days had passed since the end of the airdrop. After waiting for 2 more days, when the airdrop was almost over, Xiao Jun was ready to go to the survivor team. He heard that the team had developed rapidly, and had even cleared a safe zone in a district. The team had already broken through 10,000 members. There, he mainly went to exchange equipment. He wanted to equip all 500 little sisters with high-tech weapons. All the residents on the 21st floor of the hotel had been cleared out by Xiao Jun, and they were compensated with some food, as Xiao Jun was not a person without bottom line. As for those who dare to ask for a lion's share, they have already turned into zombies downstairs. After these few days of madness, even the strength of the women's army has come under some attack from their fellow humans, and even 2 little sisters have died as a result. After this incident, the women's army has completely changed. They have understood that if they don't kill each other, the other side will eat them up, leaving not even a scrap of bone. Don't talk about how humans in the end times need to unite, first ensure that they can survive, and then talk about unity. Sister Yu, there are some more people coming to join us, including a pair of twins who are exceptionally good looking. With Jiang Yu's publicity over the past few days, the women's army has also gained a certain reputation in Star City, and people come to join them from time to time. Jiang Yu's standard female members of the group all know women, good-looking women, young women, educated, female college students. These 3 things are indispensable. Many people often discuss in private that this must be the leader's requirement. The leader of the group, Xiao Jun. Except for the 30 young ladies who entered at the beginning, everyone who entered later was called the leader, and only those 30 were called Brother Jun. Jiang Yu didn't bother to explain this. Which man doesn't like beautiful women, and Xiao Jun is definitely no exception. What's more, these talkative girls are all full of springtime feelings. If Xiao Jun is willing, they can strip themselves naked and throw themselves into his mouth tonight. Fortunately, there is Wan Qianya here to hold them back, so these women are not too bold. Twin sisters? Xiao Jun's mind flashed, and in the last life, there was a famous pair of twin sisters in Future City, who seemed to be Jiang Yu's women's army. Those twin sisters were not famous for their strength and status, but for their beauty. In terms of appearance alone, there were still some better-looking people in Future City, but the advantage was that they had 2. At that time, the twins were the dream of every man in Future City, and Xiao Jun was no exception. It's useless to say so much, just go and meet them. Before Jiang Yu could make a decision, Xiao Jun spoke up. Let's go, someone's come to seek refuge, let's go and see. The young ladies standing nearby looked at Xiao Jun with playful smiles on their faces. Sure enough, as soon as they heard about the beautiful twin sisters, they couldn't sit still. Could it be that our sisters aren't attractive enough? Xiao Jun's left foot was about to take a step, and he almost lost his balance when he heard the thoughts of these little sisters. Damn it, there's no need to think about it, you can't compare to twin sisters? Not only are they twins, they are also the third most beautiful women in the city of the future, although they were selected together. Even Jiang Yu, with the identity of the commander of the women's army, only got 6th place. As for Wan Qianya, she wasn't even on the list, and Xiao Jun from the previous life didn't even know she was a woman. Ignoring the voices of these young ladies, she walked out with confidence, taking the lead. I'm just here to see the pretty girls, so what? In a few months, what man who is not a genius will not have dozens of concubines around him? Xiao Jun had already left the house, and Jiang Yu hurriedly followed. Now that Wan Qianya was not there, she was leading the team outside fighting the zombies, so Jiang Yu had to watch out. When they arrived at the hotel entrance, 2 young ladies who looked exactly the same were standing there, and there were several female group members watching as well. When they saw Xiao Jun come out in person, they quickly shouted, "Hello, leader." When they got closer, even Jiang Yu couldn't help but let out an exclamation, "What beautiful women!" Although they weren't dressed up at the moment and were dirty, they couldn't hide their beauty at all. If they were to get a little makeover, it would be too much. They were worthy of being the top 3 beauties in Future City. I wonder who the 1st and 2nd place winners are, they are actually better than these twins. Hello, I'm Jing Ru, the leader of the group, and this is my sister, Jing Yi. The 2 of them had heard for a long time that the most famous female army leader in Star City was a man, and they were quite curious when they arrived. Now they have finally met the real person. He doesn't match the image of the legendary murderous Devil King at all, he is clearly a handsome guy. Xiao Jun's appearance is not unattractive. On the contrary, he is a bit handsome. When he first retired from the army, he would often have young girls asking for his contact information when walking on the streets of Star City. Now Xiao Jun not only has the looks from his previous life, but also the confidence and charisma of a strong man, which is still very lethal to young girls. Otherwise, do you think these young ladies in the group are all money grubbing? It's because Xiao Jun not only has resources and strength, but is also handsome. Welcome, I am the deputy team leader, Jiang Yu. Want to get close to Xiao Jun as soon as you arrive? I'll feed you zombies tomorrow. Xiao Jun looked at Jiang Yu with a black line across his face. This little girl is really too poisonous.